You are listening to Once Upon a Soulmate, Book 1 in Mirror and Realms series, written by D.N. Leo, narrated by Laura Keene and Brian Good. Prologue. Mirror, mirror in the air. Madeline took a step back after summoning the mirror, her heels clicking softly on the worn wooden floor of her small New York office. The air shimmered, and an intricate life-size gold-framed mirror materialized, hovering inches above the ground, casting an eerie glow in the winter darkness. The glass within was smoky dark like an entrance into a tunnel. From the shadows, a familiar silhouette emerged, a man tall and broad-shouldered, his presence commanding even in this ethereal form, the kind of figure that promised safety, strength, a port in a storm. "Madeline Rue here," she smiled. "Though I'm starting to feel like a broken record at this point. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Madeline. She raised a hand. "Let me save us both some time, shall we? You're about to tell me you don't know who you are or why you're playing the role of magical mirror man. You can see me in my humble office here, but I'm left squinting at a shadowy silhouette. Stop me if I'm veering off course." There was a pause, followed by a cultured chuckle. "Your perceptiveness is commendable, Ms. Rue. I must admit, your summary is indeed accurate. However, your familiarity with this scenario intrigues me. If, as you suggest, we've engaged in this exchange multiple times before, might I inquire as to the nature of these summoning? I can't help but wonder what compelling reason drives you to repeatedly conjure this mystical mirror, and, by extension, myself." "You're right, of course. I wouldn't keep dialing up the supernatural hotline if I didn't have a good reason," Madeline said, her tone sharp but not unkind. "I'm calling you up to tell you that this will be the last time we speak." The shadowy figure in the mirror paused. "You mentioned I don't recall our previous encounters. If you no longer wish to speak with me, wouldn't you simply cease summoning me? The point of this call, it seems, is that you're reluctant to sever ties. You're conflicted, desiring to continue our conversations, although you believe it may be imprudent to do so." Madeline rolled her eyes. "Damn it, Mirror Man." "I take it I've hit upon the truth, despite my limited context," he replied, a hint of wry amusement in his voice. "Don't flatter yourself," she retorted. "It must be something in that blasted candle." "Perhaps you could enlighten me with more information?" Madeline sighed. "Long story short, I offered a tarot reader money to feed her dog. She gave me a candle. That night, this sorry excuse for an office had electrical problems. I lit the candle and poof, you appeared. I'm afraid I don't believe you've given me the full story. What was the tarot reading about if the reader gave you something to summon a mirror with me inside?" "There was no reading," Madeline waved her arms in the air. "I'm not judging, but woo-woo activities like tarot readings wouldn't exactly serve my line of work well. I went to the fair to interview a source, but she didn't show, so I stumbled upon the tarot reading hut on my way out. Her dog was so hungry it was gnawing on a leg of a wooden chair." "And?" The mirror man's voice was patient but insistent. Madeline paced the room. The man was right. She hadn't told him the whole truth. She sighed. "All right, when I tried to light the candle, it didn't work. Then I remembered the woman saying the candle was a reflection of the mind and would open doors to the unknown. I thought it was more woo-woo nonsense, so I didn't pay much attention. But when I said what she asked me to say, mirror, mirror in the air, the candle lit up. And so did you. In the mirror, I mean." Madeline gazed at the shadowy figure in the mirror. This wasn't just some magical construct. He was a real person trapped in there. "I've been selfish, using you like a free shrink." "You found our conversations and my company pleasant, then?" She rolled her eyes inwardly. It had been more than pleasant. It was like an addiction, a drug she couldn't live without. She called more times and more often than she cared to admit. Since when had she let a stranger become such a significant part of her life like this? "It doesn't matter. It's just not right, and it can't continue. See, I don't even know your name. I'm sure you're a real person living somewhere on Earth, and if I keep calling you like this, what would it do to the poor man who actually owns that body?" "You think I'm possessing someone's body," she shrugged. "Do you have another explanation? If not, then you're a supernatural being without a body, and when I call you, you just grab that poor man's tangible form." "Didn't you say you don't believe in supernatural matters?" "No. I said I didn't think difficult-to-explain matters would serve me well in my line of work. She gestured at herself in the mirror. And this interaction is not some woo-woo matter. It's real to me, but not real to you, so it's unfair. We need to stop this. What if we can make the connection real for me? The man asked. You mean bring you into this world? She shook her head. Or at least establish a more tangible link between us, he insisted. Madeline wanted this connection. She wanted to make this work. She stopped pacing and turned toward the mirror. How? The man appeared to try to reach out, but hit the surface. He couldn't break out himself. But what if she could reach in? Just a handshake. There shouldn't be any harm in that. Madeline took a deep breath and stepped closer to the mirror. Maybe if I touch the surface. She reached out, her hand trembling slightly as it approached the smoky glass. As her fingertips made contact, the mirror exploded into a shower of glittering particles. Madeline stumbled back, shielding her eyes from the explosion. When she lowered her arm, her breath caught in her throat. The mirror was gone. The man's silhouette had vanished, leaving behind an emptiness that echoed not just in her office, but in her very core. I've lost him, she whispered, her voice cracking. The words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of finality. Her office had never felt so desolate. The dim light cast long shadows, turning familiar objects into looming, accusatory shapes. Her gaze fell on her computer screen, the cursor blinking steadily on a half-finished article. A cold reminder of the real world and its relentless demands. Madeline's chest tightened, a mix of regret and longing threatening to overwhelm her. She hadn't realized how much she'd come to depend on these conversations, how deeply she'd allowed this mysterious connection to embed itself in her life. The thought of never seeing him again, even as just a shadow, sent a physical ache through her body. The temptation to summon the mirror again was almost unbearable. Could she do it? Should she? Madeline closed her eyes, taking a deep, shuddering breath. When she opened them, her gaze hardened with resolve. She had made her decision. She would. A faint sound cut through her thoughts, a tap on the window. Madeline froze, her heart racing. It couldn't be. Slowly she turned toward the sound, her mind spinning with possibilities. Was it him? Had he found a way through? Or was something far more sinister waiting on the other side of the glass? With trembling fingers, she reached for the window latch. She hesitated for a split second, then threw caution to the wind and flung the window open. Chapter 1. Another regular. But this one wasn't her man from the magical mirror. No, this crowd was far furrier and significantly more demanding. Madeline glanced at the windowsill, now transformed into a feline United Nations summit. A tabby, a ginger, and a tuxedo cat stared at her with laser-focused intensity that would make any diplomat proud. Their tails swished in unison, a synchronized interpretive dance of, "Feed us, human." All right, Madeline muttered, rummaging through her bag. I swear, you guys have a better internal clock than my phone. She pulled out a small bag of cat food, its crinkle eliciting a chorus of expectant meows. As she approached the window, the tuxedo cat, whom she dubbed James Bond, attempted to look nonchalant. Oh, please, Madeline snorted. Like you just happened to be in the neighborhood. I'm on to you, 07. She tipped the bag, and kibble rained down on the metal windowsill like tasty, crunchy hail. The cats pounced, their tails whipping back and forth as if they were trying to generate electricity. Easy there, Tiger, Madeline chuckled as the tabby, lovingly called Stripes McGee, nearly toppled off the ledge in its enthusiasm. I promise the food's not going anywhere, unlike my journalistic integrity if my editor catches me feeding strays instead of meeting deadlines. Suddenly, Stripes McGee froze mid-crunch, ears twitching like tiny radar dishes. Madeline followed its gaze to the neighboring office window, squinting to make out a small, round creature. What's caught your eye, little one? She murmured. That's no mouse, unless mice have seriously upped their carb intake. Before Madeline could process the situation, Stripes McGee's haunches tensed, ready to pounce on the unsuspecting guinea pig. Oh, no, you don't. Madeline lunged, scattering kibble across the floor like confetti at a cat party. She bolted from her office, her heels clicking a staccato beat down the empty corridor. The neighboring door loomed before her, locked tighter than her lips around the office's last donut. Damn it, she hissed, spinning toward the stairwell. She burst through the fire escape, the cool night air whipping her hair into a frenzy that would make any 80s rock band jealous. Gripping the railing, she leaned out, stretching her arm towards the guinea pig. "Here, little guy." She coaxed, her fingers inches from its fur. "Trust me, okay? I won't let you fall, and I promise I'm a much better option than becoming Stripes McGee's aperitif." The guinea pig froze, its tiny chest heaving like it had just run a rodent marathon. It glanced between Madeline and the approaching cat, whiskers twitching with indecision. "I'm a vegan, for crying out loud," Madeline pleaded, her voice a mix of desperation and humor. "The furry cat coming at you? He'd pick you for his dinner faster than I can say kale smoothie. Come on, you can do it. Jump!" The guinea pig hesitated, then launched itself towards her with all the grace of a fluffy potato. Madeline's arms wrapped around the warm, furry body, just as Stripes McGee's claws swiped through empty air. "Gotcha," she breathed, cradling the trembling creature. "You're safe now, little daredevil. Though I've got to say, your parkour skills need some work." She ducked back inside, her heart pounding a rhythm that would put any drum solo to shame. The guinea pig nuzzled against her chest, its rapid breaths slowly steadying. "Let's get you somewhere cozy," Madeline murmured, stroking its soft fur, "and figure out where you came from. Though if you tell me you're actually from a magical guinea pig dimension, I'm going to need a much stronger coffee." Madeline cradled the guinea pig, its soft fur tickling her palms. "I think I'll call you Willow," she murmured, stroking its head. She settled Willow onto a plush chair, fashioning a makeshift nest from her scarf. Returning to the window, she fixed the tabby with a stern gaze. "Listen up, furball. No more hunting, Willow. Got it? Or you can kiss these nightly feasts goodbye." The cat blinked lazily, tail swishing. "I mean it," Madeline insisted, her voice softening. "There's plenty of kibble for you. No need to go after the little ones." Back in her office, Madeline sank into her chair, fingers poised over the keyboard. The half-written article glowed on her screen, the cursor blinking impatiently. She'd barely typed a sentence when a sharp knock echoed through the room. Madeline's head snapped up. A tall figure loomed in the doorway, his broad shoulders nearly filling the frame. The dim hallway light cast his face in shadow, but she could make out the sharp line of his jaw, the glint of his eyes. Her pulse quickened. At this hour, she was alone in the building, and this corner of New York wasn't known for its safety after dark. She swallowed hard, her fingers inching towards her phone. The distance between her and her only supposed line of defense, the pepper spray, felt like a chasm too vast to cross under the pressing weight of the moment. And even if she managed to bridge that gap, to grasp the long-neglected canister buried at the bottom of her bag, what then? The spray was likely as ineffective as wishing away this intruder. It had languished unused for almost 2 years, its potency a gamble she couldn't afford to take. Her mind sketched a rapid contingency plan. The phone, resting within arm's reach, suddenly seemed imbued with a dual purpose, not just her lifeline to the outside world, but a makeshift weapon should the need arise. The idea was far from comforting, but desperation rarely offered the luxury of choice. She forced a smile, one that she hoped masked the tumult of her thoughts. "How can I help you?" she inquired, her voice steady despite the storm of doubt. "If you're here to report a story, I'm afraid you've missed your window. The office is closed." The man remained silent for a moment, his gaze piercing the semi-darkness that filled the room, adding a layer of tension to the already electric air. Madeline held her breath, her hand inching subtly towards the phone. He was tall, with smooth olive skin, dark curly hair. Adorning his well-built frame was a carefully tailored ensemble that blended modern sophistication with the traditional garb of the Middle East. He seemed to exude an aura of mystery, and she couldn't quite put her finger on why she felt uneasy in his presence. Perhaps it was a sense of danger that he gave off, but there was something about him that made her skin crawl. The feeling was so strong that it sent shivers down her spine. "My name is Omar Darwish. I'm told you could help me." "It depends. May I come in?" His voice was soft, almost timid beneath his imposing frame. She could sense a complex blend of dread, fear, and confusion radiating from his gaze. Madeline hesitated. "I'm not sure how much I can help. It's late. I'm on a deadline. If you come back tomorrow, we have a group of field reporters who are in a much better position to take on new cases than I am." "Please, may I come in?" The man was towering over her and blocked the only exit available. He had to have been well over 6 feet tall, leaving her little chance of escape should he turn out to be a threat. But if she allowed him to enter the room, he would make way for her. She gave a hesitant nod and motioned toward the chair across from her desk. "I'm Madeline," she said as calmly as possible. "I specialize in quite a narrow area, so I'm unsure if I can assist you." "Please, hear me out. I've been told that only you can assist me in my hour of need," Omar pleaded. Madeline's eyes flickered with irritation as she replied, "Mr. Darwish." "Omar, please. Califade told me about you. She said you helped her before," he interrupted. Madeline's anxiety persisted even after he brought up Calla. She shifted uncomfortably, her hands fidgeting in her lap. His words did little to ease the knot coiling in her stomach. "Fine, Omar. I know Calla, but that doesn't mean I can help you. Tell me what it is I can do for you. Bear in mind, if I don't believe I am the best fit for your situation, I will refer you to one of my colleagues. He's going to hurt her, Madeline. If you don't help me, he'll kill her." Madeline's eyebrows rose in shock at the gravity of his words. "Kill Calla? No, it's my beloved who needs help." Beloved was an odd term to use. Nevertheless, Madeline didn't have the luxury of mulling it over. "Shouldn't you be calling the police instead of coming to me? I can give you a contact. If you don't want to go to the police first, at least talk to someone with authority, someone in law enforcement. They would be a lot more helpful than I am." "I have a friend," he shook his head. "You're a storyteller. Only you can help, Madeline, not law enforcement, not in this land. In my world, we understand the power of stories. They are not just tales, but magic that can unveil truths and bring justice. You possess a rare skill, the ability to craft stories that move the hearts and minds of the masses. Your pen can bring light to the darkest of truths. This is why I come to you, not as a victim, but as a quest giver." "A quest? Is this some kind of game?" "It's not a game, Madeline. It's a quest for justice." Madeline didn't play computer games, but she talked to Joe enough to know a thing or two about role-playing games. She snorted. "Right, I've heard that before. Should I grab an Xbox, Omar?" He stared intensely into her eyes. "Madeline, I must bring to light the wickedness of a powerful man. He has done grievous wrongs to so many women, and if nothing is done, my beloved will be his next casualty. His reach is so strong that brute force won't make a dent in his power. But if people with greater authority hear of his misdeeds, then maybe he can be stopped. I am willing to go to the ends of the earth to tell this story, yet I lack the words to do it justice. Please, help me." "I'm sorry, let me get this straight. You want me to help you put something in writing to report a man who commits crimes against women. Is that correct?" "Yes." "Then you need a lawyer." "No, I need you. I need a storyteller." Tears gleamed in Omar's eyes. "I'm a journalist, not a novelist. I'm a good writer, but I only report verified facts and do investigative journalism. Even though I sympathize with you, I cannot write a story based solely on what you're telling me." "He slaughtered 1,000 women, Madeline. My lover is next on the list of his victims, and no one even tries to help, not even her family." Omar choked out in despair through his tears. Madeline's mind reeled as the gravity of the situation began to sink in. "That can't be possible. We're living in a civilized and modern society, Omar. It's the New York City I'm talking about. No man can get away with murdering 1,000 people." Omar locked eyes with her, tears rolling down his face. "Where I'm from, it's a reality that's been accepted for many years. But I swear I'll protect my love with every last breath." "I'll protect her, but I can't do that alone. Will you help me?" Madeline ruminated. Then she snatched up her notepad. "I'll see what I can do," she declared, and jotted down his name. "Just so you're aware, what we are discussing here is confidential, and I will only disclose information with your express consent." "I understand," he nodded in agreement. "What's the lady's name? Would it be all right to leave her name out for now?" "Of course. Do you have any information on the murder victims? I don't expect a list of 1,000 names, but something verifiable would be appreciated." "I do have a list, and I can provide that after we reach an agreement." She nodded. "Can you give me the name of the person you want to report now, or should we wait?" No waiting. His name is Sheriar. Can we come to an agreement? Will you help me?" Madeline nodded. "I can't promise much, but I'll do my best." Omar rose and offered his hand in a handshake. Madeline stood in response and reached for his hand. The moment their hands met, a spark of energy exploded within her. It felt like 1,000 volts of electricity surging through her veins, and her entire world was thrown into chaos. Her vision faded to whirling darkness.
Chapter 2. London. Ciaran swung his power sword through the air. In no time, the remaining head on the strange-looking creature's gigantic tentacle dropped to the icy ground. Then its body collapsed, wriggled for a short time, and disintegrated into a puddle before evaporating into nothingness. "Didn't expect this, did you?" Ciaran muttered and smiled to himself. He retracted the sword blade. The sword's handle turned into a gun as he holstered it. "Let's go," he said to the black horse and patted its neck. The horse reared up on its back legs, kicking its front legs in the air, then spun around and turned into an enormous motorcycle. The engine roared. It sounded powerful enough to propel a small spaceship. The sound gave Ciaran a rush of adrenaline. He accelerated the vehicle. The icy surface didn't affect his speed or traction, as the vehicle's wheels hardly touched the ground. Behind him, power and light sparked like fireworks, recording his triumph and the credits of the game he had just won. Ciaran stepped out of the 3D screen, hovering in the middle of the game room in the penthouse in one of the most exclusive areas in London. The screen still flickered, as the energy had not yet settled. He put the game controller on a bench littered with numerous electronic devices and glanced back at the screen. He'd give it a couple of minutes to cool down and record the new data. This hologame technology was still new and was difficult for him to master. But he didn't mind the slow process. He enjoyed playing the hologames, especially when he was winning. He made himself a cup of strong black coffee and took it to the veranda. The expansive balcony arched out into the cold air and overlooked the magnificent city of London. The vibrant city had started waking up and getting ready for a new day. Ciaran used to prefer the peaceful and tranquil views of the countryside and the rolling hills in front of Montiel, the LeBlanc's estate where he grew up. But now, he preferred the city views. Montiel and what happened there seemed like a lifetime ago. He shook his head, trying to shake off the song that started playing in his head as soon as he stopped playing the hologame. "And all the roads we have to walk are winding. And all the lights that lead us there are blinding." It was strange. He knew the song, but he didn't really like the band Oasis. The words were haunting, though, and they reminded him of something he didn't want to think about. Ciaran took another sip of coffee, only to find that the cup was now empty. He went back inside to make another one, but then he changed his mind and put the empty cup aside. It was time to head to the LeBlanc's headquarters. He had a couple of important meetings scheduled today. He grabbed some real coffee on the way in. The hologame screen was still flickering. He frowned. "Come on," he muttered and grabbed the controller. Before he could shut down the hovering screen, a message box popped up at the bottom. "Greetings." Ciaran wrinkled his brow. Hologamers weren't supposed to interact outside of the games. "The game has ended," he typed. "I'm logging out. I'm not finished with you yet." Ciaran shook his head and hovered the cursor over the logout button. He could use a voice command, which would probably be faster. Still, he didn't want to give this gamer any more information about him and his whereabouts. Before Ciaran clicked the button, another message popped up. "Ciaran LeBlanc, I know where you live." Rage exploded in his mind. He had managed the LeBlanc conglomerate since he was a teenager. He'd handled countless numbers of business deals and conflicts, and sometimes they ended in fights. He won some, and he lost some. That was the nature of competition, and Ciaran accepted the rules of the game. But he had never been threatened. If you think a threat will garner my attention, then you're mistaken. Hologame rule number 1 forbids interactions with other players outside the games. I have taken a significant risk to reach out to you, but I'm not interested in whatever it is you want to say. You've lost. If you don't accept the outcome of the game, take it to the game council. I accept my defeat, Ciaran, and I didn't mean to threaten you. I only want your attention. You've got 30 seconds. The gamer responded. I need you to delay the conversion of the prize you won in the game with me. Ciaran asked, why would I do that? What you won in that game isn't as important as what I have lost. Ciaran typed, "If it's so important to you, why would you gamble it? You must be an addict. Why should I have any sympathy for you? I know you didn't play simply for entertainment, Ciaran. You want to keep an eye on technology and its interaction with the outer world? You want to protect human interests." Ciaran shook his head. "I'm no saint." "I know you're not a saint, Ciaran. We both work for profit, but we also act in the best interest of our kind. And on that ground, I'm asking for your compassion. All you need to do is to delay the credit claim." Ciaran leaned back in his chair and looked at the empty chat box hovering in the air. Then he triggered the voice command. "What will I receive in return?" The gamer replied using his robotic voice. "When humans reach the end of their limited lifespan, I have access to the essence of their being after the physical body is gone. I trade what humans refer to as souls." Ciaran chuckled. "I guess you threw innocent souls in to buy the game credits? Something like that? But the souls I trade are not innocent. They are of high value, and I can get a lot more out of them than by losing them in a game. But the game credit conversion doesn't care what souls I used to buy credits. So, with a bit more time, I'll swap in souls of a lower value. You have nothing to lose, Ciaran. You'll get the same value of whatever it is that you use to buy the game credits." Ciaran shook his head. "If everything remains the same for me, then what's in it for me? Why should I delay cashing out?" The gamer replied. "I'll trade with you." Ciaran said, "I'm not interested in trading anything with the supernaturals." "Why not?" "Because I don't believe they can deliver anything I care about." The gamer asked, "How about life?" Ciaran raked his hands through his hair. "You can't bring back the dead. I know that much about the supernaturals." The gamer chuckled. "Oh, so you've lost someone you care about, and the thought of reversing their death has crossed your mind." Ciaran cursed under his breath. "I'm busy and my interest and attention are waning. You're right that I can't bring a dead human back to life. But I have access to the books of upcoming natural deaths that the underworld marshals use to collect souls. I can tell you whose number is up. I'll leave it up to you to act on the information you receive. You can prevent the certain death of someone of your choice in the future. If you choose to alter someone's lifespan, that person's death will become unnatural, but it will still happen. I am more than sure you are interested in that deal." Ciaran shifted in his chair. "Keep talking." "There are two conditions, though." Ciaran snorted. "Naturally. 1, you can't request your own time of death. You can't use the information to save yourself. And 2, you can't change your mind. Once you have asked your question about the person of interest, you can't change your mind and ask for information about a different person." Ciaran shrugged. "I can accept that. What the terms? If you delay the credits for this game, I'll give you the number of one person you request. But you've lost 10 credits to me in this game. I know the value of my trade, Ciaran. 10 credits for one life. Take it or leave it." Ciaran nodded. "All right. We have an agreement." Ciaran thrust his arm forward, firmly pressing the enter key on the hovering control panel. The agreement he had nothing to lose was about to be sealed. As soon as his fingers grazed the cool glass of the panel, a jolt of electric energy surged through his body, threatening to rip him in two. He stumbled backward, nearly faltering in his stance. The screen in front of him sputtered, leaving trails of light that raced across the dark room. The hologamer's voice scratched and popped like old vinyl as the light strobed frenetically throughout the building, painting every surface with a chaotic brilliance. 10 seconds felt like an eternity before everything went still. "What the fuck was that?" Ciaran snarled. "It wasn't me. I don't know what just happened." Ciaran's heart had pounded in his chest. His mind couldn't fully comprehend the enormity of what he was hearing, but he knew it was something far beyond anything he had ever experienced. The pressure of invisible forces had pricked at his skin, and he felt like he was being watched by something lurking in another dimension, waiting for an opportunity to invade his realm. Ciaran had wondered who or what was holding them back and why they were haunting him specifically. Fear had gripped him as his thoughts raced with questions that had no answers. The empty void surrounding him gave no indication of what was coming next. As he thought back to his cousin Killian and their battle against demons in Australia, the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. But he feared that what had happened then would pale in comparison to the terror he was about to face. Ciaran cleared his throat. I'll get to the bottom of this. However, you don't mean to back out of our agreement, do you? The gamer's voice trembled. Something major has just taken place. As long as this doesn't interfere with fulfilling my promise, I will honor our agreement. Ciaran nodded. What happened is unrelated to our contract. I'll defer the debt. All you need do is provide me with one death count of an individual of my choosing. It really couldn't be easier. Don't mess around with me or I'll ensure your exclusion from the game industry for eternity. The gamer lowered his voice. The individual you have in mind must be very important to you. I didn't think a game deal could upset you that much. Ciaran cut in. If you utter one more word, I will crush whatever agreement we've got. Understood. I'll get you what you need, Ciaran. Goodbye for now. The gamer's screen faded as he hastily logged out. Ciaran plopped down on the sofa and let the details of what had just transpired settle in. As his phone vibrated, he glanced at the screen and quickly swiped up to answer. Lily, I was just about to call you, Ciaran said. He wondered what kind of good deed he did in his past life that God had granted him with Lily as his executive assistant. She efficiently ran his life whenever he was in London. The New York office has requested your assistance. I am aware that you don't usually engage with the press, but a small journal called The Trumpet has asked for an interview with the head of LeBlanc conglomerate, and they have asked for you specifically. I would have declined as I always do, but there is something about this media request that warrants your attention. I'm too busy for this sort of thing, Lily. I know. I manage your schedule in London, don't I? I have nothing concrete to back up what I'm saying now, only my gut instinct. But I think you might want to personally talk to the people at The Trumpet. It's not much, just my feeling. Your instinct is enough for me to go. Though I must say, I already dislike these journalists. All right, I'll send over the request along with a few details about the New York office. You may want to review the document before you commit to any interviews with organizations like The Trumpet. Ciaran furrowed his brows. Is there a problem with the office? Lily shrugged. I don't have anything specific. The New York office has always had a consistent relationship with media outlets. No negative press or scandals to speak of so far. But then, this Trumpet organization bypassed them and somehow lands on my desk asking for an interview with you. It's just strange. Thanks, Lily. I'll look into it. But before I go to New York, I have to attend an event in Australia, and I want that off the books. I'll clear your schedule for the week, combining that with the New York trip, so it will look like an extended business trip. How does that sound? What can I do without you, Lily? She sighed audibly. I'd feel much better if you told me that your Australia trip has nothing to do with Juliet. I know it's a few days until the anniversary. Sorry, no, I won't lie to you. It has everything to do with Juliet. I'm acquiring a piece of art she made before we were married. I don't want to tell anyone because it's nobody's business. Point taken, Ciaran. You have my discretion. As always, take care and be back here in one piece, okay? Sure, thanks, Lily. He hung up the phone and gazed at the empty space where the hologame screen had hovered before. No one in his family needed to know about the prophecy given to him before Juliet died. On the eve of her death anniversary, she would return and take him with her. They weren't born on the same day, but they would die on the same day.
Chapter 3. Warm, spicy, and different. That was how the air Madeline breathed felt. She didn't know where she was, but she knew she had never been to this place. Strange. She lay on her back on something soft and comfortable. Judging by the proximity of the four walls, the room seemed cozy. She mentally assessed her body. She wasn't hurt, nor was she tied up or restrained in any way. The artwork on the walls and ceiling suggested she wasn't in her familiar world. She noticed an arched window, an ornate candle holder, a tea set, and a tall wooden divider. She presumed the room's entrance lay on the other side of that divider. She speculated she might be in the Middle East. Soft music wafted into the room, reinforcing her suspicion about her location. A male voice speaking Arabic resonated. Stunned, she sat up sharply. She comprehended his words, but how? Madeline didn't know Arabic. How had she understood? She glanced down at her attire. She had dressed in the same outfit that morning for work. Facing an imminent deadline, she'd been slated to write a feature on pharmaceutical giants and women's access to essential medicines. What else? Omar Darwish had been at her office door, imploring her assistance. Then, what else? She couldn't recall. Peering through a small ornamental opening in the divider, she saw the door. It was shut but didn't appear locked. An adjacent window revealed it led to a hallway. "You're an idiot. You'll have to rectify your mistake. I won't pay until you do," a male voice uttered. "It wasn't entirely my fault. You didn't specify not to touch her. Fortunately, I'm robust. If I'd fainted like that other fellow, who knows what might have ensued." "Which fellow?" "I'm unsure. When I entered their realm, both had already fallen. I presume he's from your world. He's not meant to traverse to the human domain, much less make contact." "Why were you unaffected?" "You hail from this realm." "No, I'm not from your domain. I'm an interworld mercenary. I can journey and transport items, or in your case, humans. Shifting worlds is excruciating, hence my fee. Yet, I've delivered your woman. Wouldn't it simplify matters to have her here instead of conveying a message from this realm to hers? But the mirror resides in her realm, and she must gaze into it and narrate the tale, or it won't infiltrate Scheherazade's consciousness. You were paid to ensure she relayed the message to the mirror. Without the mirror, her presence here is futile. I won't compensate for an incomplete task. Given your fee, oscillating between realms isn't worth my while, but out of goodwill, I'll offer an extra service. Either I can fetch the mirror here, or return her and ensure she communicates with the mirror as initially planned. What's more feasible for you? We can't risk another blunder." "Fetching the mirror." "Very well. This is your final opportunity. What should I do regarding Caliphate?" "I'm unfamiliar with that name. She's the mirror's guardian in the human realm." "Oh, Morgiana's reincarnation. Is she dead?" "No, not yet. I approached the storyteller first, but considering recent events, I intend to tread carefully. I'm uncertain if I'll need to use force to acquire the mirror." "Destroying Morgiana's vessel might have repercussions. If possible, obtain the mirror without harming her." "I'll do my best, but if the situation calls for it, can I kill the body?" "I couldn't care less. Do what you must." She heard footsteps walking away. Madeline darted back to the daybed she had been lying on earlier. She lay down and closed her eyes. The door of the room opened. Light footsteps moved toward her. She felt the presence of a man, but then he exited. When she was sure she was alone in the room, she opened her eyes. The names they had mentioned were so familiar. Madeline missed having her computer and the internet for some basic research. But for now, the only resources at her disposal were her mind and what was in her memory. Storyteller. She remembered now. Omar wanted her to help him expose a man who'd murdered so many women. She had accepted the task. As their palms touched, it felt like being in an explosion. She held up her right palm and examined it under the light. There was no physical pain, but a mysterious, tingling sensation lingered in the middle of her hand. Had she unknowingly made a deal of some form with someone from another realm? Where exactly did this realm exist? She approached the door, opened it slightly, and peered out. A white corridor opened to an arched hallway and a central domed area. The decorative floral artwork on the walls and columns looked like it was made of gold, but it couldn't possibly be real gold, because if that were true, then this entire place was made of gold, and whoever owned it would have to be the richest man on Earth. Speaking of Earth, she wondered if she was still on that planet because this place felt very unworldly right now. Seeing the empty corridor, she made a beeline in the direction she thought led to the main entrance. She ran past a manicured garden toward a heavy oak door and pushed it open. In front of her was the gate to a public place where many people went about their business. However, before reaching that place, she had to climb into a small rowboat and row herself to the other side of a moat full of alligators. Was this some kind of sick joke or reality TV show? As she turned to go back to the room, a middle-aged Arabic-looking man stood, blocking her way, smiling at her. He didn't look threatening, but she didn't consider him to be on her side, given the conversation she had overheard. He bowed. "You're up. I trust you are pleased with the hospitality at my humble residence." Judging by what the man was wearing, she didn't think she was in modern times. "Who are you?" She jumped a step backward when she heard herself speaking in Arabic. Her thoughts were in English, but she verbalized in a foreign language. "I'm a jeweler." "Why am I here?" "You are a storyteller, and you have the mind of a scryer." "I think you have me confused with someone else. I can do many things. Sometimes I have to make things up or lie for the greater good, but I am 100% sure scrying isn't in my toolbox." "You have the mind of a scryer, but I am not saying you are one. I mean you no harm. You're here to help me tell a story. Or rather, I need you to craft a story for someone else to tell, like what you do in your world. I only write trustworthy, factual stories. That's important for me as a journalist because people trust me as an information source. My story is true and worthy. I was accused of something I didn't do." "What's your story? What do you see around you?" She gestured widely. "A shiny prison." "If that's how you see my place, then that is very sad. Your imagination dictates the story you'll tell." She shrugged. "You brought me here without my consent. Really, the alligators in the moat surrounding your residence look very real. I wouldn't trust my chances of crossing that moat on a little boat, even if you told me I only see what my imagination suggests. How am I supposed to be positive about this place? I want you to feel welcome here. I know you want to go back to your world, but I don't have the power to take you back. If you help me, however, I'll ask the one who brought you here to take you back." Madeline nodded. She knew he was referring to the mercenary, who would do anything for money, but it might be the only way for her to get back to her world. "I'll need some direction to guide the story," she told the man. "It's called an interview. I'll ask you questions and you give me the answers you're comfortable with. When I have enough information, I'll craft a story. My stories are based on factual information, not my imagination." He nodded. "All right then, please ask your questions." "What were you accused of?" "Thievery, but I'm not a thief. The jewelry I make is from a source I've worked hard to obtain." "Can you explain how you acquire the material to make the jewelry?" "I can't give you that information, but I can tell you that I am entitled to the material." She nodded. "So you claim to have a legitimate right to the precious material you use in your business. And you want me to tell a story to someone to clear the accusation that you stole the material?" "Essentially, yes." "Well, you haven't given me much information to work with." She scanned the room where she was standing, taking in the feeling of the ancient period in the Middle Eastern world. "I imagine you have staff working for you?" "You mean servants?" "No, people working for you in the jewelry business." "Yes." "How many staff do you have to acquire the material for you?" "How many make the jewelry, and how many take the jewelry to buyers?" "Remember, if you can't give me the information, then just say so. If you give me false information, I don't think you'll get the story you want." "I have 40 handling the material, 10 making the items, and hundreds taking the goods to the markets and other places to sell." "Thank you." Madeline knew this story, Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves. And the person to benefit the most from her retelling the story and changing the ending was its antagonist. Madeline knew now that she was looking at the leader of the thieves. His smile had faded. His eyes had darkened. Madeline's journalist instincts suggested that these were signs of the consequences she would face if the story she told didn't turn out the way he wanted. She nodded. "I think I can come up with a good story from this information. How do you want me to tell the story? The Trumpet won't print this kind of story." "The Trumpet? The paper I'm working for." "You work for a paper? I thought your job was to relay messages from the Supreme," Madeline snorted. "Yep, that too. But where I come from, we use a different language to describe this job. So, how exactly do you want me to publish, to tell, your story?" "You recite the story into a magical mirror. The story will be transcribed into Scheherazade's mind, and she then will tell the story as you have written. You're the storyteller in your world. She's the storyteller in mine." This sounded vaguely familiar. "Do you mind if I ask, who is Scheherazade exactly?" "She's our queen until she isn't." "What do you mean?" Madeline asked, her forehead creasing. Our king is enraged with what happened in the past to his former wife. He's been bringing in a new queen each day and disposing of her the following day. Scheherazade is unique, though. Every night she narrates him a tale he cherishes that has prolonged her life. Madeline sat down on the bench, burying her head in her hands. She knew this story, 1001 Arabian Nights. Do you know who Omar Darwish is? I'm afraid I don't. Madeline's stomach churned as she got ensconced in the tangled web of multi-realm storytelling. Her best guess was that the lover Omar mentioned was Scheherazade prior to her entrance into the palace. Madeline knew this narrative well, but it was foreign to Omar, and his fear of the king potentially executing Scheherazade the next day was understandable. If Madeline told Omar that Scheherazade's story ended in a happy marriage between her and the king, how would he react? But if she helped him expose the king to whatever authority Omar believed could alter the course of this narrative, then 1001 Arabian Nights would never be told. Would that just change stories within this line of narrative, or all fairy tales as a whole? It's time, the man uttered solemnly. Time for what? Madeline growled. The mercenary has retrieved the mirror. It's time for you to dictate your story. Chapter 4. Madeline followed the leader of the thieves into a grand room with domed ceilings, polished floors, and golden vines that wrapped around white marble columns. In the middle of the room stood the man sent to abduct her from her world. He looked at her with cold gray eyes that gleamed in the darkness. He was tall, with pallid skin, long dark hair, and bloodied lips. He stood next to a sizable rectangular object with a dull surface that was placed on an easel. She guessed it was the mirror they had talked about, but its rectangular surface didn't seem to be made of glass or anything reflective. If it was a painting, then the massive, carved frame was more interesting than the dull gray surface. The mercenary gestured toward the object. Here is the mirror you requested. I have completed my mission. Can you pay me now so I can leave? No, you have not completed the mission. After the story finishes here, you must take her home. The mercenary nodded and stepped back. Madeline smiled and said nothing. She knew he wouldn't take her back to New York, but rather to somewhere for a quick execution. I want to go home. Let's do this now. How should I tell the story? Speak to the mirror. The thief, who called himself a jeweler, gestured toward the mirror. You see, it won't talk to me, but it will talk to the right person. And you want me to tell your story, saying that you aren't a thief. Sounds a bit blunt, but yes, that's what I want. Madeline approached the mirror, recalling what she had previously read. Scheherazade was the storyteller of the Arabian 1001 Nights. One of the stories she told was Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves, which ended with all the thieves being killed by Ali Baba's servant Morgiana. If the thieves knew they were going to be killed, they would kill the storyteller or the servant. But this man had only asked her to alter the course of the story to make him appear innocent. That meant he didn't know the ending of the story. Madeline's mind ran rampant, shuffling through different scenarios. Her best prediction now was that he wanted to protect his treasure and the source of his wealth by asserting its legitimacy. He wanted to be sure that people couldn't touch his possessions, even if the servant leaked the secret location of his treasure. And if they did, he could justly kill the trespassers. She needed to test her theory. The only reason a thief cared about lawfulness was when he believed he hadn't been caught. So she didn't want to say anything to let him know she knew his story. She stepped in front of the mirror and looked at it. The very moment she engaged, the dull surface sprung to life like a large TV screen. She saw the entrance to a cave in the middle of a tropical forest. The opening was sealed with a large stone. Hearing a noise behind her, she turned and saw the thief on all fours, bowing to her, touching his forehead to the cold floor, and praying. The mercenary looked astonished, but he stood still and observed. He wasn't a believer. Madeline returned to the mirror. She raised her palm, holding it an inch away from the mirror's surface. A tingling sensation moved through her hand. She wondered if it was safe to touch it. Someone had given this mirror to the thief, possibly telling him that his story would end in tragedy. If he wanted to fix it, he should find someone who could communicate with the mirror. To the thief, it looked like a miracle that the mirror responded to her. The agreement with Omar might have given her some sort of power or connection. In her mind, she said, "Open sesame." The heavy stone blocking the entrance to the cave rolled away. The thief cried out in surprise. She rolled her eyes because every kid in elementary school knew this story. Using her mind's eye, she traveled into the cave and walked among the treasures. She pressed her palm against the surface of the mirror and felt a vibration and a cool breeze, as if rolling the stone away had let a whirlwind seep into the cave. She pushed inward with her hand and felt her hand inside the cave environment. To validate the contact, she reached down and picked up a golden candle holder lying on top of a wooden box. Still grasping the object, she stepped back. There in the room, she stood with the candle holder in her hand. The thief cried out, as if witnessing God himself in action. The mercenary grimaced, but said nothing. Madeline put the candle holder on the floor and returned her attention to the mirror. Not only did it engage with her, but it also connected her to another world. She could control this mirror, and she saw a way home. She imagined a gateway. The cave scene full of treasure dimmed and was replaced by something that looked like the aperture of a camera, blinking rapidly. "Open the gateway," she said. She wasn't sure it would work, but it was the only idea she had at the moment. The aperture opened into a round circle that she could look inside, like through a camera lens. At the other end of the lens, Madeline recognized her beloved New York, her home. Madeline's adrenaline surged as she sprinted toward the mirror. With one substantial leap, she flew over the edge of the aperture hole, diving deep into the familiar reflection of her beloved New York. The tunnel was cramped at the Arabian end, and she had to crawl in. But as she moved along, it opened up and widened, allowing her to progress. All that stood between her and freedom was making it to the other side. She was nearly inside when the mercenary's vice-like grip seized her left foot. She kicked wildly, desperately trying to break free. He yanked hard, forcing her shoe off and pulling her out of the aperture. She scrambled deeper into the blackness of the tunnel. He lunged forward with ferocity, grabbed her legs, and yanked her back out of the hole. She clawed at the walls, trying to find purchase without much success. Madeline screamed as the mercenary's grip tightened, his fingers digging deep into her skin. She kicked hard, yanked again, and pulled the upper part of his body through the aperture. He dragged her backward, and she slid back a few feet. Her foot almost touched the edge of the aperture. Then the mercenary's body dropped back outside the hole. Madeline crawled toward her beloved New York, anticipation thrumming in her veins. Finally, the path widened enough for her to stand up, and then she could run, her arms pumping wildly. In a state of panic, she spun around to face her assailant, whose eyes smoldered with both anger and perplexity. He was positioned just beyond the mouth of the tunnel at the Arabian end, and it would be a hazard for him to re-enter, since the entrance in his vicinity was very narrow. He couldn't see what lay inside or what might come in pursuit. Realizing there was no time to lose if she wanted to escape back to New York in time to save herself from danger and get home safely, Madeline proceeded further into the darkness toward freedom. She grabbed anything within reach that could possibly help her reach safety. Stones for leverage against slippery surfaces, jagged edges of rocks for handholds, and any other treasurable trinkets lying around that might serve as souvenirs later when this ordeal was over. She was just a few steps away from the New York end of the tunnel. But then a shiver ran down her spine. The mercenary was standing right behind her, an amused smirk on his face as he surveyed her from head to toe. His eyes gleamed with the hungry anticipation of a predator about to pounce on its prey, and his breath reeked of alcohol. "Hey, why the hurry?" he purred, his voice dripping with mockery. She didn't know when he had gotten back inside the tunnel. Then he lunged forward, grabbing her around the waist, pulling her back inside away from the New York exit, and threw her backward, causing her to roll on the ground toward the other end. He dashed past her and slid outside the tunnel. As she scrambled away from the Arabian end again, the mercenary reached back inside and grabbed her left foot. He stood bracing himself outside the mouth of the tunnel, seeking purchase to pull her back outside. She couldn't find any grip. The ground was slick. She kicked his hand as hard as she could with the heel of her right shoe. He yelped and released her. She crawled further inside. Then she heard a roar. The mercenary crawled back into the tunnel, grabbed her bare left foot, and pulled himself up her legs to the upper part of her body. She stood no chance in a wrestling match against a man of his size. He climbed up and wrapped his arms around her shoulders, squeezing her so tightly she could barely breathe. She reached for his holster and pulled out his gun. Realizing what she was doing, he let go of her. She pointed the gun at him and fired. To avoid the bullet, he let his body drop down and out of the tunnel, back to the Arabian world. The bullet hit the tunnel's side and echoed. Madeline's head felt like it was about to explode. She dropped the gun and used both hands to cover her ears. Her vision blurred. Her ears rang. She lay still, waiting for the shock to settle. Before she could move again, her foot was grabbed. A searing pain shot up her leg. The mercenary had reached back inside the tunnel and stabbed her left foot. He pulled the knife out, smiled, and slowly withdrew his upper body from the hole. She screamed in pain. "Close the gateway," she shouted. The aperture obeyed her command and shut. She heard a slashing sound. In the last drop of light from outside, before the aperture closed, she saw the mercenary's head roll onto the floor of the tunnel. His body had made it to the outside, but apparently his head hadn't. A blast of cold wind hit her from the other end of the tunnel, the exit that led to her home. She blacked out. Chapter 5. Madeline was engulfed in darkness, her body suspended in an endless void. Pain radiated through every fiber of her being, a cruel reminder of her desperate attempt to escape the fairytale world. She couldn't feel anything solid, yet agony coursed through her, as if invisible knives were slicing her apart. Suddenly, a powerful grip seized her hand. The terrifying free fall came to an abrupt halt, and she found herself sinking into a plush, luxurious surface. As her senses slowly returned, she became acutely aware of her surroundings and her state of undress. Beside her lay a man, his body emanating a comforting warmth that seemed to thaw her frozen limbs. Even in the dim light, she recognized him immediately, her mirror man. "You," she whispered, her voice hoarse. "You saved me." He turned to face her. I'm not sure how I got here, but I felt drawn to you, like I needed to find you." Madeline winced as a wave of pain washed over her. "Normally I would give you a quick recap, but not now. Should I recongize you?" She reached out, her fingers grazing his cheek. The contact sent a shiver through her body, momentarily dulling the pain. "We've met before in a way, but never like this, never so close. And every time we met, it was a new experience. So, no, you won't recognize me or remember me after this." His hand found hers, fingers intertwining. "You're in pain. I can feel it radiating from you." "Yes," she breathed, her body instinctively moving closer to his. "It hurts, but your touch, it helps?" He pulled her closer, their bare skin pressing together. The warmth of his body seemed to seep into her, easing her agony. "Tell me what happened to you," he murmured, his lips inches from hers. Madeline's breath hitched. "I tried to escape. Through a mirror, it felt like I was being torn apart." His hand trailed down her side, leaving a trail of tingling sensations in its wake. "And now, how do you feel now?" "Better," she whispered, her lips brushing against his as she spoke. "Much better." Madeline's fingers trembled as she traced the outline of his jaw. "I can't believe you're actually here." The mirror man caught her hand in his, pressing it gently against his cheek. "I'm here," he affirmed, "though I must confess I'm at a loss." A small, pained laugh escaped her lips. "I call you my mirror man, but you can call me Madeline." "Your mirror man?" Madeline nodded, wincing as another wave of pain washed over her. "You always appear in mirrors. Reflections. Never like this, never. Tangible." He instinctively pulled her closer, his hand moving to support her back. "How can I ease your pain, Madeline?" Her breath hitched at his touch. Just keep holding me, it helps." "Of course," he murmured, his fingers tracing soothing patterns on her skin. "Please tell me more." "I feel drawn to you, but I can't explain why. I thought I'd never see you again. After our last encounter, Her voice broke and she buried her face against his chest. "Shh," he soothed, running a hand through her hair. "I'm here now. We're here together." Madeline took a shaky breath, then met his gaze again. "Sorry, I'm usually more put together than this. It's just, in such a short time, you've become a significant part of my life, even if you don't remember. And now, after everything that's happened. Take your time, Madeline. I may not recall our past, but I feel our connection. It's intense. Intense is one word for it. You've always had a knack for showing up when I needed you most, even if you did have an annoying habit of disappearing right after." He chuckled. "I apologize for my past transgressions, then. I assure you, I have no intention of vanishing at the moment." "Good, because I don't know how to handle it if I lose you again." His hand cupped her cheek, thumb gently wiping away a tear she hadn't realized had fallen. "You won't lose me, Madeline. I may not understand everything, but I know I'm meant to be here with you." She leaned into his touch, relishing the comfort it brought. "I've missed you," she admitted quietly. "Even when I told myself I was better off without you, I missed you." "I'm sorry," he whispered, bringing his forehead to rest against hers. "I wish I could remember, but know this, I feel the pull towards you. It's as if every fiber of my being recognizes you, even if my mind doesn't." Madeline's hand found its way to his chest, feeling his steady heartbeat beneath her palm. "Then maybe we can start anew, create new memories." "I'd like that very much, Madeline." As they lay entwined, Madeline felt her energy waning. The darkness around them seemed to deepen, and she could barely make out the contours of his face. Yet even as her vision dimmed, her other senses heightened. His scent enveloped her, a heady mix of burnt energy and fresh mountain air, like firewood crackling in a crisp alpine forest. She inhaled deeply, savoring it, committing it to memory. Madeline's voice trembled, barely above a whisper. "I don't think I can make it." His arms tightened around her. "No, don't say that. You're strong, Madeline. You can fight this." She shook her head weakly, her fingers tracing the lines of his chest. "It's okay. I'm glad we had this chance to meet again, to touch." His hand cupped her face, thumb stroking her cheek. "Stay with me, please." Madeline leaned into his touch, her breath shallow. "It doesn't matter if I can't remember after this. I remember now. That's enough." He pulled her closer, his body curving protectively around hers. She could feel the rapid beat of his heart against her palm. "Tell me how to help you," he pleaded, his lips brushing against her forehead. "There must be something I can do." She managed a weak smile. "You're already doing it, being here, with me." His hands roamed her body, as if trying to infuse her with his own strength. They trailed down her arms, across her back, along the curve of her hips. Each touch sent a spark through her fading body. "I can feel you slipping away," he murmured, his voice thick with emotion. "Fight it, Madeline. Stay with me." She pressed herself closer to him, relishing the warmth of his skin against hers. "It doesn't matter which world I'm in," she breathed, "as long as you're there." His lips found hers, desperate and tender all at once. The kiss was electric, sending jolts of energy through her body. For a moment, the encroaching darkness seemed to recede. As they parted, Madeline gasped. I felt something when you kissed me." "Then let me try again." This time, when their lips met, it was more than a kiss. It felt like he was breathing life into her, his energy flowing into her body. The sensation was overwhelming, a mix of pleasure and vitality that made her entire being hum. She clung to him, her fingers tangling in his hair as the kiss deepened. With each passing moment, she felt stronger, more alive. The pain that had been consuming her began to ebb, replaced by a different kind of intensity. When they finally broke apart, both were breathing heavily. Madeline looked up at him in wonder, her body tingling with renewed energy. "How?" she started to ask, but he silenced her with another quick kiss. "I don't know," he admitted, "but I can feel it too. It's like we're sharing life force." "You're healing me," she whispered. "Somehow, you're saving me." His hand trailed down her side, leaving a trail of warmth in its wake. "Then let me save you, Madeline. Let me bring you back from the brink." She nodded, pulling him closer. As their bodies pressed together, skin against skin, Madeline felt the last vestiges of death's grip loosening. In its place, a fierce primal energy began to build between them. "Save me," she breathed against his lips. "Make me feel alive again." Madeline's breath hitched as his fingers trailed down her side, leaving a scorching path in their wake. He seemed to be exploring every inch of her body, as if memorizing its contours and curves. The sensation was intoxicating, making her skin prickle with anticipation. He leaned in, his lips brushing against her ear as he whispered, "Let me heal you, Madeline. Let me show you how much you mean to me." His voice was husky with longing, sending shivers down her spine. She nodded, biting her lower lip as she felt his hands move to her hips, pulling her closer. The evidence of his desire was unmistakable, pressing against her thigh. Madeline couldn't help but feel a thrill of excitement at the thought of being able to bring him such pleasure. He seemed to sense her thoughts. "You have no idea how powerful your energy is, Madeline. You're a storm of sensations." His words sent a jolt of arousal through her body. Madeline whimpered, her head falling back as his mouth found the sensitive spot just below her ear. He nibbled and teased her skin, sending waves of pleasure coursing through her veins. With each touch, each kiss, she could feel herself growing more and more alive. The pain that had once consumed her was replaced by an overwhelming need for him. She arched her back, pressing herself against him as his hands roamed her body. He groaned, his fingers digging into her hips as he ground his pelvis against hers. The friction was delicious, sending sparks of pleasure dancing across her skin. She could feel herself growing wet, her body aching for him to fill her completely. He seemed to sense her need, his own desire evident in the raggedness of his breath. "Tell me what you want, Madeline," he murmured, his lips trailing down her neck. "Tell me how to make you feel good." She gasped, her fingers tangling in his hair as she pulled him closer. "I want you," she breathed. "I want you inside me, loving me, healing me." He reached out, his thumb brushing over her nipple in a slow, deliberate circle. She moaned, her body trembling with need. She could feel herself growing wetter, her arousal slicking her thighs. He sensed her growing impatience, his own need evident in the tension of his muscles. His fingers traced her inner thighs with aching slowness. Then he pulled her into his arms as his mouth found hers in a searing kiss. She could taste the hunger in him, the need that mirrored her own. She wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling him closer as their tongues danced together. His hands roamed her body, exploring every curve and hollow with a reverence that made her heart swell. He seemed to know exactly where to touch her, how to make her moan with pleasure. His fingers found her wetness, sliding through her folds with a groan. She gasped, her hips bucking as he teased her clit in slow, deliberate circles. She could feel herself growing closer to the edge, her body trembling with the effort to hold on. His need intensified. She could tell them by the raggedness of his breath. "Come for me, Madeline," he murmured, his lips brushing against her ear. "Let go and let me love you." With one final stroke, she shattered, her body trembling with the force of her release. She cried out, her nails digging into his shoulders as wave after wave of pleasure washed over her. He held her close. His body trembled with the effort to hold back the urge to take more. She reached for him. Her fingers trailed down his body. He groaned, his hands covering hers as he helped her where he needed her most. Madeline gasped as she felt his hardness, the weight of him in her hand. She stroked him slowly, reveling in the feel of his velvet skin against her palm. He groaned, his head falling back as she continued to tease him. His muscles tense with the effort to hold back. Madeline couldn't resist the temptation any longer. She guided him to her entrance, gasping as she felt him slide inside her inch by inch. The sensation was overwhelming, a mix of pleasure and pain that made her cry out. He stilled, waiting for her permission. "I want you," she whispered. He began to move, his thrusts slow and deliberate at first. She could feel every inch of him, his hardness filling her completely. She wrapped her legs around his waist, pulling him closer as their bodies moved in perfect sync. With each thrust, she could feel herself growing closer to the edge. The sensation was indescribable, a mix of pleasure and love that made her heart swell. She knew at that moment that she would never be the same. He thrust harder, deeper, until she could feel herself teetering on the brink. With one final stroke, she shattered, her body trembling with the force of her release. She cried out, her nails digging into his shoulders as wave after wave of pleasure washed over her. He followed soon after, his own release shaking his body as he held her close. Madeline could feel his love, the way his heart beat in time with her own. As they lay there, entwined in each other's arms, Madeline felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. The pain that had once consumed her was gone, replaced by a warmth that radiated from her core. She nestled closer to him, breathing in his comforting scent of burnt energy and fresh mountain air. He tightened his embrace, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead. As her eyelids grew heavy, she tried to lose herself in the warmth of his embrace, ready to drift into a peaceful sleep. But just as consciousness began to slip away, a chilling voice echoed through her mind, clear and unmistakable. "You cannot outrun your past, Madeline Rue. You come from darkness, and those you love will pay the price."
Chapter 6. Melbourne, Australia. The light shone on an empty silver plate resting on a podium covered in black velvet. Gentle music floated in the air, lulling the audience and creating an enchanting ambiance. The sound of thunder rumbled across the room. Sparks of lightning hit the silver tray, and wisps of smoke swirled up from the floor of the stage. At the third lightning strike, an exquisite crystal shoe appeared on the tray. A spotlight poured down from above, encircling the silver tray and the digital image of the shoe upon it. The audience clapped as a man dressed in a formal black suit and bow tie stepped onto the stage. "Ladies and gentlemen, may I introduce you to In Her Shoe, one of the most sophisticated pieces of digital art in this century, created by our talented digital artist Adriana Oliveira, original artwork by Ciaran LeBlanc." A sign announcing this show had been projected to the audience outside the auction room. The Grand Hall of the National Gallery, Victoria, exploded with applause. However, it was quiet in this room because it was a place reserved for serious investors, collectors, and others who were here to buy artwork. Ciaran diverted his attention to the cell phone he held in his hand as new items were introduced. The Melbourne Art Precinct was one of Ciaran's favorite places in Australia. He managed to visit whenever his business took him to this country. But this time, it was a planned visit to the exhibition center, and the business negotiation in town was only an excuse. A message from the CEO of the LeBlanc conglomerate popped up on the screen of his cell phone. "Text from Lindsay. I take it you don't want me to deal with the press in New York?" Text from Ciaran. "The London office never meddles with the New York office unless..." Text from Lindsay. "It's personal." Lily didn't say a single word. "Would you save me some time and effort? 'Cause I've got business to attend to, like running your London business empire." Text from Ciaran. "I'll let you know when I'm back. But if you want to help, look into small projects that the New York office is handling. A small press called The Trumpet wants to interview me about women's preventative medicines. I thought we don't make those, but when I looked into the information last night, it appeared the New York office was carrying some of those lines under different codes." Text from Lindsay. "Yes, I'm aware of that. What's the problem, Ciaran?" Text from Ciaran. "Not sure. I might take a look at The Trumpet to see what's they are on about. But can you check to make sure we don't have any dirt on that product line?" Text from Lindsay. "Sure." Text from Ciaran. "If we are clean, and The Trumpet made things up just to get some dirt on our company, I'll send in the lawyers and sue them right off their socks." Text from Lindsay. "Yes. I'll crush them until they regret the moment they decided to call us." Another message popped up, this one from his brother. Text from Taj. "I know you're where you shouldn't be, Ciaran. I put 2 security guards there. Don't blame Lily. I have my own sources." Ciaran rolled his eyes and glanced toward the back of the room. 2 men in suits sat there, trying their best to look like the other people in the room. He shook his head. Text from Ciaran. "This is a low-profile event, Taj. I won't be exposed, and there's no press in this private auction room. You're my little brother, not my father." Text from Taj. "I'm just worried about my own ass. You need to take care of the family business while I'm having fun on safari. I don't want anything to happen to you." Text from Ciaran. "Want a souvenir boomerang?" Text from Taj. "Shut up, Ciaran. Get back to London in one piece." The auction for the shoe had begun. Ciaran didn't pay much attention to the bidding. It would start slow, and he'd let it grow before he scooped it up in the final bid. He stared at the digital image of the crystal shoe. It was almost as if he was looking at Juliet's original artwork. She had made this before they were married. Ciaran had no idea it existed. She had never mentioned her involvement in the art project until she asked for his help to retrieve her work. He refused, but only because he wanted to obtain the item for her surprise birthday present. He never had a chance to tell her that he'd begun the search for her work. Losing her so suddenly was painful. and the idea that she had died thinking he didn't care made his emotional wound unhealable. $30,000? The auctioneer said in delight. Can I have more? Anyone else want a chance to own this one-of-a-kind beauty? He paused. 30,000 going once. 30,000 going twice. Ciaran raised his bidding card. We have 31,000 from bidder number 9. Ciaran clenched his jaw. The bidding seemed to move at a snail's pace. The person who bid 30,000 raised his card. 32,000. 33,000. The auctioneer acknowledged Ciaran's bid. 34,000, the person returned. Ciaran voiced his bid. 50,000. The other person appeared to receive instructions on his cell phone. The auctioneer gave him a few seconds and was about to announce the win for Ciaran. 100,000, the man said, and turned to look at Ciaran. His eyes sparkled in a strange, almost neon green shade in the dim light of the room. 200,000, Ciaran bid. The man smirked. 300. Ciaran nodded, acknowledging the man's intention to drag out the auction. The man wanted to play games, but Ciaran liked winning. Money had never been an issue for the LeBlancs. But time was. 1 million. The room temperature seemed to drop when Ciaran lifted the bid to 7 figures. Now the man had to consult with someone on the phone again. 2 million. Ciaran smiled. 4.5. Ciaran heard the pitch of the man's voice rise, and he knew when to throw the fatal punch. 6 million. The man shook his head, stood up, and left the room. The room applauded. The spotlight swung toward Ciaran. Congratulations to the owner of her shoe, Ciaran LeBlanc. Ciaran's security guard stood at the back of the room when the auctioneer accidentally revealed his name. Sorry, I meant the highest-priced item of the event, sponsored by the LeBlanc conglomerate. Now that we've concluded this auction, ladies and gentlemen, please head to the VIP lounge for the celebration. The auctioneer signaled his staff to clear the room. Ciaran's security stood a few feet away from him and stopped anyone, especially the press, from approaching. I am so sorry, Mr. LeBlanc. Ciaran, please. He shook the auctioneer's hand. Your name wasn't on the list. Plus, the room was dark and I didn't recognize you. You didn't have to bid. You already sponsored the whole event. All you needed to do was pick the piece you like, and it would have been yours. It's only fair to bid. I think it's good for the artist's exposure. Speaking of the artist, this is Ms. Adriana Oliveira. Adriana approached with a radiant smile on her beautiful oval face and a glass of champagne in her hand. An elegant dress wrapped around her perfect body, as perfect as her artwork. So you are the famous Ciaran LeBlanc. I'm not sure what I'm famous for, but I admire your work. It's very nice to meet you in person. She smiled. It's my honor to meet the man behind the passion that inspires my work. I didn't mean to make a fuss about the shoe when you called and asked to buy it. The shoe was a small inspiration for my work. The love your late wife put into it was a large part of the inspiration. But even working as a commercial artist for a long time, I still found it hard to complete that piece. Until you called me. Except for the offer to buy the shoe, I don't recall giving you anything else, not even information about why I wanted to buy the shoe. She chuckled. You gave me the vision of your love and devotion for her. I could feel it in the way you asked me for the shoe. It was as if it was the most delicate thing, the most precious thing you could possess in life. It's not the shoe, but your memory of her. You treasure that. And you didn't want to cause any friction that might break the memory. You didn't want to force anything because forcing love will only break it. I don't analyze my own emotions, but I appreciate that you gave it so much thought. I'm glad you could use that one phone call as inspiration to complete the work. That's just the surface of your emotional ocean, Ciaran. But thank you for your support. The original artwork, the shoe, is now yours. It's in a box underneath the digital display. She gestured toward the podium. The auctioneer smiled. I wager you'd like to have a bit of time by yourself here. I've cleared and secured the room. He nodded goodbye and escorted Mrs. Oliveira out. Ciaran's security moved to stand guard at the door. Alone in the room, Ciaran looked at the digital version of the shoe Juliet made. It was an exquisite and beautiful digital representation of the original artwork. Despite what others had said about Juliet and what she did, Ciaran believed the shoe was simply a piece of art she had created. As he approached the stage to get the shoe, a 3D figure of a beautiful woman appeared, standing in front of the stage. She looked mesmerized by the shoe. It was impressive, Ciaran thought. The triennial exhibition was going on in the art gallery. Before coming to this exhibition, Ciaran had seen some of the digital art performances in other rooms. Digital art, digital light, and digital projection merged classic paintings with the real environment and made the audience feel like they were in a magical forest or at the bottom of a deep ocean. He liked what he had seen in the other rooms. But this life-size digital image was much better. It was so real, almost like the hologram technology he was investing in. The woman stood, staring at the shoe on the podium. He smiled to himself and continued to the stage. "Excuse me." The woman's voice was real. He could tell it didn't come from a speaker. He turned around. "That's my shoe. I would like to have it back, please. If you mean the digital artwork, I own it. I just won the auction for it." The woman blinked and looked at him with striking, beautiful blue eyes. He swore he saw a tear rolling down her face. She couldn't possibly be a digital image. "My name is Cinderella. My fairy godmother gave me the shoes, and I must have this one before midnight. You look quite convincing in the role of Cinderella for this fairy tale. I applaud all of the artists involved in this exhibition. I might have missed your performance, however. If you let me know the title of the production, I would be more than happy to sponsor it next time." Cinderella stared at him with pleading eyes and a tear-streaked face. "I don't want your sponsorship. I need that shoe." "It's impossible, Cinderella. This was the work of my late wife. As much as I'd like it to be so, our work has nothing to do with a fairy tale. I promised her I'll acquire this work for her. I know this might be hard to hear, but your late wife wouldn't need the shoe as much as I do since she is not here anymore. However, this is my chance for a better future. The fairy godmother said that if I can't return the shoe in time, I will lose my beloved prince forever." Ciaran's jaw clenched as he heard the words leave Cinderella's mouth. He knew exactly what it meant, the weight of her statement crashing down on him like a wave of guilt and dread. He knew his way around holograms and virtual realities. He looked at the woman before him, trying to find the flaw in the projection, the telltale sign of digital artifice. But she stood there, a tear glistening on her cheek, her gaze imploring. "If this isn't some high-level holographic manipulation, then magic?" The word felt foreign on his lips, a concept so detached from his reality that it momentarily derailed his train of thought. He shook his head. He gestured vaguely between them. "This kind of magic. It unsettles me. I can't logically explain." Cinderella wiped the tear on her face. "I don't have an answer for you. I'm not looking for logic because I don't understand why someone would try to destroy my life like this." The thunderous knocks at the door made them jump in surprise. "Godmother warned me that if I interacted with anyone else here besides you, I'd be stranded forever." Cinderella's voice trembled. The booming knocks filled the room again, louder and more persistent than before. "I beg you, please help me. My godmother said you're the only one who can."
Chapter 7. New York. "Madeline! Madeline!" The voice pierced through Madeline's fog of unconsciousness. She blinked, her vision slowly focusing on a familiar face hovering above her. Joe's dark eyes, usually sparkling with mischief, now shimmered with concern. "What happened?" Madeline croaked, her throat dry. "How about you tell me?" Joe's voice was gentle but firm. "Lucas found you passed out on our doorstep. Now, how many cups of coffee have you had today without any food in your stomach?" Madeline winced, both from the pounding in her head and Joe's eerily accurate guess. Trust her best friend of over a decade to know her habits better than she did herself. "Just a couple," she mumbled, pulling the blanket tighter around herself. "Can I sit up now? You're too close, Joe." Joe leaned back, her lips quirking into a familiar smirk. "Did the blue bubbles make you walk through walls and bump your head?" "No," Madeline protested. then softened her tone. I haven't seen the bubbles for a bit, actually. Ah, Jo nodded, because they've been replaced by your mirror man. She hadn't thought about the bubbles that much. Jo was right. It had been 4 or 5 years since she started seeing blue bubbles when someone she had been in contact with needed help. Madeline could see the bubbles and trace the people. Jo called them psychic bubbles. They were random, inconsistent at best, but they occurred often, until recently when she was preoccupied with the mirror man problem. No, I don't know what happened, Jo. One minute I was chasing a deadline, the next I'm here. Jo eased off. How are you feeling? Like I got hit by a truck, Madeline groaned as she sat up on the couch in Jo's living room. She licked her lips, trying to calm the strange tingling sensation in her body. Well, you don't look like you got hit by a truck, Jo remarked with a smirk. More like someone gave you a wild night. Rolling her eyes, Madeline pulled the blanket tighter around herself. What are you talking about? Oh, come on, that postcoital glow is unmistakable, Jo teased. Maybe because I had to make a deal with Pad at the back of his shop for the last box of chocolate on Earth, just so I could bring Marie her favorite treats. Jo put on a faux serious expression. Not only is Pad 75, but he might still be able to give you the same satisfaction that's written all over your face right now. But seriously, what exactly did you do at that chocolate shop? I promised you I'd get Marie some chocolate, right? Chocolate? Madeline, it was for the Wednesday movie night, the one you missed. I missed our movie night? Jo touched her forehead in disbelief. Oh my God, did you pass out somewhere else before coming here and lose a day? It's Thursday today. What? Madeline glanced at the clock on the wall and sprang to her feet. 5 p.m. It's Thursday! Yes, all day, Madeline. Madeline reached for her phone in her pocket, only to find the battery dead. But before she could ask, Jo had already thrust the charger in front of her. Here. Madeline sprinted toward a wall socket to plug in the phone. As it blinked back to life, 20 messages and missed calls from Paul appeared on the screen. She didn't need to check. She knew what they were all about. As Madeline sat at her cluttered desk, the phone vibrated violently and Paul's ID illuminated the screen. Paul, I'm so sorry. I can explain. Actually, scratch that. There is no explanation. Madeline stammered apologetically, beads of sweat sliding down her forehead as she spoke. But don't worry, I'll get the article finished as soon as possible. Madeline, thank God you're okay. Paul breathed a sigh of relief on the other end. You're not mad about the article? Madeline's voice wavered with uncertainty. Paul sighed. I went into the office this morning and saw the mess. It looked like a tornado had ripped through it overnight. Then I couldn't find you anywhere. I called the police and about to file a missing person report. I'm sorry, Paul. Truly I am. I don't even know what happened. 1 minute, I was trying to finish up the article in the office, and the next thing I knew, I was at Jo's place. Madeline explained. At Jo's place? Why didn't we think of that sooner? Paul chuckled. Anyway, we missed the deadline for the article, but I found a replacement piece to fill in for us this week. We'll be fine for another week. Are you still good for the interview with the LeBlanc group? Apparently, they're sending someone over from their London office. The PR manager? No, I specifically requested to speak to Ciaran LeBlanc himself. Madeline snorted. Oh, great. Just what we need. The big boss himself. I thought that their top executives don't talk to the press. She paused for a moment before adding, I'm sure the trumpet will make history in the global media market now. So, are you still good to go? Madeline fired up her laptop and scrolled through the files. Among them was the article she had written the week before. But upon checking the source material folders, the information about the LeBlanc group was not what she remembered. The research didn't back up her article. Madeline? Yes, Paul, we're fine. Okay, I'm counting on you for this. Hey, I found a note on your desk with Omar Darwish and some sort of serious story. I didn't realize we had this new piece. A chill ran up her spine as she remembered what happened. She cleared her throat. It's a new piece, but I'm just getting started. I'll let you know when I have something more substantial. All right. Let me know how it goes with the interview. She hung up the phone, and before she could even set it down on the table, a squeal from Jo echoed through the room. Madeline swiveled around. From inside her bag, an adorable, long-furred animal emerged, reminding her of what had happened in her office before Omar showed up. "Willow," she muttered. Jo picked up the guinea pig, cradling him in her arms as if she had just discovered a treasure. "Nice name. So, you vanished for a day to visit the guinea pig kingdom? Where did you find him? Does he have a girlfriend yet? I can get him one." "He was on the windowsill outside my office, and he almost got eaten by stray cats, Jo. So I didn't find him. He found me, and now I'm at odds with the cats." Jo chuckled. "Stop feeding them for a couple of days, and they'll come back begging for mercy. Trust me, I know cats. But anyway, Willow can stay with me if you can't accommodate him. He doesn't have a collar, so I assume he's a stray." "I don't think pet guinea pigs wear collars, Jo. We should return him to his owner." "Well, whoever owns him didn't do a good job, or he wouldn't have been outside on a windowsill in the middle of winter, almost getting eaten by hungry cats. Or maybe he escaped from a miserable life in captivity somewhere in a cage. Someone might have tried to make him run on a wheel like a hamster. We can be his saviors, Madeline." Madeline chuckled and shook her head. "All right, we'll keep him for now, Jo, but I have more pressing matters to tell you." Jo stroked Willow's fur. "All right, but try topping this dramatic guinea pig rescue story." Then Madeline told Jo about her conversation with Omar in her office. Jo curled on the couch, embracing the velvet cushion, letting the story sink in for a good 3 minutes. "If Paul hadn't found the notes, you wouldn't remember anything, would you?" Madeline shook her head. "I'm not sure." She winced at the searing pain in her left foot, sending a shockwave that shot straight up to her head before subsiding. "No, not yet, but it will come to me. But I still don't understand how I can help Omar by writing down his story. That makes no sense. And why did everything explode when I shook hands with him? And why can't I remember anything after that explosion?" Jo twirled her finger on the lock of her long raven hair. "If you remember the name of the man he wanted to expose, I can search." "That name escapes me at the moment. And it's not just the name. Files on my computer have also vanished. Could you help me retrieve them from the digital black hole?" Jo grinned. "Well, that's where my expertise comes in. Let me work my magic." Madeline swiveled her laptop around to let Jo inspect it. Though she wasn't sure what Jo did, it didn't take long for Jo to shake her head and draw conclusions. "Your computer is in good condition. I don't think there's any software malfunction or suspicious external access." Madeline seethed. "I know exactly what research I have done. The content you see in the research folder now wasn't what I found." Jo took on a more concerned expression before finally admitting, "I'm not quite sure how to explain this technically. There is simply no problem to find or fix." "All right, I'll need information about LeBlanc Pharmaceuticals so that I can use it in my interview and not come across as an idiot." Jo opened her laptop. As Madeline talked, Jo's fingers flew rapidly over the keyboard. Madeline continued. "If I'm to interview Ciaran LeBlanc, then we need to look at the high-level business. The article is about medicines for women in need, but that's exactly what information has gone missing from my research folder. How am I supposed to ask questions when the data suggests those products don't even exist?" Done, and holy smoking hot. Jo swung her computer screen around for Madeline to see. On the screen glowed the image of a breathtakingly handsome man. His striking gray eyes captivated and demanded her full attention. It felt as if he was looking straight at her, talking to her, challenging her. Her gaze settled on his full, inviting lips, and a deep-seated craving stirred within her. God had crafted this visage with artistic mastery, a masterpiece beyond compare, luring all women into the most heinous of sins. His raven dark hair was thick and tempting, swept back as if by an unseen hand, almost brushing his shoulders in its softness. She yearned to run her fingers through it, grip a handful, then tilt his face up to explore those lips with her own. "Who's that?" Madeline asked. Jo snorted. "The man you're going to interview, Ciaran LeBlanc. If you're not going to take him, I will." "Take him?" "Take the interview, Madeline." "You're blushing, Jo." "I'm not blushing. I'm heating up. It's burning. Look at his specs." "His specs?" Jo pointed to the 3D model computer sketch of a full-body scan on the screen. "That figure is Ciaran LeBlanc? Who in the world scans their body and puts it on the internet?" "Oh no, Madeline. This isn't the internet, you know. This is the data for a hologame combat suit. Only those at the top have access, not just any insider." You mean computer games like those you develop? Jo shook her head. No, this is much more out there than that. I'm not sure if you want to know, but the basics of it are this. Hologame is an environment where gamers come from all different kinds of species. Like aliens? Well, the beings from different worlds think of humans like us as aliens, meaning strange. But the gist of it is that this game environment doesn't discriminate. People or creatures don't carry identity. We use avatars and we play for credits. Those with skills, like me, win a lot of credits and can afford top-level weapons and combat suits. But it doesn't list the name of the avatar. How do you know it's him? Jo chuckled. That's my specialty. If Ciaran plays, he's a top hologame player. So I simulated different scenarios, and the result suggests that he is a player. Then, based on facial and general physiques, I can simulate a proxy for his body type. Being one of the developers of combat suits for a hologame producer, I can match the proxy specs to an actual suit ordered. For players' security, we don't see identification, not even avatars. But I am 100% sure this perfect body of a 6'3" frame, with its perfect body mass, toned muscles, and six-pack, belongs to the man with this face. She pointed at Ciaran's face and let out a satisfying laugh. It was Madeline's turn to sink deep into the cushioned chair and digest what Jo said for a moment. Jo, so you're saying that humans can interact with beings from other worlds in the hologame environment? For simplicity's sake, yes. So Omar might be from another world, and our handshake might be some kind of agreement between beings across worlds, things we shouldn't do, hence the explosion. Maybe. So what other beings do you play the hologames with? I'm not there yet. But you said you were one of the top players. In my area, yes, but I still do remote combat. That means I interact with computer games like any other nerd. In other words, I'm a coward. I hide behind my game console and let the computer-generated characters do all the hard work. But one day, I promise you, I'll gain the confidence to jump into the pool. Is that all it takes? Confidence? Jo rolled her eyes. I wish. No, it takes a lot of money, the kind of real fiat cash I don't have, but Ciaran does have the money to order a combat suit. I don't know the credentials of any players that do so, but because there are so few of them, that's why I can extrapolate Ciaran's specs. For our entertainment, of course. I wouldn't use his info for anything else, because that's illegal. So if I want to play that game for real, what kind of training do I need? Jo chuckled. Let us pretend there isn't any money involved. To enter a game, you have to make a spiritual agreement, like a bet. For a game to take place, someone proposes a challenge and a prize. You can take up this challenge. If you win, you will receive the prize. If you lose, you'll be penalized with an amount equal to the prize. So I need combat training on top of that? Jo snickered. No, there are all kinds of games. If you can gamble on it, that's a game. If you're skilled at making cupcakes, then you can create a challenge for someone else to make them too. When they accept the challenge, then you have yourself a game. Most of these games have high stakes and real-world consequences, depending on the terms and conditions. Madeline gazed at her right hand. Do you think when I shook hand with Omar, I've taken on a challenge with someone from another world without knowing the rules of the game and the prize?
Chapter 8. Ciaran stood next to the podium where the digital art version of the shoe was displayed and stared at the image of the beautiful woman who claimed that she was Cinderella. Aside from film and theater representations, he didn't know what Cinderella was supposed to look like. But for some strange reason, the woman's presence made him feel as if she was the Cinderella, if the character was indeed something other than a concept. Under the assumption that I believe you are Cinderella, the people banging on the door will not let you leave with a $6 million item based on your reasoning. Let me handle this, all right? She nodded. The guards stormed into the room. Are you okay, Mr. LeBlanc? Cinderella stayed motionless, saying nothing. The guards didn't see her at all. He gestured to halt the guards from advancing into the center of the room, fearful they might inadvertently run into her projection. I'm fine. I need to leave now. Can you get the car and park on the west side of the gallery, please? One of the guards left. Ciaran looked at the remaining one. Could you get me my jacket from the cloakroom, please? I checked in as anonymous bidder number 9. The guard hesitated, but then left to do what Ciaran asked. Ciaran returned to the woman. All right, we have a bit of time. Please tell me exactly how I can help you. I lost a shoe when I ran away from the ball, and the prince has it. He'll come to me soon. I'll try the shoe on and show him this one that completes the pair. Then we will be united. We can be together happily ever after. Ciaran nodded. I know that part of the story, but I still don't know how I can help you. This afternoon, my godmother told me that the shoe in the prince's possession has been swapped for a different size. That means when he comes to see me tomorrow, the shoe won't fit me. Godmother said the correct shoe is here. She sent me here to get the shoe so she can replace the one in the prince's possession. But now, the shoe has vanished. The prince and I can never be together. Cinderella, what you saw was a digital image. You can't physically bring it to your world and give it to your godmother. In addition to that, if you indeed come here from the magical world, you cannot interact with objects or people, let alone take any back to your world. She frowned. Whose permission should I ask in order to take the shoe with me? He shook his head. No one governs that. It's simply a natural rule which states that if you do not obey, you will get hurt. The only way I know of where people from different worlds can interact is in the hologame environment, which I'm sure we are not in. What should I do? Tears began to sparkle in her eyes, and he wanted to help but knew it was impossible at this stage. Did your godmother give you any instructions on how to get the shoe she needs back to your world? How do you even know this is the right shoe? She said, I'll know the shoe when I see it, but I can only take what I'm given. All right, that's very cryptic. I am absolutely certain that this is not your shoe, but I'm going to give it a go to see if I can help you. Ciaran took the box with the shoe from underneath the podium and put the shoe on the silver tray atop the podium. He froze, a wave of agony crashing over him as he gazed upon the shoe. It was the first time he had held Juliet's artwork, an elegant life-size crystal shoe, in his hand. Ciaran had dealt enough with symbolism to know that this piece of art represented infinite love, but they had been happily married. So why did Juliet suddenly want to track down an old art project symbolizing love? Cinderella's voice pulled his mind back to the current reality. This is the shoe I need. Tears rolled down her face. It's not possible. This is my wife's creation. So, you're not going to give me the shoe? Juliet was dead. There was nothing he could do to bring her back. It didn't matter if this fairy tale character in front of him was real. She was a woman in distress, and she had a real problem that he could help solve. He was more than certain that wherever his wife might be, she would forgive him for not retrieving her work as promised. I will give you this shoe. He picked up the shoe and placed it on the floor next to the bottle of water. Cinderella tried to grasp the shoe, but her hand went right through it. Cinderella's anguish was palpable. Ciaran understood the feeling of hopelessness when you couldn't reach the thing you cared for so deeply when it was right before your eyes. How will you get home after this? I'm wondering if I can fit the box into the vehicle that you'll use. Godmother said if I go before midnight to a place where I can see the moonlight, she will take me home. Maybe we could ask her for a suggestion. As for the place where you can see the moonlight, I know where we can find it. Ciaran picked up Juliet's shoe and placed it back in the box. There is a glass ceiling as large as a castle's courtyard in the grand hall of this building. You can see the moonlight through it. I'll take the shoebox there and place it under the moonlight so that your godmother can pick it up when she comes for you. There will be other people in the grand hall, but I assume they won't see you. My guards didn't see you before. If other people can't see me, why can you? I don't know. Why did you agree to help me? He looked into her beautiful and innocent but stubborn eyes. Because if my wife was still alive, she would have done the same thing. She must have been a good person. He didn't want to complicate the world of a fairy tale character. So he smiled and said nothing. As they turned to walk toward the door slid open, and the man who lost the auction walked in. You're going nowhere with that shoe, Ciaran LeBlanc. Like Ciaran's security guards, this man couldn't see Cinderella. My guards will be here soon. I hired them from some of the top agencies in the country. I'd leave now if I were you. The man pulled a small, clear plastic bag out from his pocket and showed it to Ciaran. The tags in the bag were smeared with bloodstains. Ordinary security guards shouldn't stand up to a mercenary of my caliber. If they had cooperated and told me where you were, I wouldn't have killed them. Rage washed over Ciaran. He'd killed before and he'd done unimaginable things. But he'd never killed innocent men for just doing their job. What do you want? The shoe. Put the box on the floor and leave. I killed your chauffeur, so you'll have to take a cab. The man tucked the bag in his pocket and pulled out a handgun. Don't make me use this on you. Ciaran put the shoebox on the floor and backed away. The man bent down to pick up the box. Ciaran slammed a hard kick into his head. While he was down, Ciaran kicked the gun away. Go right now before I change my mind. The man stood up and turned for the door. As Ciaran walked toward the gun, the man suddenly turned back with a knife in his hand and swung it at him. Ciaran dodged the blade but was off balance and retreated a few steps. He fell on his back. The man lunged forward, his knife already in a downward arc. Ciaran was about to roll away when he saw Cinderella charge at the man. She collided with him before he reached Ciaran. The man's body was thrown several feet away and dropped to the floor. The knife slid away from him. The fall didn't seem to affect the man. His neon green eyes glimmered, the same eyes Ciaran had seen earlier in the night. The man surged up on his feet. His eyes glowed with green flames. Bitch, where did you come from? The mercenary seemed to have transformed into something inhuman. A green and purple halo glowed around his hands and head, and now he could see Cinderella. Ciaran rolled toward the gun on the floor, picked it up, and pointed it at the mercenary. But Cinderella was too close to the man for Ciaran to get a clear shot. The mercenary grabbed her and threw her to the ground, rolling away. Taking advantage of having broken contact with Cinderella, Ciaran fired at him. The bullet went straight through, as if he didn't exist. The mercenary lunged toward Cinderella, who was getting back up off the floor. The gun didn't work, so Ciaran charged towards the mercenary to pull him off of Cinderella. As his hand reached for her, she jabbed the knife upward with lightning speed, piercing through his armor and into his heart. He gasped for a final breath before collapsing onto Cinderella, bloody froth bubbling from the wound. The blade still quivered in her hands as the crimson liquid ran down its sharp edge and smeared across Cinderella's chest. Push him to the floor. Get away from the body, Ciaran shouted. Cinderella followed his orders without dispute. As soon as the lifeless body hit the ground, it melted into a sizzling liquid and vanished into nothingness. Instinctively, he rushed over and touched Cinderella's shoulders to help her up. But the instant contact sent a jolt of electricity through him, making him stagger several steps backward. He should have known better than to touch someone from another world. Are you okay, Mr. LeBlanc? He held up a hand to stop her from getting any closer and felt another jolt of electricity run through him. I'm fine. We really shouldn't be in contact. Are you okay, though? I mean, after what happened? It must have been quite a shock for you. He glanced toward the floor, which was now clean. The mercenary's body had vanished without a trace. I have never been involved in such a violent act before, but I believe my action is just. Ciaran was awestruck by the sight of Cinderella, standing on the frigid floor, barefoot, and with her beautiful dress smeared with the blood of the assailant. Despite this, her face still appeared innocent and showed no sign of distress. She wasn't the fairy tale princess as he always imagined in the fairy tales. In front of him was a strong-willed, determined woman, stepping into a different world and doing whatever it took to secure her happiness. You weren't able to touch that shoe before, but you were able to defeat a man of his size because your determination powered your actions. I think I understand what your godmother said. You need to use your will to take what you need, and I have to willingly give you the object. I assume you can take the shoe with you now. Let's go to the main hall. As Ciaran expected, the moonlight cascaded through the glass ceiling of the art exhibition hall, glimmering off of the polished cement floor. The room was empty and silent. He wondered where everyone had gone and when the exhibition had finished. They barely had time to draw a breath before their eyes beheld the fairy godmother, illuminated by an ethereal moonlight as she descended from above. A flurry of twinkling fairy dust surrounded her, granting her an almost celestial glow. A gentle, benevolent smile graced the fairy godmother's sweet face as she gazed upon Cinderella and then shifted her attention to him. Her visage radiated warmth, kindness, and tranquility. Ciaran made a mental note to pay closer attention to fairy tales the next time he had a chance. Feeling a bit awkward as he was unsure about the greeting etiquette toward magical people, he gave a slight nod. "I apologize for the blood that stained Cinderella's dress and for the violence that has tainted her innocent mind." The fairy godmother smiled. "No apologies necessary, Ciaran LeBlanc. You and Cinderella were forced into this situation through no fault of your own. To survive and protect those you love, sometimes hard decisions must be made. As is the natural order of things, if there are causes, there will be consequences. Something will have to give. But we are dealing with this situation one step at a time. As for Cinderella, her innocent heart is indeed tainted, but she will get her prince and her heart won't be lonely. That's how I think a fairy tale ending should be." The fairy godmother locked eyes with him. Ciaran placed the shoebox on the floor. "Here, I'm willing to give Cinderella the shoe so she can have her story completed. I appreciate your kind advice. But my human world is far more complicated than in a fairy tale. There is no guarantee of a happy ending, especially when death is a finality. My late wife is gone, my soulmate is no longer with me. And if that ending could be fixed, trust me, I would try." The fairy nodded. "Do not be so sure of yourself. I must take Cinderella home now. I do appreciate what you gave her, but our conversation isn't finished." And just like that, the fairy, Cinderella, and the shoebox vanished. His phone vibrated in his pocket. As soon as he tapped on the answer button, his brother's voice boomed out of the phone. "I'm your little brother, not your father, but when you missed your flight and gave your staff at the headquarters a hard time, then having you as my brother is worse than having a child that you wish you always were a condom. I won't miss my flight. But I'll have to hail a cab. Your men are no longer here. Make sure you take care of their families," Ciaran stated. "What do you mean by no longer here?" "They were killed by a mercenary. I'll explain when I'm back in London." "I said you missed your flight already. You'll have to order another one. But you can't hail an international private jet as if they were a taxi?" Ciaran glanced at the clock on his cell phone. It was 5 minutes to midnight. The incident with Cinderella couldn't possibly take more than 20 minutes or half an hour at most. How could 4 hours of his life just vanish like that?
Chapter 9. We're in deep shit, Madeline. Joe spun around after hanging up the phone. Madeline arched an eyebrow, peering at Joe over her laptop screen. She was perched on the floor, prepping for tomorrow's interview with Ciaran LeBlanc. Her focus was on anticipating questions about her research she now had to recall from memory, as the files had vanished from her computer. She doubted he'd ask. The trumpet didn't need to kiss corporate ass, but she hadn't written anything damning either. "Mom figured out I covered for you when you missed movie night," Joe continued. "And Lucas, bless his heart, let slip about your condition when you arrived. So now we're under royal decree to have dinner at Mom's place." "How is that a bad thing? I'm starving. Dinner's right next door, and nothing beats Marie's cooking," Joe chuckled. "I might have told her about your mirror man. You didn't." "Well, you have a better chance of surviving Mom's inquisition than I do. She started in on me about Dennis." "As well she should," Madeline said, a hint of amusement in her voice. "How are things with Dennis, anyway?" Joe waved her hand dismissively. "There's nothing to tell. You know we're not serious, but Mom's convinced if I don't get married before 30, I'll turn into a pumpkin or something. Then she started on about setting you up with Lucas. Lucas deserves better than to be stuck with me. Mom disagrees, so to save both our skins, I might have mentioned you're considering dating the mirror man. Told her it's a long-distance thing." Madeline nodded. "Indeed it is." A pang of sadness hit her as she recalled shattering the mirror, knowing she'd never see him again. "Hey, what's that look for? You okay?" "What? Oh, it's nothing. Just thinking." Joe studied Madeline for a moment. "Come on, spill. You look like Willow when she didn't get her bell peppers." The earth beneath them suddenly convulsed, a violent explosion ripping through Joe's mother's apartment. The walls shuddered, lights flickered, and in an instant, Joe and Madeline were on their feet, hearts pounding as they raced towards the epicenter of the blast, Marie's apartment. Darkness engulfed them as they entered the corridor, the explosion having severed the power. Madeline, her breath catching in her throat, found herself wishing for the comfort of light, yet dreading what it might reveal. Her so-called psychic eye, usually a source of frustration, now became her desperate hope. She strained to activate it, searching the pitch-black hallway for any sign of life. But there was nothing. Joe moved through the darkness with feline grace, her silence more unnerving than any scream could have been. Madeline's ears strained to follow Joe's footsteps, her mind racing with possibilities, each more terrifying than the last. "She isn't here." Joe's voice cut through the silence, a mix of relief and fresh panic. Madeline's heart leapt to her throat, a moment of relief quickly overshadowed by a new wave of fear. Where was Marie? Before she could voice her thoughts, footsteps echoed from the hallway. "I told you that gas bottle was dodgy," a familiar voice called out. Madeline bolted from the kitchen, her legs carrying her faster than she thought possible. There, in the dim light of the corridor, stood Marie. Without hesitation, Madeline pulled her into a fierce embrace, her voice cracking with emotion. "Marie, thank God you're okay." The simple act of calling Joe's mother Marie brought a flood of memories. It was more than just a name. It was acceptance, family, belonging. After years of foster homes and uncertainty, Madeline had found her place. For that heart-stopping moment after the explosion, she'd thought she'd lost it all over again. The fear of losing this hard-won family was almost paralyzing. "You're suffocating me, Madeline," Marie's muffled voice brought her back to reality. "I'm sorry," Madeline whispered, reluctantly loosening her grip as the lights flickered back to life. Joe appeared beside them, her usual composure cracking as she joined the embrace. The three women clung to each other, the weight of what could have been hanging heavily in the air. "You two are going to squeeze the breath out of this old woman," Marie chuckled weakly, but made no move to break away. In that moment, surrounded by the acrid smell of smoke and the lingering fear, Madeline realized just how close she'd come to losing everything. The thought sent a shiver down her spine. Even as relief washed over her, they were safe, they were together, and for now, that was enough. Marie glanced around at her ruined kitchen. The gas explosion had blasted off the oven door and burned all the food on the nearby bench top. However, the fire hadn't reached the wooden beams on the ceiling, and that had saved the entire building. But if Marie had been cooking in the kitchen, it would have been a totally different story. Marie sighed as she looked at the burned chicken. "We might have to have takeout tonight." She then turned to Madeline and smiled. "Being a food snob isn't always a bad thing, Madeline. After I used your precious 5 spices powder to marinate the chicken, I went to the pantry to put it away. That was when the gas bottle got angry. Otherwise, I might have looked like that." She pointed at the chicken. "Don't say that." Madeline shook her head. "I'm not 100% sure about the safety of this wing right now," said Joe. "So you're going to stay with me, Mom. Let's go to my apartment. Madeline and I will grab some food on the way. I'm guessing the neighbors have already called the police." Joe guided Marie out of the kitchen and headed toward the door. As Madeline turned to follow, several blue particles hovered in the air above the burned chicken. The dots glowed, hovered. Madeline ignored the dots, turned to follow Joe and Marie. The dots followed her, hovering in the air. Then they formed more words. "You embraced the challenge. The world was forever altered because of your involvement. If you fail to follow through on your commitments, these are the repercussions." "I'll go out and get some pizzas for dinner," Madeline said. "I'll come with you," Joe replied. "No, Joe. You take Marie up to your apartment. I'll go get the food. I won't be long." Madeline walked out the door before Joe could object or send Lucas after her. The pizza place they frequented was just 2 blocks from Joe's apartment. As Madeline headed in that direction, she focused on every dark corner, hoping to catch a glimpse of the blue dots. There was nothing. She had ordered 3 large pizzas, one of them with extra anchovies for Joe. Holding the 3 large pizza boxes in her arms, Madeline walked home along the main roads. Then a thought dawned on her. She stopped in front of a shop window and looked at her reflection in the glass. In this era of hands-free cell phones, what she was about to do in public wouldn't look too weird. She spoke aloud. I know that you were behind what happened in the house. I can see the blue dots. But I'm not a real psychic, so if you want to tell me your story, you will have to make yourself seen. Right then, several hundred blue dots hovered in front of her. They congregated to form a light blue halo. Then the shape of a man appeared, standing between Madeline and the shop window. She could see his back reflected on the glass, suggesting he had a tangible form with a reflection. He was quite tall, at least 7 feet. The hooded body-length cloak he wore made it impossible to tell if his feet touched the ground. The light from a street lamp lit up one side of his face. He didn't look like the personification of death as described in popular fiction. Rather, she thought he looked more like a vampire. Not that she had a clear idea of what a vampire should look like. She thought he was quite attractive and looked almost like a normal human being. What concerned her the most was the dark aura around him. As real as he might look, Madeline knew he could vanish at any moment. I didn't intend to cause trouble. The house and the furniture may disagree, but you haven't hurt anyone so far, so what do you want to tell me? I suppose you have questions about Omar Darwish? Madeline shifted her weight from her left foot to her right, as her left foot was causing her discomfort again. Yes, certainly. However, I unknowingly entered into a sort of agreement with him already, so I won't be doing the same with you in any capacity. The man chuckled. I understand your caution, but I assure you, this initial information is a good deed of mine, without any strings attached. But I will only answer one question for free. Madeline nodded. All right, how can I disengage myself from the agreement with Omar? You can't. I can't? Is that all you have to say? Unfortunately, you are unable to back out now. You see, your deal has already been done, and it's begun having an impact on people's lives, regardless of your original intentions. So, in a nutshell, no, you cannot simply ignore the fact that the agreement happened. That's totally unfair. I understand, but maintaining justice isn't my domain. So what is your domain, and why are you here if you can't help me? Death is my domain. I am Zeth's, a minor deity from the underworld. It is my job to collect souls from mortals after they pass away. So, you're a soul reaper, and how does this information pertain to me? We can help each other out. You can't undo the deal with Omar, but we can certainly minimize the impact of the consequences and prevent further damages. Madeline scoffed. Help each other out? You think I'm a magician or something? You don't know what you are? I'm not sure how I feel about you calling me a what. But hey, why don't you share the information with me for free? Zeths nodded. Let me show you something. He raised his hands up to her temples, palms facing outwards. A warm surge of energy shot through her body, and she was transported into an Arabian palace. It was the same place where she had spoken to the thief in Ali Baba's story. She managed to find her way home by conjuring a tiny portal and decapitating a mercenary along the way. When the vision ended, Madeline was sitting on the pavement. She slowly rose, steadying herself with a light post's support. She felt a little lightheaded, but she still managed to hold on to the pizzas. At present, your mortal body carries a mixture of gifts, such as telepathic power and spiritual storytelling aptitudes. However, you have yet to completely nurture them, Zeth said, his voice calm despite the bustling city around them. Madeline shifted the 3 large pizza boxes in her arms, their warmth seeping through the cardboard. She raised a hand to stop him from speaking, balancing the boxes precariously. Thanks. I get the gist from the vision you just showed me. I have some unrealized supernatural abilities, and one of those abilities allows me to change the plot of fairy tales. Somehow, characters in the fairy tale world know of my unfortunate ability, and they are lining up to make me help them change their storylines. Zeth's expression remained impassive, though a flicker of amusement danced in his eyes. I wouldn't describe your abilities as unfortunate, Madeline, but yes, that about sums up what happened. Madeline shifted her weight, glancing at the street lamp casting a pool of light around them. What happened with Ali Baba and the thief was simple, she said, rolling her eyes. I can ignore them now that I'm back here in the human world. But Omar is a victim. I can't ignore his call for help. But if I help him, it might change the entire landscape of fairy tales. Zeths nodded, his gaze steady. Yes, that's the problem. She sighed, the scent of pizza mingling with the city air. But why? Who would gain from this? The villains in the stories? That doesn't make sense, because if I can change fairy tales, I can just write them back into the poor endings they deserve. No, Madeline. It doesn't matter which way the stories go or how you put them back together, Zeth said, his tone serious. The process creates chaos, and the only person who benefits from chaos is the Lord of Chaos. Madeline ran her free hand through her hair. I assume he manipulates Omar and other characters to create chaos. So if he couldn't get me, he'd find other ways to create chaos. Yes. All right, I understand his motivation. What about you? What's in this for you, Zeths? You're my subject, Madeline. That's one way of saying you're the one to reap my soul after I die. So wouldn't you be better off if the Lord of Chaos kills me earlier rather than later? Zeth shook his head, a faint smile playing on his lips. I only collect good souls, Madeline. But you're more than just a soul to me. You and your soulmate are set to do great things together. As a result of what you two do, balances between realms are maintained. This chaos will affect not only you, but everyone around you. It will mix up good and evil, swap fates between heroes and villains, hell will break loose, and there will be no good souls left for me to collect. How do I stop this from happening? Are you considering working with me, Madeline? Madeline contemplated, shifting the pizzas again. I have to think about it. That's fair. It's a significant decision, but first, we need to stop those fairy tale characters from coming after you to change their endings. Caliphate has the mirror that allows you to dictate the tales between worlds. We need to retrieve it, destroy it, or put it somewhere safe. Without the mirror, even if they get you, they can't get their stories fixed. Hopefully, they'll give up that idea. From what I saw, the mirror did a lot more than just transcribe, she said, arching an eyebrow. Zeths chuckled. Yes, Madeline, it's a divine gift. But that's a story for another day. Now, if you want to put your life back in order, acquiring the mirror is the first step we must take. As for the rest, I'll let you know more if you work with me. Madeline nodded, and before she could say anything further, the mysterious Soul Reaper vanished, leaving her standing under the street lamp with her pizzas. 10. The Underworld, Soul Depository Department. Shin pulled the soul catcher bag off his shoulder as he walked down the long, narrow hallway to the soul deposit room. The bag wasn't heavy, it never was, but the worries he had about this deposit made him feel as if he was shouldering a mountain. He inhaled, trying to compose himself and appear as calm as possible as he walked through the massive room. The dark wood walls with images of devils and spirits on them weren't comforting. They were images of the Hellgate, a place he had no desire to visit, ever. Someone had told him that every bit of material in this building was recycled from things having to do with death. Bones, cemetery soil and rocks, battlefields across the multiverse, and lands and forests of human places. Shin had worked as a human soul catcher for a long time and knew those landmarks in the human land all too well. He didn't care to see these images mixed with the Hellgate. He chose humans because they were naive and their souls were easy to catch. The clerk sat behind a massive table piled with quilts and scrolls in the corner of the room. This was no ordinary clerk. He had been on this job for thousands of years. Shin had chosen this time to report because it was quiet and this clerk was sympathetic. He placed the bag on a tray in front of the clerk. Master Clerk, I would like to deposit these souls. Sorry I'm a bit late. But you know that human land changes a lot and my return trip wasn't exactly smooth. These are the last 2 souls you owe? Yes, and thank you for the extension. I won't be late again. The master clerk nodded and opened the bag to look inside. Then he closed it and grabbed a quill. The first soul comes from an unnatural death caused by Saman Aziz. The second soul also comes from an unnatural death, this one caused by Madeline Rue. Can you confirm? Yes, Master Clerk, I can confirm that those 2 souls are my catches. They qualify. And you have no involvement with the killings? No, of course not. I know the rules, Master Clerk. The clerk nodded. I believe you when you say you were not involved, because you weren't even there to catch the souls. Do you know what will happen to you if the House of Gods finds out that you authorized someone else to catch the souls in your absence? I was there. I did my job. The clerk leaned back in his chair. You've been doing this for a long time. You tell me which is worse. 1, You sent someone to catch the souls on your behalf, and therefore you can't guarantee the quality of the souls or how they were caught. Or 2, you intended to cheat the system and hope to submit souls you're not qualified to catch. Shin felt his knees weaken. Either option would lead to the ultimate punishment, being locked up and tortured in the Hellgate for eternity. He dropped to his knees. Master Clerk, I would never be deceitful. I dare not do that, but I'm not sure what you mean by unqualified souls. I respect your mentor. I trust he has given you a good education. I will be indebted to you if you can tell me what's wrong with the souls. So you admit that you weren't there. Because if you caught the souls yourself, you would know that the first one is a thief in the magical world, and the second one is a cross-world mercenary. You can argue that the thief is human, and you have a permit to catch his soul. But the thief lived in the magical world. You don't have a permit for the magical world. So the only way for you to catch his soul is to break the travel rule. As for the cross-world mercenary, I know. I'm sorry, Master Clerk. I made a mistake. I authorized someone to catch the souls for me. Please help me. Please do it for the friendship you shared with my late mentor. As much as I liked your mentor, I can only do so much. I've been cheated. I'm in trouble. I need your help. I can only help if the problem is fixable. Why did you let someone catch the souls for you? If you do not tell me the truth, the risk is yours. I won't give you a second chance. Shin understood. It wasn't important what he wanted now. He needed to pay attention to what he didn't want. Hellgate. I lost the 2 human souls I caught in a game. You're addicted? I quit gambling and I've repaid almost all my debts. These were my last 2 souls to catch. I thought it would be easy, but apparently that wasn't the case. I got a tip from the market that there was a situation where a household worker killed 39 thieves in one night as part of a fairy tale in the magical world. I went there, hoping to catch 2 easy souls. Salmon caught me red-handed. He knew I'd violated the travel rules of my world, so he made a deal with me to buy his silence. And what did you promise? He wanted to know how his story ends. In return, he'd catch 2 human souls for me to deposit. What I know about his story couldn't help him change his fate because I don't know the specific details of how his story ends. But I know that, as a bad character in that story, he'll end in tragedy. So I told him just that. The clerk shook his head. All humans know that their natural life will end eventually, but not all humans are characters in stories created by storytellers. Characters shouldn't know they are part of a story. Your mistake was revealing to Salmon that he is a character, which means his story and the ending can be changed. Shin wept. He now realized his unfixable mistake. His trip to the magical world had turned out to be a point of no return, and his fate was Hellgate. All that for 2 souls lost to a gambling bet. My mentor would be so ashamed of me. I deserve to go to Hellgate. Stop whining and let me think, will you? Your dealings with Salmon cannot be traced because technically you and he cannot cross worlds. So if I don't report it, which I won't because it has nothing to do with my business, nobody will know you made the deal. But you have brought these 2 souls here, and someone has to claim them. I don't know how to fix this. The clerk looked through several scrolls of paper and some gigantic books containing records and information. The text flowed from the page to the air. Dust whirled up as he flipped the pages. Eventually, he looked up at Shin, who was waiting patiently by his desk. This might be a solution, and if that's the case, consider yourself very lucky. Please tell me, Master Clerk, I owe you my life to eternity. Don't be so dramatic. Now, Madeline Rue killed the cross-world mercenary. At that time, she was human, so it's natural that she terminated him in the human world. Should I claim that I caught the soul right after she killed him? It's not quite that simple. Based on my limited data source, she was recorded as the cause for the death of that mercenary, and she's human. But when I checked the time of her own death, her profile isn't there. Every action has a consequence. If she kills, the kill has to be on her record. Every human life has a beginning and an end. She has no profile. Well, nothing that I can see. So maybe she turned into a magical creature? The clerk nodded. She must have changed worlds mid-life. I don't have an explanation for it, and there is nothing I can do about it. So, I'll ignore the fact that I accidentally stumbled on the information that she wasn't born a human, didn't die a human, and somehow killed a man as a human. But it gives you a very small window of opportunity to inform her of the killing. Once the information registers in her consciousness, it will go into the record where her information is stored. Once that's done, you can claim the catch. Shin sighed. I'm starting to get a headache, Master Clerk. The clerk shook his head. All right, simply speaking, you somehow need to let Madeline know she killed that mercenary. I don't care how you do it, but she must be convinced, and she must accept that the death was due to her actions. Shin nodded. Okay, so that takes care of one soul. But what about the dead thief? One at a time. I haven't figured out that one yet. I'll solve this one first. Thank you, Master Clerk. I won't make any more mistakes. He bowed a goodbye. One more thing to look out for. Madeline Rue has just agreed to work with Zeths. Shin thought he would pass out when he heard the name of one of the best in the soul-dealing business. He turned and looked at the clerk. I don't know the details of their agreement, but Zeths registered her as his just and innocent executor. What does that mean? It means she kills for a just cause or to protect the innocent, and he has the right to catch all the souls from her kill. It has nothing to do with you. But you should make it clear to her that your case happened before her agreement with Zeths. Shin nodded, but said nothing, and scurried out of the room. Nothing would be simple if he accidentally got on Zeth's wrong side. Hellgate might be an easier way out. Chapter 11. Madeline walked through the small front yard, around the side of the small bungalow, and then to the back door of Calla's house. Zeths had said the mirror Calla had in possession was important. But after things changed due to Madeline's re-entry into the human world, Calla might no longer have the mirror. This shouldn't take long. Madeline still had plenty of time to go back to Manhattan for her interview with Ciaran LeBlanc. Jo didn't have time to give her much research, so she would work with what she had, and only discussed what she had evidence of, namely that the LeBlanc's medicines were more expensive than others, and therefore not too accessible. She knew that was a weak argument. That was why she hadn't told Paul. She dialed Calla again, but the woman still didn't pick up. Calla's deafening silence gnawed at her. She had to uncover the truth on her own. The overgrown grass, weedy garden bed, and dying herb paddock confirmed that Calla hadn't been taking care of the property, nor had she arranged for someone to look after the household for the last month. She glanced around the overgrown garden one last time. Don't do this, Madeline. It's a big mistake, she mumbled to herself as she picked up a small garden trowel and broke the glass on the window next to the back door. She reached inside and turned the lock on the door handle. The house was frigid and pitch black. Despite the sun blazing down outside, its rays could not penetrate the enclosing curtains and shuttered blinds. Madeline called out and wasn't surprised when there was no response. She managed to find the light switch. The warm glow of the ceiling light brushed over the carpeted surface. The antique-style furniture was elegant but dusty. She was standing in a retreat area at the back of the house. She made her way through the bedroom wing to a corridor and then moved toward the front of the house. In the middle of a spacious living room, a body lay on the floor. Madeline recognized the bright yellow butterfly print sundress Calla often wore. It was held together by thin straps over bony shoulders. Yet, when Madeline knelt down, she felt her stomach lurch as the stench of charred flesh and singed hair filled her nose. The skeleton before her was a strange, blackened color with brittle bones that crumbled at the slightest brush of her index finger. The clothes remained intact, scorched but still in one piece. Had someone taken the time to dress the body? Or had a supernatural force cauterized the clothes while reducing skin, organs, and bone to ash? A chill down ran up her spine as she stumbled backward away from the sight in front of her. As if possessed, she tripped over the magazine rack and landed flat on her back. She scrambled to her feet and fumbled with her phone, breaking into a cold sweat. Her gut instinct told her that this was no ordinary incident. No, it wasn't anything natural or of this world. Jo would know what to do. Madeline called, but Jo didn't pick up the phone, so she sent an urgent text message before tucking her phone away. All the while, terror coursed through Madeline's veins. She approached the body on the floor. Something zapped her left arm. It was a mild zap, so it startled her but didn't hurt her. She rubbed her arm. Whatever it was had come from an ugly painting resting on an easel in the middle of the room. She looked at the position of the body. If the zap she had felt were strong enough, it could possibly burn a body up and leave a scorched skeleton behind. But why hadn't it burned her? And what about the clothing on the skeleton? She picked up a small wooden stool from the corner of the room and held it in front of the painting. Nothing happened. She looked again at the skeleton with the intact clothes and concluded that the painting didn't have the burning effect on lifeless objects. She put the tip of her little finger in front of it and felt a slight tingling sensation. Having no explanation, she gave up and waited for Joe. There was no way she could leave a dead body laying there awaiting Joe's arrival. Once they were together, they had to figure out what their next move would be. She knew she wouldn't make it to her interview with LeBlanc Pharmaceuticals, so she sent Paul a text, hoping he'd cover for her. Paul called back immediately, but she didn't answer the phone. She couldn't bring herself to explain the situation to him. He'd be angry, and she might even lose her job after this fiasco. Nevertheless, she had no other choice. She emailed Paul the article and left it at that. Madeline heard the click of shoes coming from down the hallway, gradually getting louder and closer. She thought it must be Joe, but then a figure appeared in the living room doorway. He was wearing an all-black ensemble of tight jeans, combat boots, and a leather jacket that had chains dangling from its hemline. The fabric was so black it seemed to absorb light, making him appear ghost-like. His face was pale and angular, his gauntness emphasizing his height as he stepped into the room. "Madeline Rue?" "That's me. My name is Shin, and I'm here to tell you about something that happened to you without your knowledge." "Who are you?" Shin glanced at the body on the ground. He showed no reaction, as if he saw dead bodies every day. "I'm a soul reaper." "Another one," he smiled. "I know you work with Zeths." "I don't work with him. He forced me into an agreement. I have no intention of dealing with another soul reaper." "But what is it that you want me to know? And why?" "Because you have an agreement with Zeths, I believe you have basic knowledge about our business. We catch the souls from dead people." Madeline nodded. "Kala's dead, and you're here to catch her soul?" "No, I'm here to let you know that you have killed 2 people, and I caught their souls. I feel obliged to tell you because you don't seem to know about it." "Hang on. Life and death might be your daily business, but killing is criminal. It's not the type of activity I routinely engage in. There's no way I could kill someone and not know about it." "You might not want to accept it." "Well, I can't think of many people who would want to admit they've committed murder. What if the kill was just, or intended to protect the innocent? Isn't that what Zeth signed you up for? Don't worry, I wouldn't come to you without proof. Here." He put a dark leather bag the size of her shoulder tote bag on the floor. "Please take a look." "I don't know what you've got in there." He nodded. "You're skeptical, but that's understandable. I mean you no harm. Let me open the bag for you." No, you stay right where you are. I'm not interested in what's in that bag. I'm not interested in what you have to tell me either. You should leave." "Why should I leave? This isn't your house." He pointed at Kala's body. "The owner isn't asking me to leave." "You know something about Kala, don't you? Is that her body? Did she die?" "No, she isn't dead. I can tell you about Kala, but in return, I'd like you to hear me out." "Okay, go on." Kala returned to her body in a previous life. She was Morgiana, Ali Baba's servant. She killed the thieves to protect Ali Baba. "You expect me to believe that?" "I don't know how to make you believe me, so let me lay all my cards on the table. The leader of the thieves arranged for the mercenary to take you to his world because he believes you're a scryer. You killed the mercenary and returned to this human world. When I checked the 2 souls I caught, I saw that you weren't aware of the kill. I felt I needed to tell you." "Why?" "I owe these souls to the House of Gods. I caught them, but they won't count if you don't acknowledge the kills." "I can't accept what I didn't do. The leader of the thieves told me you killed the man just by looking at him, that you have the ability to will things to happen, like you could wish him to die, and he did." Madeline's head started to ring, and she didn't care at all for the sensation. She remembered vividly the vision Zeths had shown her. She knew she killed the mercenary, but that was one kill, not two, and Zeths didn't mention another soul dealer involved in the process. This soul dealer could be working for the Lord of Chaos. Look, Madeline, I'm not accusing you of anything. All I need is for you to listen to me and let me connect you to a vision. No, I don't want any kind of connection with you. If you don't leave, then I will. She strode toward the door. Shin rushed up from behind and grabbed her arm. Let go of me, she said, lowering her voice in warning. I just want you to see what happened. I can project it into your mind. No, thank you. Leave my mind alone. She felt the familiar dizziness and vertigo wash over her, and images began to flicker in her mind. She saw the Spartan room with walls draped in embroidered tapestries and bright rugs lining the floor. She tried to focus, but she could feel herself being pulled into a trance-like state. Like a puppet dangling on strings. With tremendous effort, she fought against the fog that was clouding her vision and yanked herself back into her reality. The soul dealer still stood before her, his eyes twinkling strangely, as though he were awaiting her decision. Summoning all of her strength, she spun around and stormed away from him. He reached out and grabbed her shoulder, forcing her to turn around. Look at me, Madeline. Look into the depths of my eyes, he shouted as he lunged forward. Attempting to grab her shoulders, she recoiled and shoved him away just as a deafening boom ripped through the air. Her breathing halted as time seemed to stand still. Suddenly, she saw the Soul Reaper standing before her, illuminated by a brilliant sheet of fire surging out of the painting. The flames enveloped the body of the wretched soul dealer and burned away his skin and flesh until only a blackened skeleton remained. Madeline's legs gave out beneath her, her throat clamping shut like a vice. Her breaths came in shallow rasps as she desperately tried to draw air into her lungs. Hello? Joe's voice echoed off the walls as Madeline felt her friend slowly making her way toward her. She wanted to scream and warn Joe not to come any closer, but try as she might, no words would escape her lips. Joe came around the corner, and the sight of the two skeletons was enough to stop her in her tracks. Madeline felt the warm trickle of tears on her cheeks as she begged internally for Joe to turn away, although nothing left her mouth but a silent plea. Joe took one more step forward and stood right in front of the painting that depicted death in its most gruesome form.
Chapter 12. Ciaran stared at the article displayed on his tablet, the pulsing vein in his temple threatening to burst. The headline screamed, LeBlanc Pharmaceutical profiting off the suffering of women. He clenched his jaw as he read the scathing critique of his company. LeBlanc Pharmaceutical has once again proven itself a heartless cash cow, it began, by pricing crucial medications out of reach for countless women in need. Ciaran's fingers flew across the touchscreen, initiating a video call. He drummed his fingers on the polished mahogany desk, impatience simmering beneath his controlled exterior. The screen flickered to life, revealing a man in his late 40s dressed in casual attire. Palm trees swayed in the background. Mr. LeBlanc? The man's eyes widened. I wasn't expecting. Apologies for interrupting your vacation, Michael. Ciaran kept his voice level despite the fury coursing through him. A pressing matter requires your immediate attention. Michael straightened, vacation mode evaporating. Of course, sir. How can I help? Ciaran's gaze bored into the camera. I need confirmation on our pricing policies for women's medications. Specifically, any changes in the past quarter. Pricing policies? Michael's brow furrowed. There haven't been any significant alterations, sir. We've maintained our commitment to accessibility. And our profit margins on these medications? Consistent with industry standards, sir. We've actually expanded our assistance programs for low-income patients. Ciaran leaned back, his expression unreadable. I see. And you're certain there's been no exploitation of vulnerable demographics? Absolutely not, Mr. LeBlanc. Michael's tone grew firm. We've always prioritized ethical practices. Is there a specific concern I should be aware of? A potential PR situation. Ciaran waved his hand dismissively. Nothing concrete yet, but I wanted to verify our position. Michael nodded, relief evident. I assure you, sir, Our New York operations are above reproach. We've maintained strict adherence to your ethical guidelines. Excellent. That's precisely what I needed to hear. Enjoy the rest of your vacation, Michael. I'll handle things from here. The call ended. Ciaran's eyes lingered on the article, its accusations burning into his retinas. The words were baseless, a web of lies spun by someone who clearly hadn't done their due diligence. He knew the truth: his company wasn't concealing anything. If this journalist couldn't provide concrete evidence for their claims, his legal team would ensure they faced the consequences of their reckless reporting. With a frustrated sigh, he drained the last dregs of his second coffee, grimacing at the taste. New York had its charms, but decent coffee wasn't one of them. Seeking respite from his mounting irritation, he turned to the one redeeming feature of this office. The small terrace door clicked open under his touch, revealing a breathtaking panorama of Manhattan. The old building, with its weathered stonework and watchful gargoyles, stood as a testament to a bygone era amidst the sleek skyscrapers. LeBlanc Pharmaceuticals' ownership of the entire block ensured their privacy and security, a necessary precaution in this cutthroat world. But even the majestic view couldn't soothe the throbbing in his temples or erase the memories of the exhibition night. The violence that erupted beyond his control still haunted him. His thoughts drifted to Cinderella, hoping his actions hadn't inadvertently caused her harm. Back at his desk, Ciaran's hand found its way to his pocket, fingers closing around a familiar velvet pouch. He tipped its contents onto the polished surface, a 16th-century sixpence coin, its intricate designs catching the light. This small piece of metal held more value to him than all the wealth he'd amassed. As he traced the coin's outline, a memory surfaced, vivid and painful. "Ciaran, look!" Juliet's eyes sparkled with excitement as she held up a picture of the coin. "It's perfect for my new piece." He smiled, unable to resist her infectious enthusiasm. "And what's this one about?" "True love, of course," she replied, her fiery red hair catching the sunlight. "This coin represents an old English tradition. A sixpence in the bride's shoe for good luck and prosperity in marriage." Ciaran chuckled, pulling her close. "I thought you were the expert on French traditions, not English ones." She playfully swatted his arm. "Art knows no borders, darling. Besides," she added, her voice softening, "some traditions are universal, like love." The memory faded, leaving Ciaran with an ache in his chest. Juliet had been his soulmate, his one true love, despite what others might have said. Another memory crashed over him. "Stay with me, Juliet," Ciaran pleaded, cradling her broken body in his arms. "Ciaran," she whispered, her voice barely audible. Promise me you'll never stop believing in love." He felt her slipping away, her vibrant 21-year-old life ebbing with each labored breath. "I promise," he choked out. "I love you, Juliet." A faint smile touched her lips, and then she was gone, leaving Ciaran holding on to nothing but a memory and a promise. Ciaran blinked hard, forcing himself back to the present. His hand trembled slightly as he picked up the coin, running his thumb over its worn surface before carefully returning it to its velvet home. "I haven't forgotten, Juliet," he murmured to the empty office. "I never will." The clicking of heels echoed on the concrete floor outside his office, and Alana, his executive secretary, appeared at the door. "Ciaran, Paul Raymond, the editor-in-chief from the Trumpet, is here to see you." Ciaran frowned. He thought he was going to talk to M.R. Cassidy, the author of the article. "No, I'll see him in the meeting room." "Thanks, Alana." He clasped the draft article and marched toward the meeting room. "Mr. LeBlanc, I apologize that Madeline isn't here today." Paul rose to grasp Ciaran's hand firmly. "I'll do my utmost to make sure this interview progresses effortlessly." "Madeline is M.R. Cassidy, correct?" "Yes, she had a family emergency earlier this morning." Ciaran eased into his seat, setting the draft article on the table and pausing as Alana entered with water for the room. "I flew all the way from London to be here, so I'm sure I'll make the most of this meeting. Especially if my company does indeed do what you accuse us of in this article, then I'll personally get to the bottom of it." He pushed the draft article toward Paul, who apparently had shown up to the interview without one. Paul glanced at the headline, and the blood drained from his face. Ciaran lowered his voice. "This isn't what you were expecting to see?" I've seen it." "Yeah, I mean, yes." Paul cleared his throat. Then, seeming to gather his courage, he leaned forward. "Mr. LeBlanc, if I may ask, how exactly did you come to possess an article that hasn't been published yet?" The question hung in the air, heavy with implication. Ciaran felt a surge of anger, knowing full well he had used his advanced, non-mainstream technology to peek into the trumpet systems. But he wasn't about to admit that. Instead, he fixed Paul with a steely gaze. "I think the more pertinent question, Mr. Raymond, is how you can sit there feigning ignorance when you personally reviewed a different version of this article before sending the final proof to the printer. Are you in the habit of allowing multiple versions of potentially damaging stories to float around your systems?" Paul's attempt at a counterattack crumbled. Ciaran could see the editor's face paled further, realizing he'd inadvertently revealed his own knowledge of the article's different versions. This editor-in-chief might have reached the peak of his career, as he must have done very well to request a meeting and get Ciaran himself flying all the way from London for this session. But when it came to wheeling and dealings, Ciaran had the upper hand. He noticed the signs of a worn-down opponent in Paul's behavior. He was anxious, insecure, and deprived of confidence, not in himself but in the article in front of him. Ciaran saw a weakened adversary and attacked without mercy. His already sour mood from the night before only fueled his readiness. "Your journalist criticizes us for pricing the medicines high and making it cost-prohibitive for those in need," Ciaran began, his voice sharp. "However, she fails to mention the countless hours of research and development that go into creating our products." Paul opened his mouth to respond, but Ciaran cut him off with a raised hand. "She also overlooks that the price tag is there for a good reason," he continued, his eyes boring into Paul. "At the current stage of technology, although we have worked hard, some of the ingredients are addictive. If these fall into the wrong hands and are abused, then the medications won't do any good for society." Paul shifted uncomfortably in his seat, but Ciaran pressed on relentlessly. "Of course, there are people who genuinely cannot afford it, and we do have a program with specialists to evaluate the level of severity of the illness and grant access on a needs basis." "Mr. LeBlanc," Paul attempted to interject. "I'm not finished," Ciaran snapped. "This program is sponsored by our headquarters. Finance isn't an issue, but the patient must agree to participate in our research and development program for future improvements." Paul's face had gone pale, his earlier confidence evaporating under Ciaran's onslaught. "Now, I don't see this mentioned in this article. It's just baseless accusations. So, either your journalist needs further training or you, as an editor, have done a sloppy job." Paul seemed to shrink in his chair, unable to meet Ciaran's piercing gaze. "If any word from this article is printed, trust me," Ciaran leaned forward, his voice low and menacing, "I'll get my legal team to sue until you exit the publishing industry." Paul seemed to turn blue, but Ciaran didn't regret it. He deserved the criticism more than the journalist did. As an editor-in-chief, he was just as responsible for the content as the journalist was, if not more. "I have no explanation for this, Mr. LeBlanc. The article is entirely my responsibility, not Madeline's. I can confidently state that Madeline would never publish something without doing due diligence on the research. She has a strict policy of fact-checking every piece before it's sent out. What you're looking at is the original draft of the article, which appeared in our system the prior day. But I guarantee you I had already sent you the second version, which is distinct from the one shown here. For unknown reasons, the first version was erroneously sent to your desk. We store all documents in our archives for tracking purposes, but we would never release the initial draft. I'm here to discuss the revised version of the article, which I've read, and it portrays a positive image of the LeBlanc conglomerate rather than a negative one. Do you hear yourself, Mr. Raymond? You admitted that the first version written by your journalist painted us as ethically and morally corrupted. And yet, in the second version of the article written by the same person, we are the heroes. Do you expect me to simply forget about that first article and trust that it will never be published? I have no expectations or explanation regarding this matter." Ciaran's phone buzzed and an incoming message from Paul with an article attached came up. He quickly tapped on it, and the article seemed to be the one Paul had just mentioned. Ciaran looked back at Paul. Is your system secured? As secure as we can manage it, Paul replied. That means you're vulnerable to hackers. So I'd request that you delete all versions in your system related to us. We'll need proof of that. If you don't have the resources to do so, I'll send a team. If your journalist needs to write a new story, I'm happy to do another interview, but nothing is written before the interview and nothing is published until our team goes through it. I'm unsure if I can do this. I'll need to consult my team. This is not a request. I would much prefer sending a tech team to help you than our legal team. How you work with your people doesn't matter to me. But you are the head in your organization, so you will be answerable for anything that happens inside. Paul's face paled further as he realized the gravity of the situation. He opened his mouth to speak, but Ciaran cut him off with a raised hand. I'll give you 24 hours to decide, Mr. Raymond, Ciaran said, his voice cold and final. Choose wisely. As Paul stumbled out of the office, visibly shaken, Ciaran's phone buzzed with an incoming message. He glanced at the screen, his eyes widening in disbelief. The message read, "The editor is only a pawn. The queen is coming, and she will destroy you." Ciaran blinked, and the message vanished as if it had never existed.
Chapter 13. Madeline was happy, almost delirious, when Jo squatted down, her pretty face hovering over hers. The painting hadn't turned Jo into a skeleton as it had Calla and Jin. "Are you okay, Madeline?" Madeline scrambled up to her feet. "Yes, I'm okay. More than okay. I thought that painting would burn you the way it did those two." She trailed off, looking at Jin's and Calla's clothes piled on the floor like innocent scraps of fabric. There was no sign of their skeletons. Not a single speck of ash was left on the floor. Madeline pointed at the clothes. "I just shoved a man to his death right here." Jo frowned. "All right, who was he?" "Not exactly a man. He said he was some kind of soul catcher." "A soul reaper?" "Yes, that's it. He said his name was Shin and meant me no harm. He just wanted to tell me that I had killed 2 people, and he caught their souls, but I didn't seem to be aware of my killing. He said he wanted me to know, and when I didn't want to listen, he grabbed me. I shoved him, and he stumbled backward until he stood in front of that painting. It incinerated him instantly." Jo glanced at the painting, then at the clothes on the floor, then back to Madeline. "There's not much for me to go on at the moment, Madeline. The only sign of the scuffle you've just described is on you." Madeline followed Jo's gaze and could see that her blouse had been torn open at the front and an arm had been ripped off. "Here." Jo gave her a pack of tissues. "You have stuff all over your face." "Thanks." Her phone buzzed. A text from Paul appeared. "Paul, Ciaran received version 1 instead of version 2. Don't know why. He's pissed. Attachment version 1. Attachment version 2. Madeline tremblingly clicked on the version 2 of the article. It was the same one she had sent to Paul. However, when she clicked on version 1, a sharp sense of dread ran through her entire body. Her heart pounded in her chest like a hammer striking an anvil. The original article revolved around Gen 5, LeBlanc Pharmaceuticals' biggest competitor. Madeline planned to write about LeBlanc itself after Paul managed to secure an appointment with Ciaran. She thought she could reuse some of the background information from the original document and switch up the title by replacing Gen 5, but she ultimately decided against it and created a fresh document instead. The files must have gotten mixed up during the process. Madeline typed in the text, "Can I explain? Can I talk to him?" Paul responded, "I'm done here. Talk at work when you can. He wants to sue us." Madeline called, but Paul didn't pick up. For all the years they had worked together, it was Madeline who had always refused to pick up calls. Never Paul. "Paul's in trouble. I have to go now," Madeline muttered. Jo gestured widely. "What about this murder without a body scene?" "I'll come back to this." Madeline started walking out. "Where are you going?" "LeBlanc's New York office," she replied, glancing down at her attire. The flashing bra wouldn't improve their situation at the moment. She darted towards what looked like a wardrobe, quickly grabbing the first top in sight that fit her. "That will do." She strode out of the house with Jo following closely behind. "I'm driving, Madeline." "Why?" "Because I want you back home safely tonight." It was good that Jo drove. Madeline didn't have the mental capacity to navigate the traffic and maintain her sanity at the same time right now. The more she thought about the mess she had created, the worse she felt for putting Paul in such a precarious position. She was an exceptional writer, but her talent had become a double-edged sword. That article about Gen 5 had been crafted with the intention of destroying its reputation. When it came to slicing and dicing villains with her pen, she was merciless. Was the LeBlanc group good or evil? She didn't have enough information to make that judgment. But it was obvious that their influence was colossal and far-reaching. If they wanted to shut down the trumpet, Paul and she would have no choice but to start packing up immediately. The radio blared with a melody that heralded the breaking news announcement. This is the end of an age-old tale. Our beloved couple, Selena and Leon Cooper, have announced their divorce after 30 years of marriage. The couple has overcome immense tribulations, especially following Selena's recovery from cancer last year. Based on what Leon said, he could not comprehend why it happened, but they had fallen out of love unexpectedly. All the fans were taken aback. The voice of the newscaster slowly faded into the background. "I interviewed her last month," mumbled Madeline. "That's your job, Madeline. You interview lots of people." Jo commented as she concentrated on crossing a busy intersection. "I made a deal with a soul dealer called Zeths." "You made a deal with a supernatural?" "We didn't shake hands on it. I've learned from what happened with Omar." "What was the deal? And why on earth, Madeline?" "The short version is, Zeths knows about what happened to me and Omar. He has a theory that a deity manipulated Omar to make me enter into a deal, and that agreement has shifted the course of the narrative and created chaos. That agreement has given bad guys in the story world opportunities to change their endings. I'm the storyteller who helped them realize that change. And because of that, everyone I come into contact with will have their lives affected. Like Selena. Like Paul. Like what happened in the kitchen last night that almost killed Marie. Assuming he's correct, he must come with a solution, otherwise you wouldn't agree to sign up." Madeline nodded. "He said a chain of events has occurred, and all we can do is to minimize the effects. Then we have to find Omar and convince him to stop going after the king. That's going to be a hard one, and we have to find the mirror and break its magical hold. But anyway, he said the most important task now is to find the mirror to stop an army of villains going after me to make me change their endings. But I think the biggest problem right now is to minimize what is happening to people I am in contact with. I don't want to cause more damage." It's a catch-22, isn't it? If you can't contact people, you can't help them fix the problem or warn them about it. For those who have a connection with you, that connection has already been established. You can't unknow people. Jo's phone buzzed incessantly. She tried to ignore it until it wouldn't stop ringing. Jo connected the phone to the speaker and said, "Hey, Vince, what's up?" "Hey, Jo, I just want to tell you that Luke gave your gig to a jerk up north." "What?" Madeline's heart pounded with pain. She knew why. That gig was Jo's dream job. Her life had been built around it. It was her fairy tale, and now it would not have a fairy tale ending. Madeline wiped away a tear that had fallen on her face, unaware. Her mind was foggy. She didn't know how to solve her predicament. Jo finished her call, silent the whole 5 minutes as they drove on. Madeline stayed quiet, knowing Jo's distress over the news. "Zeths, I need to speak to you," said Madeline. He appeared instantly, sitting at the back seat in their car. "How can I help you, Madeline?" Jo glanced at him through the reflective mirror. His appearance didn't disturb her at all. As Jo had said several times, when it came to the supernatural, nothing surprised her much. "So you're the soul dealer, huh?" Jo asked. "Indeed I am, Josephine Cassidy. Jo, it weirds me out when people say my full name. Smart Cookie is my avatar if you play hologames." "I do not play," she snorted. "Good, 'cause I just lied." Madeline reached her hand toward the back seat. "Let's make a deal. Zeths, I want to work with you officially." "What? No, Madeline. Don't do that," Jo exclaimed. "I don't have a choice, Jo. I need help. Do we have an agreement, Zeths?" Zeths hesitated for a beat before reaching up and clasping hands with her. Madeline braced herself for the worst pain, but felt only a dull, prickling sensation. Zeths smiled reassuringly at her. "That tells you that this agreement is bound by light magic and good intentions. It's not an evil deal. You have nothing to worry about. Are you saying that the agreement I made with Omar was a dark one because it caused pain? She asked. The evil intention comes from Chaos, the deity that manipulated him, not Omar himself, said Zeths calmly. His name is Chaos? Madeline asked incredulously. Lord of Chaos, that's what he calls himself, replied Zeths with a hint of weariness. The car stopped at the side street a block away from the LeBlanc, New York headquarters. I won't be long, can you wait, Joe? She nodded. She turned toward Zeths. I have to sort something out. Then can we talk about the next step to stop this chaos? Zeths nodded. Certainly, but first things first. Try not to mention his name if you can. Madeline nodded and crossed the road, heading toward the highly secured entrance. A model-looking receptionist sat behind the counter, beaming a perfect smile at her. Welcome to LeBlanc Conglomerate New York office. How may I help you? I need to see Ciaran LeBlanc. Do you have an appointment? No. Yes, I did. The receptionist reached out for the phone. Madeline hadn't lied. She did have an appointment. She just didn't make it through the first round. What's your name? Madeline Rue. M.R. Cassidy from the, Please come up. Ciaran is in the pharmaceutical wing today. So, please take the lift to level 5, turn left. Alana will see you there. Apparently, whoever was at the other end had invited her.
Chapter 14. Ciaran was still fuming as he swirled the last remnants of scotch in his glass. He was 5 seconds from departing for the airport when Alana informed him that someone from the Trumpet wanted to see him. He had just insulted the editor-in-chief, threatened to destroy their business, and he fully intended to follow through with that threat if they didn't cooperate with his request. Now, if anyone at the Trumpet wanted to tangle with him, he welcomed them all. He looked up to find Madeline Rue, or the author M.R. Cassidy, standing in the doorway. He catalogued her. Habit, really. No enemy and all that rot. That green monstrosity masquerading as a sweater. A crime against fashion and function. Beneath it, though tall, lean, likely fit. Long dark hair cascading over her shoulders. Not entirely without merit. Oval face, a study in contradictions. Intelligence battling stubbornness in those large brown eyes. Full lips, a teasing dimple on her left cheek. Christ, was that a hint of natural beauty? How unexpected. Thank God she wasn't some bespectacled, frumpy nerd with a ponytail so tight it could double as a facelift. Small mercies. Ciaran's interest peaked, much to his annoyance. She wasn't the cookie-cutter beauty that usually graced his world, nor the dowdy hack he'd braced himself for. No, Madeline Rue was different. Intriguing, even. A peculiar blend of strength and vulnerability that tugged at something inside him. He squashed that feeling immediately, ruthlessly. Having feelings were dangerous in his world. Unpredictable. A liability. Yet, she was a puzzle, this one. And damn it all, part of him itched to solve her. My apologies for interrupting, Mr. LeBlanc. I promise not to take up too much of your time. Her voice. Velvet over gravel. Smooth, practiced, demanding attention. A voice that could silence a room. Familiar. Why? DJ Vu slammed into him. Last night's dream rushed back. Honey. Dark chocolate. Cinnamon. An enchanted sound. Not just imagination. Real. Visceral. A taste. A scent. A sound. Another realm just out of reach. Undeniable. Maddening. He wanted to unravel it. Solve it. Understand its significance. But it remained elusive. Alluring. A mystery that tugged at his senses. Ciaran clenched his jaw, fighting for control. Focus. Don't let her see the effect. The lingering notes of cinnamon danced in his mind, a sensual reminder of something just beyond his grasp. It's Ciaran. He fought the urge to clear his throat, knowing it would betray his inner thoughts. Instead, he swallowed hard and composed himself before standing up from behind his desk. He rounded the corner and pulled out a chair for her, a gesture of gentlemanly courtesy rather than office etiquette. As he walked past her, he caught a faint whiff of her skin, a delicate fragrance that was elusive yet alluring. It was unmistakably natural, not masked by any artificial products. She remained standing. He returned to his seat, settling in with a practiced ease that belied the turmoil brewing beneath his composed exterior. Tilting back in his chair, he fixed his gaze on her, one ankle crossed over his knee, hands clasped together. The tension in the room was palpable. "I'm here to discuss the article," she said, her voice carrying a hint of uncertainty. "Great." He saw a window of opportunity to strike. "Which one?" he asked. As soon as the words left his lips, he watched a transformation sweep across her face. Her eyes widened, lips parting slightly, as if she'd been struck by a sudden realization. The change was so dramatic, so unexpected, that, for a fleeting moment, Ciaran wondered if he'd unknowingly done something to provoke such a reaction. But no, he was certain that in the last 5 seconds, he hadn't suddenly sprouted a second head or morphed into some otherworldly creature. "Which version of the article would you like to discuss?" he repeated, his voice taking on a harder edge. The words came out clipped and precise, each syllable a testament to his growing impatience. Her response came hesitantly, stumbling over the words as if she were navigating a minefield. "The one about your company. Of course, it has to be about your company." "The revised version." Ciaran's jaw clenched. Her fumbling reply only fueled his suspicion and frustration. What game was she playing? Did she think he was a fool? He'd built an empire on his ability to read people, to see through their facades and manipulations. And right now, every instinct he possessed was screaming that there was more to this situation than met the eye. He leaned forward slightly, his intense gaze never leaving her face. The air in the room seemed to thicken, charged with unspoken tension and the promise of a confrontation brewing just beneath the surface. Ciaran could feel his pulse quickening as anger coursed through his veins. Whatever this woman's true intentions were, he was determined to uncover them, to peel back the layers of deception and expose the truth, no matter how unpleasant it might be. He silenced her with a raised hand. "Allow me to spare you some time here, Ms. Rue. If I were you, I would say that I wrote a complimentary article about the LeBlanc. Unfortunately, there was a technical glitch in our system which caused the old and new versions of the articles to mix up. The unfavorable article sent was not about LeBlanc, but about one of our competitors, say Gen 5. Ciaran's jaw clenched as he locked eyes with Madeline. Her words hung in the air, sharp and challenging. He felt a surge of frustration, not just at her misunderstanding, but at the inexplicable pull he felt towards her. It was maddening, this loss of control. "You expect me to come up with something different, or do you want me to regurgitate what you just said to stroke your ego?" Madeline's voice carried a hint of defiance that both irritated and intrigued him. Ciaran leaned forward, his voice low and intense. "You think this is about ego, Miss Rowe? Pharmaceuticals is a high-stakes industry. It's not just about money or ego. Unlike your business that only involves talk, we deal with life and death." He paused, noticing a flicker of something in her eyes, recognition perhaps, but he pressed on, driven by a need to make her understand. GE, N5, and LeBlanc operate on different principles. We may be cutthroat competitors in business, but we don't resort to sacrificing people for an advantage. I believe our business is better than Gen 5, but I don't consider them idiots. And their manner of operation has nothing to do with gender. So, even if you write that article about Gen 5, you're barking up the wrong tree. Madeline's posture shifted, her eyes narrowing. She seemed off balance, as if struggling with some internal revelation. "You think you know all about women's needs, Mr. Know-It-All?" The familiar cadence of her voice tugged at something in Ciaran's memory, but he shoved the thought aside, his eyes narrowing. "And you think you know jack about our business? About what it takes to make medicines that actually save lives?" "I don't pretend to, LeBlanc," Madeline shot back. "But I'm a storyteller. I give people a voice. I help them tell their stories. And newsflash, being heard, living with dignity, that's just as crucial as being alive." "Then take your pretty little story and peddle it elsewhere," he growled. "Pretty?" Madeline's voice rose, sharp as a knife. You think I waste my time on fluff pieces about lipstick and handbags? Ciaran's lip curled. And what if you did? Entertainment has value. More than your high-horse journalism, I'd wager. Madeline slammed her palms on his desk, leaning in. Oh, I get it now. LeBlanc conglomerate's got its fingers in every pie, not just medicine. What you do, threatened Paul. Throw your weight around? Bet you're here to demand some ass-kissing editorial, right? He arched an eyebrow, voice dripping with disdain. And you won't do it, even if it saves your precious little rag? If I can even call the trumpet an organization. Her eyes flashed, a mix of fury and... Was that hurt? Good. He'd struck a nerve. Newsflash, Ciaran, she spat. I don't shill for overpriced crap. No perfume. She snatched up a crystal paperweight. No fancy plates. She grabbed his scotch glass, slamming it down. And sure as hell, no jewelry. Her hand swept across the desk, catching a small velvet pouch. Ciaran's heart stopped. The world slowed to a crawl, every second stretching into eternity. Ciaran watched, helpless, as Madeline's hand caught the pouch. Her fingers, so sure in their anger, now became instruments of destruction. The velvet ripped. Contents scattered. And there Juliet's sixpence. It caught the light, a cruel wink of fate, as it spun through the air. Ciaran's breath caught, his heart hammering against his ribs. The coin tumbled, graceful and terrible, arcing toward the open balcony door. For one agonizing moment, it hung suspended. Then gravity claimed it, pulling it down into the abyss of the street below. Agony, raw and visceral. It tore through Ciaran, leaving him gutted. Yet, a whisper of relief. The coin's absence lifted something, a weight he hadn't known he carried. The clash of emotions left him reeling, lost in a storm of his own making. The coin's final glint seared his retinas. He flinched, physically rocked by the loss. His heart clenched, a vise of pain squeezing the air from his lungs. And then, emptiness. A void so vast it threatened to swallow him whole. Juliet, dying, his arms around her useless. Powerless. All his wealth, his genius, his drive, none of it could save her. He watched her slip away, impotent rage mingling with crushing grief. Her last request. The artwork. The sixpence. A talisman of memory, of love, of everything they should have had. Gone. In an instant. Ripped away like Juliet herself. Ciaran stared into the void beyond the balcony. The loss yawned before him, a chasm of pain he thought he'd buried. But here it was, fresh and raw, bleeding anew. He turned to Madeline, his eyes burning with an inferno of emotion. Grief, rage, despair, all of it churning, seeking an outlet. She stood there, confusion and dawning horror on her face, oblivious to the devastation she'd just wrought. Madeline's voice pierced through the haze of his grief, her hand on his shoulder like a brand. Ciaran's muscles coiled, ready to strike. What is this? A ring? Her words came out breathless, panicked. Let me find it for you, please. He whirled to face her, eyes blazing with an inferno of pain and fury. It's a sixpence from my late wife, he snarled, each word dripping venom. But you wouldn't understand its significance, would you? Madeline's face crumpled, apologies tumbling from her lips. But Ciaran was beyond hearing, beyond reason. The rational part of him screamed for control, but the tidal wave of anguish drowned it out. This was Juliet's final gift. Gone. Because of her. The urge to lash out, to make her feel even a fraction of his pain, was overwhelming. I'm so sorry. Her voice cracked, barely a whisper. Sorry? He spat the word like poison. Your pathetic apologies mean nothing. You wanted to make a difference? Well, congratulations, Madeline. You've obliterated the last shred of goodness in my life. A tear rolled down her face as she reached for him. He recoiled violently. Please, let me help. Help? He laughed, A harsh, broken sound. You've done enough. Get out. Now. I never meant. Leave, he hissed, before I do something we'll both regret. Something shifted in Madeline's eyes then. The fear gave way to a spark of defiance, of determination. She stepped closer, her voice low and intense. Believe me, Ciaran, you won't be the only one haunted by this moment. The words hung between them, charged with unspoken meaning. For a heartbeat, their eyes locked, and Ciaran felt a jolt of something. Recognition? Connection? Whatever it was, it terrified him. Madeline turned and strode away, leaving Ciaran alone with the howling void in his chest and the mocking whisper of the wind. The loss of the sixpence cut deep, but as Ciaran stared out at the indifferent city below, a new sensation crept in alongside the grief. This wasn't over. His fate and the woman he had just met had become entangled in a way neither of them could yet understand.
Chapter 15. Madeline burst through the door of the office building. If she wasn't mistaken, Manhattan was laughing at her. The cosmic joke on her was successful. Ciaran LeBlanc was her mirror man. She had never been able to see him inside the mirror, but she could never forget that voice. She had grown familiar with it over time. It had become a need to talk to him, and it was a shocking pain when she shattered the mirror and thought she would never hear him again. Now, she had a chance to meet him for the first time. And what did she do? She needed to talk to Joe. She stopped abruptly, causing a businessman to swerve around her with an annoyed grunt. No, she had affected Ciaran's life. She'd have to fix that. The question was too big for her to answer, so she focused on fixing this one step at a time. First, she would find the coin. Second, she would give it back to him and apologize. Third, she might try to regain some of his confidence in fairy tales, like how good things happen to good people and true love will prevail. It would be hard to convince a man like him to believe in such things, but she could, at least, try. If she was successful, then that was a very positive first step to manage this sequence of unfortunate fairy tale events. Madeline burst through the revolving doors and into the sea of taxis and pedestrians. Her eyes frantically scanned the ground as she walked, searching for any glint of silver in the cracks and crevices. Come on, she muttered under her breath. She had to find that coin. She owed Ciaran at least that much. It didn't take long for her to realize that it was impossible for her to find the coin without help. Zeths, I need your assistance. On cue, the soul dealer standing next to her peered down with a smile, ghosting his mysterious and handsome face. Even in the middle of bustling New York, the air around him simmered with serenity. Can normal humans see you? I don't let anyone else see me but you. Okay, I accidentally dropped Ciaran's late wife's sixpence coin down here. Any idea how I can find it without spending a decade on this sidewalk? I mean, is there any less than ordinary power you could lend me to hasten the process? You mean my extraordinary power? It's just semantics, Zeths. If you want me to get on with our agreement, finding Omar and stopping the world from falling into the realm of chaos, then you have to help me solve this little hiccup. This is not a small deal. Certainly not just a hiccup. All chained events are related, and they're all triggered because of your handshake with Omar. Really? Is this the time for your philosophical lecture? Zeths sighed. All right, remember I told you that your talents, apart from storytelling of course, are not yet completely developed. Yes. One of those underdeveloped abilities you could put to use is scrying. She raised an eyebrow. So, I'll need a mirror? But then what? She began walking toward the convenience store across the street. You could use it the way you go back here from the Arabian world. I envisaged the cave where the thieves store their stolen goods. I was able to pick up an object from that vision. There, you're better than a scryer, but that's the story for another day. Use the same process for the coin, but you do need extra help, and not from me. Madeline entered the small store and quickly saw that she wouldn't be able to find a large mirror. She headed toward the cosmetics section and grabbed a pack of powder press. She flipped open the sample to ensure it had a small mirror inside. A little small, but I have to work with it. I only need to fish out the coin and not crawl into it to go anywhere. Zeths chuckled. All right, you were able to call the image of the cave and obtain an object from it because you were helping a person with a strong desire for that object. In that case, the thief wanted to believe you. You wanted to prove your power to him. And both of you knew the cave and the gold inside existed, at least in that story. Madeline sighed. Ciaran believed the coin was gone. He was so distraught he didn't even try to look for it. So what do I do now? In your opinion, what is left of Ciaran's belief? What remains unchanged and unwavering about the object? We hadn't had a proper chat about it, and I wasn't exactly close to him. But as I looked into his eyes, I could tell that he believed the coin was a symbol of his wife's unending love. He desperately wanted to believe it, even if he wasn't entirely sure. So when the coin went missing, he quickly jumped to the conclusion that, like his late wife, her love too had vanished and couldn't be proven. Zeth sighed again. I'm glad I only deal with the dead. Living mortals are so complicated. Here's what I think. If you could ask for divine assistance, from the goddess of love to be precise, ask her to connect the soul of the loving wife and the coin and Ciaran's desire to connect with such love. Then when the connection is established, you can scry through the mirror with the purpose of helping Ciaran. Then hopefully, you can see the coin. Makes sense. So, should I just give the goddess a call on my cell phone? She arched an eyebrow. Your sense of humor improves by the second, Madeline. You summon her, pray for her inwardly. But I have to excuse myself. We don't operate in the same circle. Any encounter would be awkward. Zeth's vanished. Madeline stood in silence for a few moments, contemplating her next move. She had never been one for prayer or faith in higher powers, but desperation can make one turn to even the unlikeliest of sources for help. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, focusing on her intent to connect Ciaran's wife's soul to the missing coin. When she opened her eyes, she felt a warmth spreading through her body, as though someone was holding her hand. She scanned the street. The people seemed to blend together, almost disappearing from sight. All noise had died out. Not even the sound of traffic was audible. She could only hear her heart pounding in her ears. Madeline interpreted this as a sign that her plea had been answered, and proceeded with the next step. She opened the small mirror and wished to see a 6-pence coin. The glass trembled as if guiding her hand. She followed its guidance. In a short moment, the mirror glowed as she focused her energy on it, and she saw a faint image forming. She could see through the mirror now, like a little magnifier. At first, it was just a blur, but soon she could make out the shape of a small object. It was shiny and round, but it was hard to tell if it was the coin she was looking for. Madeline concentrated harder, and suddenly the image became clearer. It was the coin. She blinked, and her vision flipped back to her current reality. She stood several feet away from her original spot, and the coin was in the gutter, at the mouth of the drain, among the rubbish. There was no way she could find it herself. She hurried forward and bent to pick it up, fingers closing on empty air. A grimy hand snatched the coin away first. She looked up to see a disheveled homeless man examining his prize. He grinned a toothless smile at her. "Finders keepers, missy." "That's mine," Madeline insisted. "Said who?" The man pulled away. "It's just an old coin. Give me that and I can pay you real money." Madeline stepped forward. "Oh, antique, worth a lot of money." The man grinned. Madeline sighed. Of course it couldn't be that simple. "Please, sir, that coin is very important to me. I'll give you $100 for it." The man's eyes lit up at the offer. $100, huh? Make it 2 and you got yourself a deal." "Fine," Madeline said impatiently, digging in her purse. She pulled out the bills and held them out. The man plucked the money from her hand and pressed the coin into her palm. He grinned at the money and shuffled forward, heading toward the pub across the road. Madeline rubbed the coin to clean it and held it firmly in her hand. She turned to walk back to the LeBlanc office building. From behind her, a horn blared and tires squealed. Madeline screamed a warning, but too late. The homeless man stepped into traffic and was hit by a bus in a sickening thud. She ran to his side as the bus screeched to a halt, but it was no use. The man was clearly dead. Zeth's appeared. "It's not your fault, Madeline. That man was destined to die within the hour. You merely moved his timetable forward a bit. His death is not on your conscience. Are you here to capture his soul?" No, I'm here because you called me. I only accept the highest caliber souls. You have rankings for souls, Zeths. You're unbelievable. That's how many businesses work, Madeline. Souls have different quality depending on the mortal that builds it when they are living. Are you suggesting I should value the souls of those who commit sins when they lived the same as those who had done several good deeds? She shook her head. Maybe not. There you go. We have a better understanding of each other now. You'd better take the coin to your man. Ciaran LeBlanc is not my man. We'll see. Madeline warily made her way back to the LeBlanc's building and was greeted by the receptionist's warm smile. Ciaran left you this, she said, plucking an exquisite pearl-white envelope from beneath the counter. Madeline could smell its expensive, perfumed scent as she accepted it in her hands. Her heart stumbled when she opened the envelope to reveal a handwritten note from Ciaran. Madeline, consider this your notice of termination. I will not have my family's business sullied by articles written by the Trumpet. If I see one word about the LeBlancs in your publication, I will pursue legal action. We are done. Ciaran, she stared at the note, a hollow ache growing in her chest. Of course he would cut her off completely after their fight. Still, the finality of his words stung. She exited the building, unsure which direction she was heading toward. Why did this feel so painful? She didn't know this man before. Madeline stared at the coin resting in her palm, dread pooling in her stomach. What had she gotten herself into? She didn't believe in fate or destiny or true love. Her life was her own to shape as she chose. I hope you are pleased with your result. You have found the coin. She spun around. In front of her materialized a beautiful goddess, with skin as white as pearl and hair like silk cascading down her shoulders. Her tender eyes seemed to hold all the wisdom in the universe. Madeline could only imagine what secrets they kept. She didn't need to ask to know that this was the one she had asked for help to find the coin, the goddess of love. Madeline opened up her trembling palm to reveal the silver coin. The goddess smiled. Now that your wish has been granted, I am here to tell you about the price. Madeline sighed, feeling overwhelmed and too tired to argue. She knew there was no such thing as a free lunch. With a barely audible voice, she asked, "What can I do for you, goddess?" The goddess leaned in closer, her eyes piercing into Madeline's soul. You must give up something precious to you, something that you hold dear to your heart. It could be a possession, a memory, or even a person. It must be something that you truly value, and it must be given willingly. Madeline felt a chill run down her spine at the thought of losing something important to her. She had worked so hard to build her life from scratch, and she wasn't willing to give up anything without a fight. What if I refuse? She asked, her voice shaking slightly. The goddess's smile turned into a frown. Then the coin will lose its power, and your wish will remain unfulfilled. You must understand that everything comes with a price, my child. Madeline nibbled on her bottom lip, considering the weight of the coin in her palm. It was a connection between Ciaran and his wife, a sentimental trinket that had nothing to do with her. The coin didn't hold any power over her, and she wasn't affected by whether or not it held meaning for him. After all, Ciaran had already let go of it. So why should she trade something she valued for a stranger like him? Why should she maintain an item that he didn't even cherish? She turned toward the goddess and thrust out her open hand. Chapter 16. Madeline stood right in the middle of bustling Manhattan, but the human world around her faded into a distant background. She was sure humans couldn't see the goddess. Even if the supernatural killed Madeline right now, in public, in the middle of daylight, no one would know, let alone care. She looked at the coin in her palm one more time, then tucked it away securely in her pocket and gazed up towards the goddess. I wish to keep the power of this coin enough as it is important to someone. I am willing to make a sacrifice of something that is very precious to me as payment for your assistance. The goddess smiled. What would your sacrifice be? I wish to let go of my ordinariness, Madeline replied. I do not understand. It has been said I possess some small talent in the domain of mediumship, psychic abilities, and scrying, but all in all, I am just an ordinary human being which has hindered my potential development. I wish to relinquish this ordinary trait so that I can hone my potential. The goddess's face turned red, her eyes growing bloodshot. You are trying to deceive me. Not at all. I merely do what you ask. An ordinary human trait is essential to me because it helps me do my job correctly and keep my story relevant. Letting go of it is a big sacrifice, so I might as well use the sacrifice for something more beneficial. The goddess roared, and a spark of small lightning hit the ground near Madeline. You take me for a fool. I wouldn't dare, goddess. In dealing with you, I've already compromised my integrity. I can kill you right now, Madeline. That isn't part of the deal. I didn't surrender my life, but if you're willing to use your force against a timid and helpless human who prays to you, and if you're prepared to default on an agreement, then do it. Let history tell your story. Let other humans know what fools they are for praying to you. The goddess unleashed a roar, and a bolt of lightning careened towards Madeline, hitting the ground so close to her that she felt the heat searing through her clothes. Her fragile bones rattled with each step as she flew backward until she hit the ground with a sickening thud. She felt the force of the supernatural bearing down on her, threatening to tear her apart and turn her into dust in mere moments. Before another strike could come, Zeths materialized, standing before the goddess. Zeths, the goddess growled. Goddess, I am grateful for your intervention in sending Madeline's soul my way. It is without a doubt one of the most beautiful souls I have ever come across. Taking it through murder would be wrong. As you know, we supernatural beings cannot kill humans simply for our own pleasure. She has a long life ahead of her, and I had grown weary of waiting. But now, I don't have to wait any longer, so thank you once again. The goddess withdrew her hand. I don't hunt for soul dealers. If you desire her soul, you'll have to earn it. I won't end her life, but I can strip away her humanity and transform her into a monster. I know you only take beautiful souls. If you interfere with my business, I'll make sure to turn every soul you're after into monsters. Perhaps you need to alter your preferences, Zeths. Madeline scrambled up to her feet as the goddess reached out her arm. The invisible part of the goddess's arm grabbed Madeline by the neck and lifted her in the air, choking her. Zeths rapidly moved to her side but didn't intervene. Instead, he said, Madeline, remember our conversation about your untapped talents? Madeline ransacked her mind. She recalled their discussion about her partially developed psychic skills. Storytelling, scrying, none of these would aid her now. She couldn't control any of those skills. They occurred sporadically. Is coaching appropriate now? Why don't you use your magic to assist me? She managed to say, No, you're capable. I can help you, but not right now. If you manage to defeat her, it'll mean a huge boost to your abilities. Just think, Madeline, you already possess the strength within you. He tapped his temple with an index finger. She's killing me, and if I'm dead, what use is thinking? Why don't you save me first, and then we can discuss my power? He kept tapping his temple lightly with one finger. Everything in the fairy tale and magical she had encountered in the last few days involved a mirror. She started with a magical mirror that transformed into a portal and crawled through it. But the latest one, the pocket mirror she held, was just an ordinary mirror from a makeup kit. She didn't believe the little mirror could do any harm to the goddess. Zeths tapped harder on his temple. If he kept this up, he might end up punching a hole through his skull. What was his point? He didn't say it. He couldn't say it because the gods could hear what he said too. Madeline tried harder to see what he was hinting at. She was running out of time. Think hard. She could make the mirror work for her, but she had to rely on the mirror to be brought to her. Except for that last one. She purchased it from the shop. Her thoughts suddenly crystallized. She understood Zeths didn't want her to just think. He wanted her to use her mind to summon the resources she needed to win this fight, much like the way she had called upon the mirror to transport her back and forth from the fairy tale world and the human world. She needed a spell. If what Zeths said was true, and she already possessed magical abilities, she had to know spells. She concentrated and called for the mirror to come to her aid. Concentrating on the image in her mind, she visualized herself as a scryer, commanding and summoning the mirror, a powerful tool, from Kala's place to hers. Still choking, her vision began to blur. Trying again, she focused all of her energy into uttering the ancient words of power, casting a spell that would bring the mirror to her side. Nothing happened. She tried again. By the light of the moon and the power of the stars, I call upon the spirits of magic from afar. With this spell, I summon a mirror of old, a window to the other world, for truth to be told. She didn't know how she knew the words, but as soon as the incantation ended, a large mirror emerged, almost as big as the billboard in Times Square. The goddess quivered as she stood before the mirror. Her grip on Madeline lessened. "You can't harm me, you filthy mortal. You can't touch the divine. I'll slaughter entire generations of your kind." Madeline gasped as if time had stopped. "If you return to your world, I will forget this ever happened." The goddess smirked. "I am not your equal. You venerate me. You don't have the right to tell me what to do, but I can end you however I please." Madeline gritted her teeth and conjured the image of Medusa, a creature from Greek mythology that could turn people into stone with a single glance. In Madeline's fervent imagination, Medusa materialized on the mirror's surface with chilling precision. Her serpentine hair writhed and hissed, a living crown of venomous snakes. Each scale glistened under the harsh city lights, casting eerie shadows that seemed to dance across the glass. Her eyes, when closed, were deceptively peaceful, masking the horror that lay within. Madeline, focusing every shred of her will, commanded the mythical Gorgon to awaken. The serpents upon Medusa's head became more agitated, moving with a sinister purpose as if sensing the impending doom. Then, with a slow, deliberate motion, Medusa's eyelids began to lift. The moment her eyes opened, a terrifying transformation unfolded. Her gaze, a horrifying blend of rage and sorrow, bore the ancient curse of turning to stone those who dared meet it. The goddess, caught in the mirror's reflection, was instantly affected. Her divine form, once radiant and formidable, began to petrify. The process was both mesmerizing and horrifying. Starting from her eyes, which widened in a mix of shock and disbelief, a gray, stone-like texture spread rapidly across her face. It crawled over her skin, solidifying every feature into an expression of eternal despair. The goddess's attempts to escape were futile. Her movements grew sluggish, her limbs heavy as the petrification took hold. The once mighty being was now a statue, her form trapped in the last moment of her terror. The crackling energy that had surrounded her dissipated, as if absorbed by the inexorable advance of the stony curse. As the last remnants of the goddess transformed, her fractured stone form became unstable. With a series of sharp, echoing cracks, the petrified goddess shattered, her pieces cascading to the ground in a cloud of dust and debris. The air around Madeline was suddenly still, the only sound the faint clatter of stone fragments hitting the pavement. She stared, wide-eyed and breathless, at the remnants of what was once an immortal being. The mirror, its purpose served, vanished as mysteriously as it had appeared, leaving no trace of the supernatural encounter except for the stone fragments and a lingering sense of awe. A wave of exhaustion washed over Madeline. The adrenaline that had fueled her through the confrontation ebbed away, leaving her weak and trembling. She staggered, her legs barely able to support her weight. Zeths was at her side in an instant, his arms wrapping around her to steady her. "Madeline, you were incredible," he whispered, his voice tinged with a mix of admiration and concern, but his words were a distant echo in Madeline's ears. Her vision darkened, the edges closing in as she succumbed to the overwhelming fatigue. The last thing she saw was Zeth's worried face before she slipped into unconsciousness.
Chapter 17. London. Ciaran steered his motorbike up to a small booth that housed the security guards at LeBlanc headquarters. He took a day off, or 7 hours to be exact, after his trip to Australia. Now he was back in the office, taking some action and kicking some butt. "Open the gate," he said. The built-in remote control inside his helmet responded to his voice command and opened the door for him. The security guard in the booth kept his hand on the grip of his gun as he watched Ciaran ride in on his motorbike. No one but top executives and security personnel had access to this gate. As Ciaran rode in, the scanner at the gate flashed a green light. The security officer nodded an acknowledgement. He didn't know who Ciaran was because he didn't have clearance to know the identity of those who entered. All he needed to know was that an authorized executive had passed through, and all data on the entry had been reported to Central Security. Ciaran parked at ground level and took the elevator up. He removed his leather jacket, revealing a corporate suit. Holding his helmet and leather jacket in one hand, He adjusted his tie and stepped out of the elevator onto the plush carpet on the top floor of LeBlanc headquarters. He turned down a private corridor, heading straight toward his office wing to avoid traveling through the open plan area. Ciaran didn't mind interacting with his staff, but he respected the security protocols Robert had put in place. As the longtime head of security for the LeBlancs, Robert knew his job. There was only a handful of staff in the LeBlancs conglomerate who had direct interaction with Ciaran. Robert preferred to keep it that way after what had happened at Montkiel. Ciaran couldn't tell Robert that the incident had a lot to do with the supernaturals, and there wasn't much that modern technology and strict security protocols could do to protect him. But security did play a critical role in the LeBlancs' wealth and power. Not all members of the LeBlanc family interacted with supernatural forces, so Robert was right to put human safety protocols in place. Ciaran smiled at Lily on his way in. She had been his executive assistant for about 5 years now. Ciaran thought he knew a thing or two about women, but he would never understand how Lily could spend every day on those elegant but lethal heels. She stood from her desk and walked over to him, holding a small plate in one hand. "Good morning, Lily. I'll build a house right next to mine so that you and your mother can move in. That way I can enjoy these cookies without having to go into the office every day." Ciaran dropped his jacket on the chair next to her desk, gave her a peck on the cheek, and grabbed 2 butterscotch cookies from the plate. "There is no need to do that, Ciaran. My mother will want you to have home-cooked meals every day, and I know your schedule wouldn't allow for that. As for me, I'm already taken." He winked at her. "When is Sam going to pop the question?" Her cheeks flushed pink. "I don't know. He doesn't realize how lucky he is. He wants to take it slow and steady, and I agree with him." "That's good, Lily. As long as he has a plan and you're happy and my cookies keep coming." She smiled at him. "I can guarantee the cookie supply. Here." She handed him 2 pills and a glass of water. "The pills are for your headache. I can't do anything about the bags under your eyes at the moment. How was your long business trip, Ciaran?" He took a bite of his favorite cookie that Lily's mother had baked for him. "There is nothing to talk about," he muttered. "I was worried about the chaos at the New York office," Lily said. "I almost regret telling you about the trumpet and convincing you to give them the interview." "It's done, Lily," he replied. "They won't bother us again." "Oh, they better not," she exclaimed. "Their journalist got hit this time, but who knows, next time it might be one of our people." He frowned. "What are you talking about?" "The chaotic accident in front of our building," she explained. "You had probably left by then, but I still had a panic attack when I heard the news. Something about a journalist getting hit by a bus." He nodded. "I had already left via the back of the building, so I didn't see that." He grabbed the file Lily had prepared for him from her desk. "Is this for today's meeting?" Lily nodded. "Lindsay's on his way in. He'd like to meet with you before you leave for the meeting." "Thanks, Lily," he said, and turned to walk into his office. "By the way, Tammy called the office. Apparently, that's the number you gave her." "I'm sorry. She has my direct line. I just didn't pick up. She's called 15 times in the last 3 days, Ciaran." He frowned. "Is she okay?" Lily arched an eyebrow. "Lily, I chose not to take our relationship to the next level. She's a good woman, but she needs a husband and a family. I can't give her that." Lily nodded. "Not at this stage." He shook his head. "Not at any stage. You can't punish yourself for what happened, Ciaran. I'm very busy." She kept her eyes on him. "Okay, I'll think about it. I'll have another dinner with her." "Deal. I'll make the reservation." Ciaran shook his head and returned to his office. As the door of the office shut behind him, he retrieved his cell phone. He had abstained from accessing the news, avoiding all messages since he escaped New York. He placed his thumb on the news app, hesitating. Why should he care? Why would he even bother? He shook his head and activated the news application. On the main page was a headline filled with breaking news. Gazing intently, he rapidly skimmed through the various articles. His attention suddenly zeroed in on a particular story: fatal accident in front of the LeBlanc office building. His heart skipped a beat as he read further. A sudden and erratic storm had descended upon Manhattan streets, wreaking havoc and destruction on shop fronts, causing total traffic chaos. Tragically, one man had died after being struck by a bus, while 4 others were hospitalized, including esteemed journalist M.R. Cassidy from The Trumpet. He leaned back in his chair. His thoughts wandered to the memory of the journalist embodying everything he had grown to dislike. After a moment's pause, he reached for his phone and unlocked it with a facial recognition scan. The app chimed happily as the screen lit up with data. "Snoop, good morning, Ciaran. How may I assist you today?" Ciaran, which hospital has Madeline Rue, also known by her pen name M.R. Cassidy, been admitted to? Snoop Metropolitan Hospital Center. Ciaran, what is her current status? Snoop, critical but stable. Ciaran, message New York Presbyterian Hospital and arrange for the patient's transfer. Send in the LeBlanc specialist team to handle it. The payment should come from the LeBlanc Special Project Fund, code 52RT. Keep my name on record for authorization purposes. Publicly, use anonymous as the account signer. Snoop, right away, Ciaran. Ciaran, thank you. Snoop, I'm your computer. You don't have to thank me. But it's nice when you do. 10 minutes later, he grabbed the folder and headed out for his meeting. Lily was just finishing up a call. She looked upset. What's the matter, Lily? Jamie can't drive you today. He just called in sick. I'm trying to find someone else. That's okay. I can drive myself. You're meeting with the Langdons, Ciaran, and I know you like to look top-notch when you see them. You can't drive your car. Could Jamie have picked any other day to get sick? I saw him just last week partying like there's no tomorrow. He rested his hand on Lily's shoulder. It's okay. We'll find someone. Jamie's very responsible. He can't help getting sick. Jamie was Lily's cousin. They had grown up together and she cared about him. When he got mixed up with the wrong crowd and ended up in prison, Lily was devastated. Ever since Ciaran had given Jamie the driver's job, Lily had been ultra-sensitive about her cousin's behavior and job performance. Robert walked in. I'll drive Ciaran, he said. I got the call, Lily. Don't worry. We'll sort this out. There's no need to find anyone else. Ciaran grinned. See? Problem solved. Now I have the head of security to drive me. You've got nothing to worry about, Lily. Lindsay, the CEO, rushed in. I need 3 minutes with you, Ciaran. Sure. But Robert shook his head. No plans have changed. We're leaving now, Ciaran. Ciaran understood Robert's reaction. He was being extremely cautious due to Jamie's illness. I'll come back when I'm finished. Can you be here in about 2 hours? Okay. Lindsay nodded. He was well accustomed to the fast pace of this organization and didn't question the change in plans. A short moment later, Ciaran was in the front passenger seat of their corporate high-performance car. Without Jamie driving, there was no point using the large limousine. The sports car suited Robert and him a lot better. Plus, it was 10 times more expensive than the limousine, so it was a good way to show off to the Langdons. Ciaran wanted to get this meeting over and done with. He intended to cut himself loose from the Langdons as soon as he could. But right now, the LeBlancs still utilized some of the technology from that pharmaceutical dealer. It was strictly business. It didn't matter if he disliked them. Westgate? Robert asked. Sure. They were expected at the East Gate. But Ciaran knew how Robert worked. They'd park at the West Gate and make their way to the east. The Westgate car park was a common area to which all staff at the Langdons had access. Located adjacent to a popular shopping center, many shoppers also parked there when the mall lot was full. From a security point of view, it was not a secure spot. But sometimes the most insecure place was the safest place, as their presence wouldn't be expected. They took a parking ticket, as any shopper would, and headed toward the bank of elevators. As soon as they turned the corner, Ciaran was staring into the muzzle of a gun aimed at his forehead. 4 men walked out of the darkness to join the gunman, so there were 5 in total. Ciaran knew he could easily take on 5 men. Compared to the hologamies he played, this was nothing. He shifted his right leg and felt his ankle gun still in place. But Robert didn't know about Ciaran's skill. As far as he was concerned, Ciaran was a corporate boss he needed to protect. "You can have my money," Ciaran said, and reached into his pocket. "I'll give you my wallet." The gunman pressed his gun into Ciaran's forehead. "Don't move." A van approached and stopped next to them. The driver, his long hair tied back, stepped out. He wore the same kind of hooded jacket as the others, but judging by his manner, Ciaran knew he was the one to watch. The newly arrived man spoke softly to the gunman. "Are you aiming your gun at the boss?" "Yeah, he offered us money." "That doesn't mean he's the boss, you idiot. You need to focus. Get them out of here. Quickly." "What do you want?" Ciaran asked. "Shut up," the new man said. "I'm the boss," Robert said. "Whatever you want, you need to talk to me." "Which part of shut up don't you understand?" "Open your mouth again and you'll have a bullet for lunch." He waved his hand, gesturing to the other men to hurry up. They pushed Ciaran and Robert to the back of the van after tying their hands behind their backs. Chapter 18. When the blindfold was taken off, Ciaran squinted to adjust his vision. His hands were secured to a steel hook that hung from the ceiling. Robert was tied in a similar fashion 3 meters away from him. The room was square, and aside from a large door at the far end from where they stood, there was no window or any other exit. Judging by the dirt and the stuffiness of the air, Ciaran wagered this place hadn't been used for a long time. Under the dim light, the shapes and shadow of hooks, rails, and metal bars on the walls gave the impression that the place was once a buzzing sports venue. The gang's boss remained in the room after sending the others out to keep watch. He stood, shoved his hands into his pants pockets, and smiled at Ciaran and Robert. "I don't want to hurt either of you. I just want the money." "Do you have a name?" Ciaran asked. "You can call me Scene," the man said with a smirk. "How much do you want, Scene?" Robert asked. £10 million. "You drove quite a fancy car into the shopping center." "10 million is nothing to you." "We'll pay you," Ciaran said. "I can make the transfer right now." Scene smiled at him. "Let me guess. The next thing you'll ask me for is the account number to make the transfer. If you can transfer £10 million in the blink of an eye, you can trace and retract the money just as fast." "Do you think I'm an idiot?" He punched Ciaran in the abdomen. "That's enough," Robert shouted. "If you want cash, then just say it." Cian chuckled. "I do want cash, but I also want to make sure you can't trace it or take it back. So one of you will stay here and the other will go get me the cash. Ideally, the boss stays and the minions leave." He glanced at Robert and then Ciaran. Then he said, "Let's see who the boss is." He took Robert's wallet and opened it to check his ID. Then he placed the wallet back in Robert's pocket and pulled out Robert's cell phone. He approached Ciaran and took his wallet. After looking inside, he looked at Ciaran. "Robert isn't the boss. You are. You carry no ID, no cash in your wallet. And I bet these swipe cards give you unlimited access to whatever company you own." He placed the wallet back in Ciaran's pocket and patted him lightly on his shoulder. "But I'm not greedy. I won't touch anything in your wallet. You give me the cash and I'll vanish from your life." Cian took Ciaran's phone. "To ensure my safe escape, I'll need to stop you from calling anyone. What's your name?" "Ciaran." Cian nodded. "Ciaran, you'll stay. Robert, you go fetch me the money. No monkey business if you want your boss alive." Ciaran smiled to himself. Cian had the gun on Robert, but he had underestimated Robert and overestimated the gun. Before they reached the door, Robert pivoted, and within seconds he had flipped Cian over his shoulder and slammed his body to the floor. He took Cian's gun and pulled him to his feet. 2 of Cian's men ran into the room when they heard the commotion. Robert pointed the gun at Cian. "Release him." "Right now." Robert pointed his chin toward Ciaran. The 2 scurried over and unchained Ciaran. Ciaran pulled out his ankle gun, pointing it at one guy while looking at the other. "Tie him up with the rope. You don't have to do what he says. It's not a real gun." Ciaran fired at the wall right next to Cian. The bullet whizzed past him, grazing his shoulder. "I don't miss, Cian. That was just a demonstration." Ciaran looked at the guys standing next to him. "Go and stand in the corner," he told them. They moved without a second invitation. "Where are your other 3 friends?" Ciaran said to the man standing next to him. "They went out to get the van for the money." "All 3 of them?" He nodded. Ciaran slammed a kick into his abdomen, sending him skidding backward. When he fell on his backside, Ciaran used his knee to hold him down while he tied him up. "When you lie, try being a bit more subtle. It would have been much more believable if you said 2 went for the van and the 3rd one is still here." Ciaran pulled the man to his feet just as the door swung open and 2 men charged in. Using him as a shield, Ciaran pointed the gun at his head. "Drop your guns. Don't move or I'll shoot him." Robert thrust his gun hard at Cian's temple. One of the incoming gang swung his weapon toward where Ciaran held the man in front of him. He fired at his own gang member. Ciaran jumped aside as the bullet entered the man's forehead. The man was only chest-high to Ciaran, so if Ciaran didn't dodge away fast enough, the remnants of the bullet could cause significant damage. Instinctively, Robert swung the gun away from Cian and fired at Ciaran's shooter. Cian seized the opportunity and slammed a kick at Robert's hand. The gun fell to the floor. Ciaran fired at the second man's hand, causing him to drop the gun. Before Robert could get the gun, Cian pulled a knife and pressed it hard against Robert's jugular. He shoved him hard against the wall. "Drop the gun, Ciaran, if you don't want to lose your man." Robert moved slightly, and Cian's knife cut into his neck. A small stream of blood began to flow. Ciaran lowered his gun immediately. "Okay, I'll drop it." "Right now." He let go of the gun, and it fell to the floor. "Kick it to me." Ciaran did as he was told. The gun slid across the floor, stopping at Cian's feet, but he didn't move the knife from Robert's neck. Ciaran saw a reflection in Robert's eyes. He pivoted to confront the man coming at him from behind. He flipped the man over his shoulders. In the man's downward trajectory, his feet landed in his dead friend's blood. He slipped and his head slammed onto the corner of a raised concrete platform on the floor. He lay still, staring up at the ceiling with dead eyes. Cian pulled Robert with him toward the door, keeping the knife pressed against his neck at all times. "Let Robert go. All you want is the money, and you'll get it." The man with the injured right hand picked up his gun and Ciaran's gun and followed Cian as he withdrew with Robert to the door. "You killed my men. Now I want 100 million. Not 10. Ciaran approached. "I'll give you the money. I have no confidence you'll give up that kind of money so easily. What can I do to show you I have it? If you let Robert go, we can talk this out." The door behind Cian opened. He continued to pull Robert backward. "Let him go. Killing either of us isn't going to get you any money. You have my word. I'll get you the money." "I don't believe you have that kind of money. Do you think I'm an idiot? I'm Ciaran LeBlanc. Have you heard of the LeBlanc conglomerate? You have no ID on you. And there's no way Jamie works for the LeBlancs." A metal panel dividing the 2 sections of what appeared to be a warehouse rolled open, revealing Jamie standing on a small stool, his neck encircled with a chain suspended from a small crane. He was only half conscious, but he managed to keep his toes on the stool to avoid being hung. Next to Jamie stood the 3rd man. Cian smirked. "It looks like luck has come my way." He pushed Robert away and moved to stand next to Jamie. He pushed at the stool with 1 foot, but not hard enough to topple it. "I told you I'll give you the money. There's no need to kill anyone." Cian chuckled. "I know. Killing doesn't make me any richer. And I told you, I only want money. Jamie here owes me a lot of money. In addition to the amount you promised to pay me, will you pick up his debts as well?" "Yes." "I can't hear you." "Yes. I'll pick up what he owes you." Cian pulled out Ciaran's cell phone and turned the phone screen toward Ciaran. On it, Tammy's ID flashed as a caller, and Ciaran had voice-activated the pickup command. Cian grinned and kicked the stool out from under Jamie's legs. Then he and the rest of the gangsters ran away. Ciaran heard Cian's voice as he said, "Hello, Tammy." Jamie wriggled in the air, the steel chain around his neck choking him. Robert ran over and lifted him by his legs while Ciaran darted toward the cockpit of the crane to lower him to the ground. It didn't take long for them to free Jamie. He had been beaten up and was barely conscious. Ciaran knew Cian would get to Tammy next. He would deal with that as soon as he could. But for now, Jamie had to be tended to. Robert tossed Jamie gently over his shoulder to carry him out. Neither Robert nor Ciaran had a phone to call for assistance.
Chapter 19. It was dark and cold. Madeline ran along a dark space that felt like a tunnel, judging by the stilted echo of her own footsteps. The air felt hollow. There was no wind, no light. Nothing that suggested she would soon reach the other end of the tunnel, or that running forward toward the unknown was a better option than returning to where she had been running from. It was too dark for her to even see her own body. But she had a strange feeling that she was running in bare feet. She mightn't even have any clothes on. She wasn't sure. She wanted to stop and take inventory, but her body didn't want to obey her. Suddenly, the air lightened. Hundreds of glowing insects and butterflies flooded the air, emitting a shimmering shade of light. She stopped running and looked around. She was definitely in a tunnel, and she was definitely naked. From a shadowy corner, a human-shaped figure stepped out. It was 8 or 9 feet tall. Apart from the human structure of the body, it had nothing that could be described as human. Rolls of a fleshy substance and large chunks of skin gave the creature its hulking shape. She guessed where its face must be by the 2 glowing red orbs, which she thought might be eyes. "Am I dead?" "No, you're beautiful, Madeline." "Hey, look away, I'm not decent here." She tried to withdraw into a dark corner. She wasn't ashamed of her body, but it didn't mean she felt comfortable standing naked in front of whatever that was. "Not everyone has as beautiful a soul as you do, Madeline. Don't be shy." "I'm not shy, but I don't care to be looked at in that way by a stranger. Look away, go away." "I'm not a stranger, Madeline. I am Zeth's, and this is my soul you are looking at. As I said, not everyone has a beautiful soul like you. So be proud." She looked down at her bare body, then back up at him. "What does this mean? You have murdered a goddess, Madeline. You still breathe, yet you are wounded, physically and spiritually. No mortal can slay a divine being and remain unharmed. I took you in here so that you can rest." "Where are we?" "Somewhere safe, at least for now. We'll just wait until the dust settles in the supernatural realm. A mortal killing a divine is always big news." "Where are we exactly?" "Inside the veil. Don't worry, your mortal body isn't dead. Your body is unconscious and you are in the hospital." "I assume doctors don't know what happened to me?" "Correct. But you're breathing, so they won't bury your body in a hurry." "How long do I need to remain here?" "It depends on how you respond to these 2 pieces of news." "If there is good and bad news, then I'd like the bad news first." "I'm afraid they're both bad news." "All right, let me hear it." "The first bit of news is chaos has taken Omar back to the fairytale world. You have no hope of convincing him to abandon his pursuit of King Shahryar. Unless, of course, you decide to use the portal in the mirror. But I doubt you'd relish a return to the Arabian fairytale world so soon." "You're right. I don't." The second news is a bit more disheartening. The goddess of love logged her journey and declared that you were the cause for her excursion, which is accurate. But after she helped you, you killed her, making you a villain, and your actions were against the will of the gods. "I was only defending myself. Don't forget, you aided me with the scrying mirror tip. We may agree on that, but it's not documented, and from the gods' point of view, it looks entirely different. Unless..." Madeline narrowed her eyes. "Any tip is a good tip, Zeth's. At this stage, I'm a beggar, and I don't think I'm entitled to choose." He sighed. "That goddess looks nice on paper because of what she does. She pairs couples together, granting them love and joy. But in truth, she exploited the desperate, so they don't look into any details when they accept her offer, and slams them with the price after the deed has been done. But there weren't any deals with her. I didn't agree to anything. I told you before. That's how she works. She said she would help you find an object that connects you with your soulmate, and in return, you promised to give her the thing you treasure most. In the gods' eyes, the only valid reason for detesting the price you have to pay is if true love is your treasure, if the thing you cherish most in life is true love, and when she demanded you give that up, you have every right to refuse. You want me to make up that excuse to justify my reason for killing the goddess? Madeline, you don't have to make up anything. It's on the record. What's on the record? What you are, what you desire most, who your soulmate is, your destiny. The list goes on. The House of Gods has the information of every mortal soul. Why would the goddess quote a price that gives grounds for potential detest? Because she has lived thousands of years but hasn't run into anyone choosing true love as the most treasured thing in life. Most people she dealt with sacrificed materialistic things. Only the rare kind of sentimental fools choose true love. If my case has been proved to the gods, because I believe in true love and wouldn't give up my soulmate for anyone, I had ground to refuse the price she asked. We disagreed and engaged in a fight. Then the fatal accident happened. Am I missing something? And if I'm not missing anything, then why is this a depressing news? The issue at hand is that your case lacks evidence. It takes only one individual in the House of Gods to ask questions and examine the records, which they most certainly will because, as I've mentioned before, a mortal slaying a god is major news. They'll deduce that you were not with your soulmate at the time of the incident. Madeline narrowed her eyes suspiciously. I have a feeling that you have a suggestion or a solution. There's only one solution at present, hence why we're on this side of the veil. Very well, please enlighten me. Within this veil lies the realm of truth. Here, you can recognize beings for who they really are. The ugly side of me is visible to you, and your beautiful soul is visible to me. There is no differentiation between gods and humans here. No secrets, no rules. Is there a point of this? No one will hold you accountable for anything you do in this space. It's just between you and your soulmate. You already know what's right and wrong. You can use this opportunity to connect with him. Once complete, then you will have a true soulmate. Time elapsed in this space does not correspond with time outside it. What do you mean by connect with him? It means to be intimate with him. You want me to fuck a complete stranger in the veil and call him my soulmate? No, and no. First, a soulmate bond requires genuine lovemaking, not simply a sexual act. Second, it's not a random person you're connecting with. Your soulmate is chosen by the god, and that's why they know if you lie. And third, you don't have to label your relationship anything. If it is genuine, it will become apparent and natural. And I assume out there, the rules prevent you from disclosing who my soulmate is. But in here, you can? You brought me here not for me to rest my soul, but because I messed up. Well, there is that. Your soul needs rest. A lot of that for what's to come at us. But it's true that not only can I tell you who that is, I can bring him to you. It's up to you how to handle the rest. She snorted. Seducing a man isn't exactly my forte. Not with him. You've done it before. Your soulmate bond is the strongest I've ever seen. When you killed the mercenary and escaped from the fairytale world, you were gravely injured. But then I brought you two together, and just like that, problem solved. Problem solved? He healed me? You two connected, and your shared life force healed your wounds. But if we were intimate, shouldn't we have formed a consummate bond? Madeline, neither of you knew what you were doing. Your natural bond was used to fix the physical injury. However, your current wounds are on a deeper level. They affect your souls. What's the difference? He has to be fully aware and willing to make love with you in order for it to heal your soul. That's the difference, she contemplated. I assume you can tell me who's the unlucky person chosen to be my soulmate. It's Ciaran LeBlanc, she chuckled. Zeths, I'm not sure how much you know about human relationships, but if you give Ciaran a knife right now, he would slit my throat considering what I did to him. As I've said, that's the only solution I could come up with at the moment. As soon as you get out of the veil, the House of Gods will scrutinize the incident from all angles. On paper, you murdered a goddess who tried to help you. She paced back and forth, momentarily forgetting she didn't have any clothes on. She had far more to worry about than being exposed to bare skin. So you're saying I can get Ciaran in here and somehow have to convince him to genuinely... She punched her right fist into her left palm. You can be quite crude sometimes, Madeline. Sorry, I couldn't come up with anything glamorous to describe that. It is what it is. You can't bring Ciaran in here. I will deliver him. Unlike you, he doesn't have scrying, psychic, or medium ability to be aware of the veil. Would crossing the veil hurt him? No, but he generally wouldn't remember what happened in here afterward. He will remain conscious in the present and retain his memories of the past, but once he exits, he won't recall what transpired inside. So you're saying he enters the veil, filled with hatred for me, but I have to somehow persuade him to make love to me. And once I am successful, he'll leave without remembering the slightest bit of what has taken place. Generally, yes. Generalizations don't help me much. Zeths. Everything has exceptions, Madeline. I'm just trying to help. If you sincerely wish to assist me, I have one request. It must be done before you get Ciaran in here. It would really give me a hand in completing this. Absolutely, Madeline. Anything I can do to help. Madeline despised the solution she had just come up with, but she had no other choice.
Chapter 20. They had passed 3 blocks of warehouses in the abandoned industrial area when they reached a small exit road from the highway. They didn't see any landmarks or residential areas that indicated where they were, but the unmistakable sound of heavy highway traffic suggested that they hadn't been taken too far from the city. It surprised Ciaran that a large, abandoned area like this existed. Ciaran walked to the exit road on their left and hailed a taxi as it left the highway. "We were in an accident. He needs to go to the hospital. Can I borrow your phone?" Ciaran asked as soon as the taxi stopped and before the taxi driver could grow too nervous about the injured man dangling from Robert's shoulder. Using the taxi driver's phone, Ciaran called his office and told Lily what had happened. He asked her to send his apologies to the Langdons for missing their meeting. Then he called the police and gave them the location of the dead bodies. Ciaran didn't want to use the taxi driver's phone to call his network, so he returned it to the driver. Soon after, Jamie stirred, opened his eyes, and let out a moan. Ciaran turned around in the front seat. "We're taking you to the hospital, Jamie. You've got nothing to worry about." Jamie began to register what was going on. His eyes opened wide and he tried to sit up. "I don't want to go to the hospital." "I'm sorry, Ciaran." "Sorry about what?" "You called in sick today." "I didn't call, Ciaran. They got me this morning. The next thing I knew, I was hanging from that crane." "If you didn't call, how did Lily know?" Robert asked. Jamie shoved his hand into his pocket. "They took my phone. Lily is my top contact. They might have left her a text message. They must have looked at the work logbook in my phone. That's how they know where you were." "You don't have a passcode protection on your phone knowing security is top priority in your line of work?" Robert asked, lowering his voice. "I'm sorry. I don't handle passwords well. I get by with the bare minimum." Ciaran shook his head. "Get your phone to the tech department right away and ask them to fingerprint code it for you." "Yes, Ciaran." "So, you don't know those guys?" Robert narrowed his eyes. "No. They said you owe them money." "What?" "No. I don't owe anyone any money." "Oh my God. Did they take your car? Did they take the limousine?" "Don't worry about the car, Jamie. You need to get to the hospital. But I have something else to see to right now." Ciaran pointed to the side of the road. "Pull over, please." He had seen a small internet cafe on the corner of a road before the entrance into the city. That was all he needed now, a network connection. The taxi driver pulled over. Jamie pushed his door open. "No, you stay, Jamie. Robert will accompany you to the hospital." Ciaran stepped out. "I can't let you try to locate Tammy by yourself." Ciaran didn't want to waste time convincing Robert. He looked through the window and took a mental note of the taxi driver's license. "Please take Jamie to the hospital. Then call the number I dialed on your phone. Lily is my executive assistant. She will issue your payment. But if Jamie doesn't get to the hospital, you won't get anything." Then he looked at Jamie sitting in the back. "Jamie, if you don't show your hospital documentation to Lily, you won't be paid this month. You got that?" Jamie nodded. "Thank you," Ciaran said, and signaled the taxi driver to drive away. Robert looked at the traffic on the highway heading into the city. You don't plan to walk home, do you? That'll take a few days. Ciaran pointed to the cafe. I'll have someone pick us up. I'll explain to you on the way. They crossed a small road and headed toward the cafe. Once there, Ciaran used the computer to log into his private network and call his people. When he looked up, Robert was waiting patiently, 2 cans of beer in his hand. This is all they've got. Thanks. You've done very well finding beer in an internet cafe. Ciaran opened his beer and stepped outside the cafe. My guys will be here in a few minutes. They only do odd jobs for me, Robert. Robert nodded. I understand your need to use multiple security networks. The LeBlanc business is extensive. I can't cover it all. Ciaran shook his head. They aren't security. I use them for things that can't be logically explained. You mean things that aren't exactly legal? No. Things that aren't mainstream. Things people refer to as strange. Or maybe supernatural. It's a bit of a stretch from strange to supernatural, Ciaran. Ciaran chuckled. I know. That's why I prefer to keep some distance between my family's normal business and the supernatural. But given the nature of our business, strange things often come as part of the package. Understood. Here they are. Ciaran pointed his chin at 2 approaching black sedans. A man stepped out from the first car. The 3 men in the other car remained inside. The man approached Ciaran and cast a suspicious look at Robert. This is Pete, he said to Robert. He manages several external networks for me. He looked at Pete. And this is Robert, head of security at the LeBlancs. Pete handed Ciaran a gun, a wristwatch, and a cell phone. Ciaran put the watch on. This issue is closer to the type of business that Robert handles. So far, nothing flares as unusual, so I'll take it from here with Robert. Ciaran trailed off as the green on his wristwatch lit up with a swirling blue light. He turned and looked at Robert. It's catching some supernatural energy. I'm not sure if you are, but I'm pretty sure I'm not supernatural, Ciaran. Must be one of the gangs. Or maybe all of them. Ciaran looked at Pete. Robert and I will take a car, Pete. You and your team follow and back us from the other car. Yes, Ciaran. Pete turned and headed toward the second car. Robert got into the driver's seat. Ciaran sat in the passenger seat and used his thumbprint to start the car before Robert even asked for the car key. As Robert drove away, joining the traffic on the main road, Ciaran called his personal cell phone that he knew was in Ciaran's possession. Ciaran's voice answered on the other end. Wow, you picked up your own call, Ciaran. I'm impressed. Your phone didn't want to do anything I asked it to do. I know you have Tammy. I've got the money. Just tell me where to go to hand it over to you. If she loses a hair, you won't get a penny. It sounds like you've done this before, Ciaran. I haven't. But I've dealt with scumbags before. You're just another one of them. Give me proof that you have Tammy and she's well. Sure, Ciaran. Hey, honey, say something. He needs to hear you so he can come and rescue you. You know, like a prince on his white horse. There was the sound of a struggle, but no words came from Tammy. Say something, bitch. If you're of no use to me, I'll break your legs and leave you here to rot. There was a sound of a slap and a faint cry from Tammy. Rage washed over Ciaran when he heard it. The violence, the pain, and the helplessness of the woman being held against her will. But experience had taught Ciaran if he let anger get the better of him, it would cloud his judgment and put Tammy in even more danger. Tammy, I need to make sure you're okay. If you speak up, I'll have a better idea of how to handle this situation. He won't be able to do anything more than what he has already done. He knew she could hear him on the speaker. Yes, Ciaran. I'm here. He has 2 guys with guns. Hear that, Ciaran? Ciaran chuckled. Where do you want me to drop the money? I'm sure you can locate your phone, Ciaran. So I'll put your phone where I want you to drop the money. Once I see the money, I'll release your lady friend. All right. I'm not asking you if it's all right. This is not a negotiation. I know you'll show up with an army. If I don't get the money, I'll send you Tammy's dead body." Cian hung up. Ciaran turned the tracking mechanism on and instructed Robert to drive toward the location of his phone. The black sedan with his men trailed behind him. They took an exit from the highway. It wasn't long before they reached the countryside with its rolling hills and bushland. The signal on the phone grew stronger as they approached the edge of a national park. After 10 minutes on foot, they found Ciaran's phone on the bank of a small stream. Ciaran's 4 men unloaded the bags of cash next to the phone. 2 men stepped out from the bush. "Cian told us to check the money." Ciaran nodded and gestured to his men to give Cian's men some space. The men looked inside the bags. Then one of them picked up his phone. "Yeah, you've got it, Cian." Then he hung up and looked at Ciaran. "Cian wants your men to help us load the money into our car. It'll be here in a couple of minutes. And he wants you, Ciaran, to go pick up your lady friend by yourself." The man tipped his chin upstream. Cian stood behind Tammy at the top of a cliff. It was too far away to see Cian's expression, but Ciaran knew he was smirking. Cian said to go to him now and tell your men to stay here. "I've done the count. There are 5 of you. One wrong move and he'll execute your friend." Ciaran looked at Robert and Pete. "You and your team stay here," he said. "Given the circumstances, you'll need to work together and do what's necessary." Ciaran trusted his people would read between the lines and manage the situation themselves without his instructions. He turned and headed up the hill. Before long, Ciaran could see Cian. He stood on a rock at the edge of the cliff, holding Tammy. Her flaming red hair blew and tangled in the wind. A corner of her lip was cut. Her left cheek was bruised. There was a trace of a tear on her face. But it surprised him that she didn't look terrified. Ciaran knew Cian was smart enough to understand the longer he lingered, the more likely the situation would turn against him. Whatever Cian planned to do, he'd do it quickly, and soon. "The man you killed was my brother, Ciaran. Do you really think you can get away with that? I didn't kill anyone. He attacked me from behind and slipped on his mate's blood. If you need someone to blame for your brother, blame yourself." Cian shook his head. "Someone has to pay. You have to pay." Then he pushed Tammy off the cliff.
Chapter 21. Everything seemed to move as if in slow motion, but Tammy knew it happened in mere seconds. That meant she needed to make a decision in that very short moment. She didn't regret going to Cian. She knew she had been walking into a trap. But her gut instinct told her she would be fine. Even now, when he had pushed her off the cliff, she knew, deep down, she would be fine. She grabbed Cian on her way down. He toppled over the edge and dropped his gun. He grabbed her foot. She gripped the edge of the rock, her body suspended by the tips of her fingers. Cian's hold on her foot added to the weight. She saw Ciaran running toward her. The force of his movement and the determination on his face made it all worth it. He dove to the edge of the cliff. She felt the impact of his body as it hit the ground and the rock's hard edges. Her fingers were slipping off the cliff edge. If she could manage to shake Cian off, she might be able to hang on a little longer. But she couldn't do that just to save herself. That would be murder, and then she would be no different than Cian. Just before her fingers slipped further and she let go, Ciaran grabbed her hands. Ciaran was strong, but she didn't think his strength was enough to bear the weight of 2 adult bodies, while his ribcage grinded against the hard rock, and his arm pulled from its shoulder socket. She knew she might pull Ciaran over the edge if she didn't kick Cian off, but still she couldn't do it. "Hold tight to my left," Ciaran said, and let go of her left hand to free his right hand. Cian clung to her left foot. Hearing what Ciaran had said, he reached over and grabbed at her right foot, yanking hard. The sudden movement and the extra weight pulled her left shoulder out of place. She yelped at the searing pain. She glanced down quickly and could see the hatred in Cian's eyes. He was determined to pull both her and Ciaran off the cliff. Ciaran used his free hand to pull a gun and pointed it down at Cian. "My bullet or the water below. Pick one, Cian. You've got 3 seconds." And that was it. Cian let go of Tammy's foot and plummeted to the water below. Ciaran pulled her up to the top of the cliff. "Okay, this will hurt," he said, "but I need to do it." She nodded and let the tears run down. He traced his palm along her left shoulder, and in a quick and decisive move, he popped it back into place. "You're okay now." He pulled her into a reassuring embrace. Then he let her go, took his shirt off, and made her a sling. "We'll get you a proper sling at home." As soon as he took his shirt off, her eyes landed, not on his bruised side, which suggested a few cracked ribs at the very least, nor on the well-toned muscles on his body, but on a long and nasty scar running from the base of his neck to his chest. She said nothing, but he caught her glance. "Let's go." He guided her back to his car. Not long after, they arrived at No. 1 Hyde Park, an address she never thought she would set foot in her entire life. This was a place for the richest, wealthiest, and most powerful people in England. He took her in from the car park wing. Contrary to what she expected, there was no concierge or anyone greeting him on his way in. He parked his own car and opened the door for her into a massive corridor with floor-to-ceiling polished marble. Then, when they entered elevator, she got the answer to her question about the lack of people in the building. They had entered via his private door, and this was his private elevator. It didn't even have a button or floor level. Ciaran pressed his thumb on the key panel, and up it went. He gestured to the sofa as soon as they entered the apartment. "Please make yourself comfortable. Do you need any painkillers?" "No, but you do. You may want to check for cracked ribs. They can have long-term effects if you don't get them fixed." He smiled at her and walked away into what she thought might be the bedroom wing. "I'd know if I broke a bone or two, and I know when I need to take painkillers. I know a person in pain when I see one. I'm a nurse, in case you don't remember." He stepped out of the bedroom wing with a new shirt on. "I do remember, Tammy, but I don't know of any nurse who would go running at a criminal's beck and call just on the off chance of saving someone who might not need her help." "You think I'm naive, or that I was stupid to go to Cian?" "You're neither, but Cian appealed to your caring nature. And that quality might be what puts you in harm's way. My guess is that he told you I was in trouble and maybe injured, that I needed your help, and you were not to tell anyone as that would put me in danger. Is that correct? Is that what you think of me? Caring?" He shoved his hands into his pants pocket and looked at her. His striking gray eyes grew intense. "Yes, Tammy, you're a good woman. You care for people. I'm sorry you got tangled up in this." His phone buzzed. Ciaran picked it up. In a short moment, he put it back into his pocket. "Cian and his men have been taken care of. You're safe now. Let's go. I'll get you a proper sling." "Did your men kill Cian?" He stopped in his tracks and looked at her. "My team has full autonomy to do their job. Their top priority is to protect me, my family, and my associates. What happened just now made you one of my associates, and my men will do whatever is necessary to keep you safe." "You haven't answered my question. And you haven't answered mine either. What did Cian say to make you go to him? You're smart enough to know that it was a trap. If you think caring is my weakness, and you don't want to be associated with weakness, why did you even agree to have dinner with me and make it a one-date wonder, Ciaran? I'm sorry if that hurt you. It wasn't my intent. You're too smart to take even the first step if you knew it'd go nowhere. We had a chance. So what did I do to turn you off?" Silence. "Come on, I'm a big girl. I can take it. You just need to tell me the truth. It's not you, it's me, but I'm not going to explain myself to you. Call me names if that makes you feel better. But that dinner will be all there is between us. I'm not her. I can never be like her. Is that the reason?" His eyes darkened. "I'll call Robert to take you home." "Is that it? Is this the last time you're going to talk to me?" He looked into her eyes. "In everyone's best interest, I'm afraid so." "So now you don't want to know what Cian said that made me go to him so easily?" Ciaran held up his phone but hadn't yet called Robert. "No, I no longer want that information. Cian was manipulative. He caused harm to people I care about, and he met the end he deserved. There's no point in dragging this out," she nodded. "Okay, then call Robert." She headed toward the door. "It was your hair, Tammy. My late wife had hair just like yours, long, beautiful, flaming red. That shouldn't be a reason for any man in his right mind to decide on a date. But for some strange reason that I still don't have an explanation for, I asked you out. It was a weak moment I should have never had. I'm telling you now because I think it's what you deserve. You're a good person. A beautiful and intelligent woman with your own mind. Being involved with me will only bring disastrous consequences, like what just happened. He gestured at her injured shoulder. Again, I'm sorry for even starting our short-lived relationship. She approached him. The pain in his eyes was unbearable. She was sure he didn't realize that. So you did think we had a chance? No, I didn't think we have a chance. I know it hurts to hear me say that. But you asked the question, and that's my answer. I should have been straight with you rather than avoiding a call. But I hadn't worked out the right way to tell you. Again, it's my problem, not yours. She nodded. When Scene called me, she said, he said he only hoped to bluff you. He said he didn't think I'd be stupid enough to go to him, so he only wanted you to see that he was on the phone with me. I decided to go see him because I knew you would be there. I thought it might be some business disagreement between you and him. I didn't think it would end up in a dangerous scuffle. Well, now you've seen me, and you have the answer you've been after. You think I called you several times in the last few days to save a relationship that didn't exist? I called you to deliver a message in person. What message, he asked, and from whom? I owe someone a favor, and I need to pay by delivering a message to you. She pulled out her wallet and flipped it open so he could see her driver's license. See, I'm a brunette, not a redhead, but she said flaming red hair would help me get your attention. And she was right, wasn't she? His eyes darkened several shades. What are you getting at? I'm only a messenger, Ciaran. I'm very open-minded to supernatural matters, but I don't believe in this. I'm going to have to ask you to leave. If the message wasn't urgent or important, she wouldn't have pushed me to go to all this effort to get your attention. There's nothing in it for me. I'm a nurse, that's my real identity, and I'm sure you vetted me. I do care about people, and I couldn't bear to see the pain in her eyes. Are you sure you want me to leave? All you have to do is to agree to connect so she can speak to you. I don't know how to connect with a person who has passed. He stood up. And what difference will it make? Please leave now, Tammy. Ciaran, all you need to do is to look at me and agree to speak to her. I'm not sure what she wants to talk to you about, but I'm sure you have questions for her. You have unanswered questions and unfinished business with her. I can see it in your eyes. It's the same pain as what I saw in her eyes, so why deny yourself the chance to relay a final message to her? She held his hands. Ciaran, all you need to do is to agree to connect. You don't have to do anything or say anything to me. His striking gray eyes were now almost opaque with the pain he tried to control, but that control was sliding down a steep slope. Then she saw an opening. He looked into her eyes. He was so close, she could feel the hollowness of his soul, hear the scream of his grief, and see the black clouds of confusion and sadness. Then a spark cut through the air with a snapping sound. His eyes rolled back and he shut down. She nudged him so that he collapsed onto the sofa and not the floor. Ciaran was totally out. Oh my God, what have I done? Then rage washed over Tammy. She yelled at the empty air around her. Okay, creep, I've got him for you. Come out right now. Chapter 22. My name is Zeths, not Creep. I won't directly engage in what you're doing. All right then, you just want me to do the dirty work for you. It's done. You have him. Now can you release my son? Tammy tried her best to calm her voice. There was no point in fighting this formless thing, whatever it was. He has been released. He's now at home, safe and sound, and waiting for you. Tammy pulled out her phone and called her home number. She almost burst into tears when she heard her son's voice on the phone. Hello, Luke. Sorry I was late, Mom. I don't know why I got off the bus a stop early. Then I kept walking around in the park. That's okay, honey. If you're hungry, get some snacks from the pantry. You're allowed tonight. I'll be home soon and I'll grab a pizza on the way. Okay? Yes, Mom. Can I please have my favorite? You sure can. I'll get your fire cheese balls with extra taco sauce. Thank you, Mom. Tammy hung up and sat down on the sofa opposite Ciaran, whose body was here, but whose consciousness had gone. Her son didn't even know he had been kept for a few days. How do I know you won't take my son again? How do I know you won't follow me for the rest of my life? You have my word. That's not exactly reassuring. My word is all I have. You asked for help. I got you information about your sister's fate, and that helped her make the right decision about her cancer treatment. We agreed that you would get Ciaran for me, and if I didn't encourage you to finish the job by taking your son, then we wouldn't have gotten this far. So you are the one who broke the agreement, not me." Tammy buried her face in her free hand for a brief moment. "I agreed because I thought he was some rich guy." "And he is." Tammy rolled her eyes. "Judging by the way you speak, I'd guess you have zero experience with human relationships. So I won't bother explaining it to you. What will you do to him now? I had to strip the man down to the weakest part of his soul to get you what you want. I don't know how I can live with myself for the rest of my life if anything happens to him. I will cause him no harm. I can assure you that. I'm a soul reaper, and on my books he has a long life ahead of him. But I need him to save the world of the fairy tales." Tammy stared into the vacant air. "Come again?" "I'm not supposed to interfere with matters of fate in the mortal world, but I need to take Ciaran to his soulmate so that they can connect. Together they will solve the problem of the fairy tale world and avoid chaos." Tammy snorted. "Sounds easy. Why can't you just tell Ciaran? You said you can't interact directly with humans. How are you going to take him?" "I need you to convince him. I am working with his soulmate. If I manipulate his actions, their consummation might become invalid." "So his late wife wasn't his soulmate?" "No. You wanted me to get him open up and agree to connect with the supernatural, so you didn't expect that attempt would knock him out?" "Not at all." "Oh my God, are you sure he'll wake up?" "I'm not sure. But why wouldn't he?" Tammy stood and paced back and forth. "What's your name again?" "Zeths." "All right, Zeths. What sort of magic can you conjure?" "I'm a minor deity. I have power, but I don't conjure magic." "When a person reaches out at a subconscious stage, or in your terms, when a soul travels in search for meaning and it's sent in the wrong direction, can that soul get lost?" "Tammy, I'm not sure what you are getting at. But if the meaning the soul is searching for is critical to his being, then yes." Tammy clutched at her stomach. She felt like heaving, but this wasn't the time for her to lose it. She had sent him in the wrong direction, and relying on this deity didn't seem to be a viable solution. "Ciaran will wake. I'm sure of that. He has a strong spirit. His soul isn't the kind that can get lost or be detained easily. But if the meaning he's searching for is deep-seated, then we'll lose him, Zeths." "How can you be so sure the issue is critical to his being, Tammy? You gave me no information about his late wife, apart from she had red hair and her death was untimely." Ciaran's mind appeared to be invincible. Or maybe it's invincible under normal circumstances. But with a couple of jabs at his weak point, he crumbled like this. "It was blind luck on my part. But it was a disaster on his part, because the answers he thought he would find by agreeing to connect with the supernatural is a very critical part of his being." "You don't know that," Zeth said. "You will know if you see what's in his eyes. I have no idea what keeps him standing when he carries such a heavy weight of grief. So, about getting him connect with his soulmate, consider your plan fucked. He thinks his late wife was his soulmate. I'm sure of that. Ciaran is lost." Now she heaved so hard it made her breathless. "There must be something I can do," Zeth said. She shook her head. "He's so damaged that I don't think he can be fixed. He suffered some injury when he pulled you off the cliff, but I don't think the damage is that severe. It's not fatal, and it's nothing modern medicine can't fix." "Zeths, you're naive, and you're ignorant to human emotional pain. But you're not 12, are you?" "No, I'm a few thousand years old," Tammy perked up. "That was a rhetorical question, but thanks for the info. That helps." She strode toward Ciaran and yanked his shirt open. "That's a large bruise, significant damage." Tammy rolled her eyes. "Not that injury, this one." She pointed at the scar running from the base of his neck to his chest. "That one has healed," Zeth said. "It's the tangible manifestation of his deep-seated pain." "I don't understand, Tammy. I don't expect you to. Do you know how his wife died?" "I can't reveal that information, but I didn't reap her soul, though." "But you know of her death. Does that mean that her death has something to do with the supernatural?" "Yes." "All right, now we're getting somewhere. Can you tell if this scar has anything to do with the supernatural?" There was a long silence. "Hello? Are you still here?" "Yes, the scar came from a supernatural incident, and it's quite damaging." Tammy nodded. Can you erase the scar? You are asking for a lot, Tammy. It's not just a scar, it's his deepest emotional wound. It's a mark that will remind him of what happened with his wife for the rest of his life. At a surface level, if you could take the mark away, whatever message comes afterward that explains the disappearance of the mark will carry significant meaning to him. Clinical Psychology 101. If you can erase the mark, that will give him a signal that you are on his side. You understand his problem and you want to help. He'll pay attention and you can take the soulmate problem from there. This will have significant consequences. Yes, but if you do that for him, I'll wake him. Tammy, are you sure you can do that? How? That's my job. Just do your part, and I'll do mine. You do care for him, don't you, Tammy? A lot. Tammy glanced at Ciaran. Then she shrugged. So what? There was a long silence. Then, in front of her eyes, the scar on Ciaran's chest faded and vanished as if it had never been there. Well, that seemed to work. Tammy smiled. She cautiously sat down next to Ciaran, marveling at the peaceful look that suddenly graced his face. Gently, she swept a lock of hair from his forehead and drank in the passionate beauty of his God-given features. Your soulmate doesn't know how lucky she is, she murmured softly. You don't know how lucky you are either. I read a lot of fairy tales to my son, and his favorite was the Sleeping Beauty. Now you are my Sleeping Beauty. My prince. With one last glance filled with affection and reverence, she leaned forward and pressed a tender kiss against his lips. His skin felt like velvet against hers, as their mouths melded in an intimate embrace, heat radiating through her body with each passing second. He wasn't hers, and she might never see him again after this. But now she relished the kiss and cherished the sensation. This moment was exclusively hers.
Chapter 23. It was unmistakably Juliet. Ciaran looked at the female figure standing on the other side of the river. He stood right at the edge of a misty riverbank. It was dark, but the light from thousands of glowing butterflies and insects reflecting on the icy snow illuminated the scene. He recognized the familiar stream of flaming red hair wrapping around the delicate shoulders and cascading down the lower back. Her hair looked like it did the first time they met and the last time he saw her alive. Her back was to him now, but if she turned and looked at him, Ciaran was more than certain that it was her beautiful face he would see. Ciaran knew something wasn't right. His wife had died. As much as he was sentimental about that, he knew he couldn't change it. Even if he dreamed about her, it would only add pain and resolve nothing. But what if he was given a chance to speak with her one more time? What would he say, or rather, what would he ask her? He had no doubts about their marriage. Juliet was complicated, sophisticated. There was a part of her that had always been a mystery to him, that not only intrigued him but fascinated him. But there was one fact that remained unchanged, and he had made the decision on that. He had built their lives around it. They were soulmates. Her death was untimely. Everybody speculated about her loyalty to him, their relationship, and his family. Ciaran didn't care for the speculation, but he did have a question. Why did she do what led to her death? The idea of being able to talk to her was tempting. But this wasn't real. It might even be a trap. Ciaran stood at the river, cautiously enjoying the scene and the pain of his emotional wound being poked, but he said nothing. The female figure turned and looked at him. From across the mystical river, he could see Juliet's smile. "Ciaran, do you miss me?" He said nothing in response. "Do you have questions for me, Ciaran?" He wasn't going to interact. He didn't know this environment, if it was part of a holo game or a drug-induced subconscious state of mind. If he didn't engage, there was nothing whoever was manipulating this situation could do to make him interact. The woman's eyes teared up. "Ciaran!" Ciaran shoved his hands in his pants pockets and said nothing. The image of the woman started to fade and then flickered. If this was a holo game, Ciaran knew his challenge was almost over. Each player had a very short window of time to challenge and accept challenges before the games began. If a challenge wasn't accepted, players would move on. The woman looked at him and her lips moved, but no more sound came out. Her hair changed color, shifting from flaming red to raven black. Her skin lightened several shades, and the light freckles on her cheeks disappeared. Her face had totally changed. It was still beautiful, but this figure was no longer his Juliet. The bushes and shrubs along the riverbank thickened, seeming to grow in fast motion. This was a setting change in holo games that occurred when the players moved to another game or proceeded to a higher stage of the game. Guessing he was no longer the central character of this game, Ciaran turned on the camera of the built-in multiverse prototype his company was developing. It was not an ordinary wristwatch and would make the current wearable smart device makers on the market feel ashamed. Anyway, that was his day-to-day business, and at least he could now put it to good use in this unusual situation. He'd love to have the data to develop his own holo games in the future. He pointed the camera toward the new and evolving scene across the river and started filming. After gathering enough footage, he turned off the camera. He then tried to recall what had happened that had forced him into this game environment. If he figured out the track, then he could pull himself out of this. Across the river, the woman looked as if she was picking flowers. She was smiling and singing to herself. Or maybe she was singing to the birds on the other side of the river. This scene looked oddly familiar. Ciaran shook his head, reminding himself that this wasn't his game. He heard a faint crackle behind him, the sound of sticks snapping and breaking. There was also a stealthy, calculated movement. He didn't think it was an animal. Ciaran knew he had no weapons on him. He turned. A man stretched a bow on a tree branch 15 feet away from him, about to shoot an arrow with a steel tip. The weapon was ancient, but Ciaran was sure it had been specially made for a professional killer of a high caliber. That arrow could kill a tiger from this side of the river if it hit the right spot. This was a professional hunter, and judging from the direction in which he was aiming, he planned to shoot the woman across the river. Ciaran knew he shouldn't interfere, but his instincts took over, and he picked up a small rock at his feet. He lobbed it at the man, who let go of the bowstring. The arrow soared toward the woman but missed her and hit the tree trunk next to her. She stared at the arrow penetrating deep into the tree trunk. As the arrow tail vibrated with the impact, she ran off into the bush behind her. On this side of the river, the man immediately pulled another arrow, loaded it, and aimed at Ciaran. "I don't care who you are, but you asked for it." At this distance, the impact of the arrow on his body would be brutal. If this was a hologame environment and if he died, it wouldn't affect his real life. Ciaran knew that because he never bet his life in any game he played. But what if this wasn't a game? What if someone or something had forced him or his subconscious into this elusive environment? He might have been manipulated to place a bet he couldn't afford. It was a trap. The man held his bow and arrow firmly and grimaced. "I'm a hunter. I'm the one setting traps, not the other way around. Plus, Snow White is mine. I understand the queen might send many men to make the kill, but only the strongest and fastest will succeed. Snow White." Ciaran winced inwardly. He'd had more than enough encounters with fairy tales in the last few weeks. He wished he had paid more attention when his mother tried to get him to read them when he was a child. But he was studying science and alchemy when he was 5. How on earth would he have had time to read about Snow White? He would have to survive now using his common knowledge about the story. "Look, Huntsman. My name is Omar Darwish, not Huntsman. My neighbor makes shoes. Would you call him a shoemaker?" There was no use debating with this fairy tale character that there were in fact people with the last name Shoemaker, so Ciaran simply nodded. "I'm sorry. I'm not a hunter. I'm not your enemy, Omar. Look, I have no weapon." Omar looked Ciaran up and down to ensure he had no knife or pistol. Seeing that Ciaran was telling the truth, the huntsman lowered his bow and arrow. Omar looked Ciaran up and down to ensure he had no knife or pistol. Seeing that Ciaran was telling the truth, the huntsman lowered his bow and arrow. "What do you want?" Omar asked. "Did you really intend to kill Snow White?" "No. I mercifully spared her life. Though I'm not sure how secure she'll be in the forest, I did not end her life as instructed. That's why I had to slaughter that wild pig. I required its heart as proof of the kill for the queen. I need the silver," the queen promised. "Silver?" "Wealth for my future wife, since I'm not wealthy enough to take her hand in marriage." The Lord of Chaos said, "This is my way to garner wealth quickly." Ciaran didn't know a lot about fairy tales, but he was aware that wasn't how the Snow White story was meant to go. I'm sure there are more ways to accumulate wealth quickly. But cheating the queen seems to be a difficult and risky endeavor. The silver from this one hunt is enough for me to pay for a rescue for my wife, and a storyteller to write and help us submit to the divine for assistance. The Lord of Chaos said it only takes one, and then it will be soon over. Let me get this straight. The Lord of Chaos told you to take the task from the queen for the silver? Is that correct? Yes. But out of your conscience, you can't kill Snow White. That's why you need the pig's heart. That's right. That means you have deviated from what the Lord of Chaos advised. How can you be so sure this cheat will be successful? And if the queen finds out, not only will you not have your money, you'll lose your life. Are you really suggesting I kill that beautiful princess for money? I can't do that. Even if I go through with it and get the money, I'm sure the storyteller will refuse to help me because the money is bloodstained. The storyteller is righteous. She knows all and has the power to refuse my plea. If she doesn't help, it doesn't matter how much wealth I have. I won't be able to save my lover. Then nothing else will matter anymore. Ciaran could see Omar's hands were shaking. He didn't possess the cold-heartedness of a ruthless hunter. Have you always been a hunter, Omar? Omar heaved a sigh. I hunt as a hobby. I'm a merchant by trade. But since my lover is taken into the palace, I'll do whatever the Lord of Chaos demands to bring her back. Ciaran attempted to understand what the Lord of Chaos was. If he was attempting to manipulate the fairy tale world, he might be behind Cinderella's earlier problem, and that could explain why Ciaran had been brought here. Ciaran pointed to the other side of the river. You thought that was a wild pig? Omar grimaced. I never miss, and my eyes don't play tricks on me. What are you saying? Ciaran showed the huntsman the footage he had just filmed. What was Snow White doing in this little box of yours? This device is called a wristwatch. It can do many things, and one of them is recording what you see. Once it records, you can play back past events. It can remember things, so it records the real thing? Like the truth? I wouldn't go as far as truth. But, simply speaking, without any manipulation, it can only record what a person can see. I just want to show you that we saw different versions of the same event. The machine supports my version. So that means someone or something is manipulating you. Someone wants you to kill Snow White permanently and for real. Well, that would be the queen. I don't think she has the know-how to manipulate what you see. She's in the story like you, so I don't think she even knows what her ending will be. I don't understand. The simplest way I can put it is that I come from the future. In my time, your story, your life, and the Snow White story are very popular. Everyone knows about Snow White. Well, almost everyone. And some people in my time want to change the ending of your story, and that's why they're trying to make you kill Snow White for real. Let's say I believe the magic you've just talked about, that Snow White is safe and sound and lives a long and happy life. Then all I need to do is find a pig, kill it to get its heart, and then let the queen believe I killed Snow White. Right? Not quite. Snow White's journey is a little bumpy, but as far as the fairy tale goes, she gets a happy ending eventually. But if someone interferes with the natural order of things, I won't know the ending anymore. Ciaran felt dizzy, and a sensation of weightlessness came over him. Don't do anything drastic, he told Omar. The queen is not who I'm worried about. The person who is trying to manipulate the result is my main concern. The Lord of... Ciaran tried, but he couldn't complete the sentence before his knees buckled. Hey! You're disappearing. I don't know what to do. The voice of the huntsman echoed around Ciaran. He yanked his wristwatch off and threw it toward Omar. Then he saw nothing but a blinding whiteness. Chapter 24. Ciaran opened his eyes to find himself lying on the sofa, staring at the ceiling of his own apartment. His shirt was open at the chest. Every bone and muscle in his body ached. He hadn't checked yet, but he had the feeling Tammy had left his apartment. He sat up slowly, as he had a feeling that quick movement might cause his body to disintegrate. A pounding headache hit him as soon as he was upright. What happened? He mentally traced his steps. Got kidnapped with Robert and Tammy. Escaped, then rescued Tammy. Tammy told him she could connect him with Juliet so that he could ask her his final questions. Then, darkness. He went to the medicine cabinet for some painkillers. As he took the pills, he caught his reflection on the glass door of the cabinet. He was astonished. The deep scar running from the base of his neck to the middle of his chest was gone, as if it had never been there. He still remembered the pain and the violent attack the day Juliet died, when his heart was almost torn from his chest. It wasn't the pain or the near-fatal incident that made him look at the scar every day. He had made it a routine to remind himself how precious life was. Juliet had brought meaning to his life. She was his soulmate. He never thought his life could be so empty without her. Her untimely death and his unanswered questions about their marriage were the cause of his deep-seated pain. But he didn't see that as a weakness. Especially not so much that someone or something felt the need to send Tammy to snap him out of his senses. He rubbed the back of his head where the headache still lingered. She had knocked him out and sent him into a sweet dream where he got to see Juliet again. The dream felt so real. Ciaran still vividly remembered the smell of the forest around him. The scent of Juliet's hair carried to him from across the mystic river by the gentle wind. His caution about being manipulated in a game had prevented him from engaging in a conversation with Juliet. But he didn't regret his decision. What could he possibly gain by talking to Juliet in a dream? Then, in the dream, he saw the huntsman called Omar Darwish. Omar was about to kill Snow White, and Ciaran talked the huntsman out of the accidental kill. He shook his head. What kind of dream was that? Whoever sent Tammy to put that dream into his head and then took away the scar must be powerful. He looked at his chest again. How did they do that? Had he slept for a long time? He looked at his wristwatch to check the time and discovered that the watch was gone. Flashes of memories came back to him. He remembered talking to the huntsman. Before he finished giving him advice, Ciaran felt as if he was being pulled again. He had peeled off his watch and thrown it toward the Omar. He looked at his wrist again. He rushed through the apartment, searching for the watch. It was definitely gone. It hadn't been a dream. Ciaran took out his cell phone to call Robert and saw Tammy's text message on the screen. A reliable source of information has told me that a being from the spiritual realm is looking to communicate with you in order to pass on an important message from someone close to your heart. As evidence of the validity of the source and their genuine intention to help you, take note of how the scar, the mark of the supernatural affliction, on your body has gone. Tammy. He went into the bathroom and stared at his chest where the scar had been prominently positioned before. It wasn't the first time someone or something otherworldly had targeted him. He was used to it. But he knew this was different. They wanted to toy with his deepest emotional wound. But it was a big mistake to believe that this emotional wound was his weakness. He didn't have a weakness. He couldn't afford to have a weakness, given the weight of his family's legacy on his shoulders. His phone vibrated and Robert was at the other end of the line. Ciaran and his men have been sorted, Ciaran. And you were right. It's not clear how he got the info about our whereabouts. He wasn't associated with any known sources. Can you check on Tammy to make sure she got home safely? Then bring Jamie to the Oxfordshire office, but don't notify Lily. There's no need to alarm her. I just want to have a chat with Jamie. Can do. Ciaran hung up, thinking about trying to contact his wristwatch, which was now in the possession of the Omar Darwish in the fairy tale world. Normally he would consider this some kind of joke, but now it seemed likely to be as real as his previous encounter with Cinderella. His wristwatch was a new development of the LeBlanc's high-tech department. The product was only in the prototype stage, but the communication function was almost operational. He had paired it with his cell phone using his private network. LeBlanc technology didn't rely on common internet, satellite, or other connections available to governments or the public. It was developed for several reasons, but the main one was that he didn't like sharing. Now was the time to test the technology he was proud of. He called his watch from his cell phone. To his pleasant surprise, the wrist unit responded to his call. It rang. He didn't know how the huntsman would react to this. Would a huntsman in a fairy tale know how to answer a call from a cell phone connected from another world? Or would he call the wrist unit a devil when it beeped at him in the echoing ringtone Ciaran had set and Throw the watch away to prevent all hell from breaking loose on him. Omar's face appeared on the screen of Ciaran's phone. Contrary to Ciaran's lack of confidence in him, the man had hit the right button on the wrist unit and connected. He did, however, look very puzzled. "Hello, it's Ciaran again. Remember me?" Ciaran smiled, hoping his face looked friendly at the other end of the line. "Oh, you can speak to me from the box. You were here and then you were gone. And now you're inside the shouting box. I know it's confusing. But first things first, this is the only way we can communicate, so we need to get this right. The device you're using to talk to me now is not a box. It's a watch." "A watch? You mean this thing observes and looks at things?" "Call it a box then, if you must. At the top left corner, you'll see an image that looks like a fence." "Yes, I see 5 sticks." "Correct. That indicates the battery level, or the strength of the box. If the number of bars reduces to 0, the box will die and you can't talk to me anymore." "Oh, it just went down to 4 bars. Right. So the first thing you need to do is to reverse the energy and remote charge it for me. If you tap your finger on the bar once, it will turn into an arrow. Done. Tap on the arrow 3 times to lock in. Done. Good. So keep the box on at all times, but don't show it to anyone. Can you do that?" "Yes, Sess. When you need to talk to me, hit the handle image at the bottom right." "The one that looks like a loaf of bread with 2 bulky heads?" "Yes, that's the one." "Oh no, the Lord of Chaos is coming for me," Omar said. "He's the one who sent me the task from the Queen. He sent me to the storyteller in the Kingdom York." "Yorkshire, England?" "No, New York. I haven't done what he asked. I don't have the silver. He'll be mad." The call cut off abruptly, and Ciaran wanted to call again, but he didn't want to interfere when Omar was in the middle of conversation with Lord of Chaos. He heard a sound at the entrance of the room. He looked up, expecting Jamie and Robert, but it wasn't what he saw.
Chapter 25. Madeline gasped for air and swallowed a mouthful of salty water. She kicked her legs hard to stay afloat, as the ground she had stood on before was suddenly gone. It was still dark and cold. The turbulent water added to her disorientation and confusion, but she was certain she was still inside the veil, and Zeths was still somewhere watching her with amusement. She made a mental note that she'd give him a kick in the backside once she got out of this mess. If she got out. It was a big if. She asked Zeths to cast a disguise spell on her, making her look like Juliet so Ciaran could make love with her without killing her. He said he'd grant her request, and then he would cast her into the depths of the ocean. Now she knew he wasn't speaking metaphorically. She didn't like being in the water, let alone underwater. And because she was so busy reminding herself to keep breathing, she wasn't in any condition to be glamorous, let alone seduce a soulmate she had never been intimate with. She kicked her feet, breathing in the water, choking and coughing. She didn't know how long she could keep her body in this upright position. It was dark, and she couldn't risk swimming away from the shore. Easy. Take it easy. Stay still. Strong arms wrapped around her torso from behind. A warm, calming male voice reached her ears over the sound of the turbulent waters. Her body stayed afloat, but her heart sank. That was Ciaran's voice. It was pitch dark, but she recognized his voice anywhere. She was now aware that neither of them had anything on. Ciaran's voice caused a delightful tremor inside her and ignited intense desire in her core. His warm skin brushing against hers sent her passion to its maximum level. She understood Zeth's decision to leave them in the nude. It didn't matter how strong the soulmate bond was, being exposed to each other in an unfamiliar environment could never elicit arousal. She was wondering what he was thinking about being suddenly thrust into this situation. He was calm. The calmness and determination of his tone assured her that if she followed his direction, they both would be fine. "I'm assessing the direction of the water flow and the current to get a sense of where the shore is, and then I'll bring you in. Okay? Give me a few seconds." She rolled her eyes. This was rescuing technique 101, used on drowning victims. He held her from behind and tried to calm her. He explained what he was doing to assure her that he was with her at all times. Listen, I'm not drowning if that's what you're thinking. I can swim. Yes, I'm disoriented. Taham. So if you could navigate, that would be very helpful. But you can let go of me. Juliet? Ciaran had already recognized the lilting voice coming out of her mouth without her having to form a thought about it. She wondered what she or Juliet looked like. Ciaran, I don't understand why I'm here. Neither do I. Let me take you to the shoreline. You never have been fond of deep water. I think the shore is this way. Ciaran held her shoulders and guided her in the direction he had navigated. The water is quite rough, he said as the waves crashed against their bodies. But don't worry, I'll get you inside and never let go of you. He pulled her closer to his chest, his strong arms enveloping her frame and giving her a sense of security amidst the chaos, and he started to swim toward the shore. As she stayed in his embrace, her heart raced with both fear and desire. Would he still hold her so tightly if he knew who she truly was? The thought lingered in the back of her mind like a dark cloud, but for now, she let him lead the way. She trusted him more than anyone else in this world. It didn't take long before their feet touched the seafloor. When the water was at her hips, she could see shape of him in the dim starlight. He looked down at her face, or rather her facade, and tilted her chin up. Her heart started to sink further. The man she needed, the man she had to make love with, hated her. Madeline looked up at him, his stormy gray eyes piercing into her very soul. He was gorgeous. In another life, she could have been his, but now she had to settle for playing Juliet's role. Would she ever be able to forget these moments when their paths crossed for real? What if he still looked at her with contempt instead of love? I don't know why we're here, Ciaran. I think we were both being toyed with, trapped in this limbo of nothingness by a higher power. Someone or something had taken control, and all we could do was watch as our lives were pushed, pulled, and prodded like puppets on a stage. Ciaran's eyes, filled with longing and disbelief, held Madeline captive as she struggled to maintain the facade of Juliet. The water around them seemed to respond to their emotions, swirling and dancing like a living entity. He reached out hesitantly, his touch gentle and reverent, as if he were afraid that she would vanish like a mirage. Juliet, he whispered, the name falling from his lips like a prayer. In that moment, Ciaran's love for his lost wife was palpable, and Madeline felt a pang of guilt so sharp it threatened to sever her resolve. Her heart raced as Ciaran's gaze bore into her, searching for any hint of deception. She knew she must convince him without a doubt that she was indeed his beloved Juliet, or else face the wrath of the gods. "Touch me, Ciaran," she urged softly, her voice husky with desire. "Make me yours again." The words seemed to pierce through the fog of uncertainty that clouded his mind, and his hands slid over her body with renewed purpose. Madeline shivered beneath his fingertips as they traced the familiar curves and lines he had once known so intimately. And when his lips met hers in a searing kiss, she almost forgot the deception herself, lost in the heat of their passion. "Gods, how I've missed you," Ciaran murmured against her neck, his breath hot on her skin. His hands tangled in her hair, pulling her closer and deepening their kiss. Madeline's heart pounded as she fought to keep her composure, all the while knowing that one slip-up could spell disaster. "Show me you still love me," she whispered into his ear, desperation lacing her words. "Let us be one again." Ciaran hesitated for a moment, his eyes searching hers once more. But the desire that had been building between them seemed to overpower any lingering doubts, and with a groan of need, he pressed her against him, their bodies entwining like vines, reaching toward the divine light. And as his lips claimed hers in a passionate embrace, Madeline found herself drowning in the depths of her own deception. The weight of their shared history bore down on her, but it was a burden she was willing to bear if it meant saving her own life. The warmth of Ciaran's touch permeated Madeline's skin, coursing through her veins in a sweet, agonizing pleasure. A longing to be consumed by his embrace was unbearable, despite the knowledge that their connection was built on false promises. She clung to him desperately, wanting more even as she feared what lay ahead. "Please," she gasped, her voice barely audible above the sound of their ragged breaths. "Don't stop." But even as she urged him on, a small part of her screamed for the truth. for the love that transcended deceit and manipulation. As they teetered on the edge of consummation, Madeline knew what she was doing was wrong. She could no longer deny what her heart had known all along, that their love, however forbidden, was real and true. If they made it through this and survived to the other side, she knew they were soulmates, and that true love could never flourish if she pursued this plan. Then Ciaran stopped and eased himself off her. He smirked. "That was so close, wasn't it? You almost got what you wanted, you pathetic creature. Whatever you are, you can crawl out of your skin now." "Ciaran, one more word and I'll break your neck with my bare hands. You forced me here, disguised as my late wife, trying to get me to make love. If you prey on lust and temptation, if you think you have an advantage because you're toying with my weakest emotions, then you are sadly mistaken." "I didn't mean to deceive you." He gestured widely. "Come on, I'm on your turf. I have no supernatural power. I have no weapon. I don't even have a single scrap of clothing on." "What are you afraid of?" She uttered the unlock spell. A swirling gust of wind whipped around them like a miniature tornado. In a matter of seconds, they remained standing on the dark beach, but now fully clothed. "Madeline, did you anticipate a wretched being from another realm desiring to use you for their own carnal pleasure, Ciaran?" He squinted his eyes skeptically. "How much do you know about the supernatural?" "It's been a steep learning curve these past few days, considering I'm starting from scratch." He nodded. "Do you know where we are?" "Inside the veil. That's what I was told." "Why do you have to?" She raised a hand to stop him. "Let me save us some time. I was told we're soulmates, and if we don't consummate by the time I get out of here because I killed a goddess in front of your office building, I'll be in trouble with the gods." She paused, gazing at him for a reaction. He shoved his hands in his pockets. She continued. "I know you despise me because of our disagreements around the article I penned. You have a sharp tongue. It comes with the territory, and I tossed your late wife's silver coin out the window. But here." She approached, pulling the coin from her pocket and pushing it into his palm. "You got it back, as I said." He looked at the coin in his palm and back at her. "It's real, swear, no funny business." "I know." He put the coin away. She pulled a string of seaweed out of her hair. "Ciaran, to get the coin back for you, I was stupid enough to let a goddess con me in a deal. Then I killed her. A soul dealer called Zeth's helped me. He said I can get away with it if the goddess threatened my soulmate." He chuckled. "But we can't claim to be soulmates if we haven't done the deed yet? Is that what he told you?" She could feel her cheeks burn. She nodded. "I know you hate me, so I thought the only way I can get you to—" "I agree." "Excuse me?" "You need a soulmate bond. I agree to assist. If I must say I love you, then that's a lie, and we don't need to do that. My understanding is that the soulmate bond can be established with genuine intention. For that, I could say, I don't hate you. I'm surprised you used that word because it is a very strong one. I understand why you do what you do. I'm not the best guy in the world, and God forbid I commit more sins than I can count. But I do have a condition." "Say it." "You'll have to lose that green top," he commanded her. She yanked her top off in one swift move and rushed toward him. As Ciaran's hands began to explore her body, Madeline couldn't help but shudder at the sensations he ignited within her. His lips found hers, soft and warm, their taste bittersweet. He traced a path down her neck, nipping lightly at her sensitive skin, sending shivers down her spine. Despite the cruel circumstances that had brought them together, the intimacy of their union threatened to overwhelm Madeline. Her body responded eagerly to his touch, each caress igniting a fire within her that burned hotter and brighter. Her breaths caught simultaneously with his. The heat of their passion flared up so quickly, the strength of its intensity was unbelievable. It felt natural, as if she had been waiting for this moment her whole life. She rushed her hands up his chest to explore every contour of that chiseled, perfect body. He pressed against her, their energy fusing together in perfect harmony. He gently laid her down on the sand. One more brief moment, and they would become one. The wind started to pick up and intensify in an instant. She knew it was more than just the wind. Their time was running out. Ciaran seemed to understand this as he held her closer and kissed harder, as if he could meld his body into hers. She eased him off of her, cupping his face gently in her hands. It's okay, Ciaran, she said softly. I won't remember any of this when I'm out. You'll be in trouble, Madeline. It's not meant to happen at this moment, but I'm happy that your intentions toward me are genuine. You don't hate me despite everything, and for that is more than enough for now. He wiped away a tear she hadn't even noticed had rolled down her cheek. The wind howled as it intensified, picking up Ciaran's body and suspending him in the air. He reached out desperately, gripping Madeline's hand as the wind tried to carry him away. I will never forget this, Madeline. I'll find you. And with that, his image vanished in front of her.
Chapter 26. Ciaran opened his eyes and found himself lying flat on the floor of his Oxfordshire office. Robert was standing over him, talking on his cell phone. He just opened his eyes, Dr. Thomas. Ciaran felt like he had been hit by a truck. Unlike his body, however, his mind swung into action instantly. He recalled vividly the reflection of something standing in the room before his world went black. Do you need a hand getting up, Ciaran? Nope. Dr. Thomas said he'll be here in 20. I've sent the chopper. No need, Robert. Call it off. Robert called off the helicopter as Ciaran asked. Dr. Thomas isn't happy. I bet. What happened, Ciaran? I'll go grab the security footage. He got to his feet, despite the pounding headache and excruciating muscle pain. No need. Robert arched an eyebrow. So you just passed out for no apparent reason? I got hit from behind. Robert's eyes darkened several shades and his jaw tightened. The security footage shows only Jamie walking out of here. We've got a hole in our system. Ciaran nodded. I'll be happy to review the footage with you. Let's do that in London. Dr. Thomas said he wants to see you tonight. I think he'll make you do a scan. Sure. As soon as Robert stepped out of the room, Ciaran grabbed his gun from the drawer. As he was checking the silencer, a tingling sensation brushed over his skin. He remembered this. It was as if he had just experienced it a moment ago. He felt like he had been in water, but he was completely dry now, standing in the middle of an office. It couldn't have been a holo game because he didn't have that technology set up here. Apart from the phone charger, there was nothing in this office that he could use to connect to his advanced technology. There was something unsettling lingering at the back of his mind, like he had just made a poor decision or a big mistake. But he didn't know what it was, and therefore he had no way of fixing it. He hated not being in control of a situation. I saw you, he said to thin air, hoping for a response. But if you don't talk to me, there's nothing I can do for you. If you're reasonable, I can even forgive you for hitting me from behind. He felt the air shift. In the corner of the room, a large, bulky human form appeared out of nowhere. It remained semi-transparent, but he recognized it as the reflection he had seen on the glass wall before he was knocked out. He took a step backward to give himself some wiggle room in case it decided to attack again. What are you? And what do you want? My name is Zeths. I don't mean you any harm. That's for me to judge. You just attacked me. I took your scar away. He recalled what Tammy said in the message. He nodded. The more I talk to you, the less effective our results will be. What results? You have a lot to do, and time is running out. I suggest you contact Joe Cassidy. The bulky figure vanished. Ciaran paced back and forth for a few moments and pulled out his phone. He activated his robotic assistant, Snoop. Snoop, what can I do for you, Ciaran? Ciaran, who is Joe Cassidy? Is she related to M.R. Cassidy? Snoop, Joe Cassidy, American, 29 years of age, computer programmer, specializing in high-level interactive games, freelancer. She is a friend of Madeline Rue, a KAMR Cassidy. Ciaran, use my private number to contact Joe. Snoop, right away, Ciaran. In an instant, Joe's foxy face appeared on his video call screen. Hello, Joe. My apology for calling you out of the blue. What did you do to Madeline? Joe grunted out the words. It's very nice to meet you too. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking. Regarding Madeline, I sent her to the best hospital in New York. That's the problem. 1 minute she entered your New York office building to talk to you. The next minute, she rushed out into a freak storm that only affected a few blocks around your office building. Then she ended up in the hospital unconscious for no obvious reason. Now they won't let me see her because I'm not her next of kin. What the heck is going on? May I speak now? Yeah. After this call, you can go to Madeline at the hospital. They'll let you in. Regarding what happened to Madeline, I know as much as you do. I had a conversation with Madeline. After I left New York, I heard about the incident on the news. Then I was contacted by a supernatural being called Zeths. He instructed me to contact you. I'm not sure why he chose me. He's a soul reaper. All I know is that Omar Darwish visited Madeline in her office and asked for her assistance in writing a story about a serial killer king. When they shook hands, Madeline passed out. Her recollection of the event was foggy at best. I guess Omar is supernatural, but I'm not sure which kind. Look, if this is all too bizarre for you, I can. I met Omar in the fairy tale world. He was playing the role of the huntsman, and he was trying not to kill Snow White when I saw him. Before that, I ran into Cinderella, whose shoe inexplicably disappeared and was replaced by my late wife's artwork in Melbourne Art Center. So what you're telling me isn't that weird considering. What does soul dealer Zeths have to do with this? I just met him right before Madeline headed to your office. Madeline called him, and in a blink he appeared in the car. How did she call him? Calling him out loud, as if she summoned him. I don't think he used any technology. Apparently, he had talked to her before. She was so desperate that you were going to destroy the trumpet for reasons she saw as being her fault, that she officially made a deal with him on the way into the meeting. He mentioned something about chaos. Does Lord of Chaos ring any bells? That's the guy who keeps sending Omar all over the place, stirring up trouble with fairy tale stuff. Madeline believes it's ruining the lives of everyone she knows. Ciaran nodded. Chain of unfortunate events. Lord of Chaos is like a rat feeding off this sort of thing. Going after fairy tales shows how desperate he's gotten. Here's the thing, Ciaran. I think Zeths wants to fight back against Chaos Guy, but he's scared of him. His voice even dropped several octaves when he mentioned the guy's name. He's going around in circles, avoiding giving any direct answers or solutions for anything. Do you have any ideas about what we should do, Joe? I know a bit about the supernatural, but the fairy tale world is totally new to me. Joe sighed. Me too. I'd rather be playing holo games and fighting monsters instead of dealing with all this. You play? Yes, remotely. But I'm sure you know I don't have the money to play direct. I used to work for a producer, and then I designed one of your combat suits. She raised her hands in the air to show she meant no harm. I wasn't hacking you or anything. I was just trying to get some basic info to help Madeline out. If it helps, though, here's my advice. You should use something you already know. If you can identify the supernatural being and if it plays hologames, you can post a challenge specifically targeting it. Lure it into the game and then, well, you know what happens from there. He couldn't help but grin at Joe's ingenious idea. Let's continue our conversation, Joe. I'd love to have you on my team after this. Now, if you could handle Madeline's part, I'll have a chat with Zeths. He logged off, feeling invigorated as he saw a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. But what it would lead to, he did not know. Ciaran was on the brink of calling his wristwatch in order to reach Omar. However, he felt something warning him to take one more step before he entered the fantasy world. Zeths, I need to speak with you. He wasn't sure if the Soul Reaper would answer. But before he had time to consider, a figure appeared. This time, unlike before, he looked like a regular person and less like an enormous hulk. I use this form so that it is easier on your eyes. What would you like to discuss? I can't tell you anything more than what Joe has told you. Is Madeline in danger? I can't tell anything about Madeline. You want to fight Lord of Chaos, are you not? Yes, but I have more pressing issue to address right now. And I can't tell you about that. Ciaran nodded. Right, you're very subtle, Zeths. Let me ask different questions. If you could send a supernatural being into the hologame environment so that I can terminate that being, who would you send? A wide grin crossed Zeth's face. That will be Xin, a low-rank game-addicted soul reaper. He tried to manipulate the situation to rectify his mistakes. When he failed and almost got killed by the scrying mirror, he followed and overheard my discussion with my subject. Xin will trade that information to avoid punishments by the House of Gods. When the House of Gods get that information, my subject will get hurt. She will be penalized for a sin she committed because she wanted to help you. So, if you can make him gone, I owe you one. And I will repay my debts, a favor for a favor. Consider we have reached an agreement. Zeths nodded and then vanished like a puff of smoke. Ciaran drove back to his apartment in London. As soon as he got to his game room, Ciaran strapped on his hologame weapons and logged into the hologame environment. Then he walked out onto the open battlefield. He had chosen the most advanced game level, and he threw in all the game credits he had accrued throughout his years of playing. The bet was too high for anyone to take. So he stood alone in the fighting field, which at the moment looked like a gothic fighting ring where gods fight against monsters. Outside the ring, an image appeared, flickered, and solidified. He saw the shape of Zeth's in the distance and wagered he had lured Xin there. From outside the ring, Xin would see Ciaran's avatar in the challenger's bets, converted into token value, and presented to Xin in the form of whatever Xin desired most. Ciaran knew his bets would be translated into a prize Xin couldn't refuse. Ciaran was right. Xin drooled at the prospect of winning the prize. He accepted the challenge and entered the game. As soon as he did so, Xin realized he would be playing against Ciaran. "Welcome to the battlefield of the true souls," Ciaran said. Xin withdrew immediately, but it was too late. Ciaran charged. Within seconds, Ciaran fired a beam from his gun into Xin's head. His head exploded. Ciaran punched a button on the control panel. Cash out immediately. He checked to be sure the game's result was irreversible, that Xin had played to the death and had lost his own soul in the game. Then he walked out and logged off the game. A moment later, Ciaran stood in the middle of his London apartment. He understood that the pressing issue Zeth's mentioned was related to Madeline's welfare, and that eliminating Xin had aided both her and Zeth's. But he hadn't any idea what part he played in the grand scheme of things. He had a gaping void deep within himself, an indeterminable question that had been dogging him. He had always assumed this query was on Juliet's love and loyalty to him. It held vital importance to him because he considered Juliet his soulmate. Was he wrong? He called Jo again. Her beautiful face reappeared on the screen, but it had been only a few hours since he last spoke to her. Dark circles had already formed under her eyes. "What happened? Did they let you visit Madeline?" She nodded. "She hasn't regained consciousness. The doctor doesn't know what's going on. I just saw Zeth's. He said you had help, but that's not enough and she's running out of time." Chapter 27. Ciaran had made a fatal mistake. He knew it. He was angry about it. But he didn't know what the mistake was, what the consequences might be, or how to rectify the situation. Years of experience in business, wheeling and dealing with the supernaturals. Countless times he'd won holo games. Multitudes of people he had helped. Many lives he had saved. All of that could come to nothing because of this critical error. But what was it? He triggered the holo game again. The semi-transparent screen appeared, hovering in the middle of the room. He called the holo gamer with whom he had made a deal a piece of critical information for 10 game credits. A small dialogue bubble appeared at the top right corner of the screen, suggesting that the holo gamer had connected in response to Ciaran's call. "You have the person for me, Ciaran. I got enough time to arrange what I need so you can claim the answer you want now and complete this transaction. You told me I can ask for the natural life ending time on anyone, providing the person is still alive at the time of query. Is that still the deal?" "Yes. I want to know when the natural lifespan of my soulmate ends." "What's her name?" "You didn't mention needing a name. You said a person. Well, now you have the person. I want my answer. I'll have to get through to another layer of information to get what you want. If you intend to fulfill your end of the deal, then do it now. Let me remind you, if you default on even one deal with me, I will make sure you never, ever work in this market again for the rest of your existence. All right, no need to take out your anger on me. Hold on. This will take a bit. The screen went silent for a few seconds, but it felt to Ciaran like it lasted a millennium. Then the green light activated again. Ciaran shifted his stance, shoved his hands into his pants pockets, and waited. His fingers touched a small object. As he pulled it out, Juliet's sixpence coin glinted up at him from his palm. Unlike the sense of loss, deceit, and unfinished business he felt when looking at the coin before, this time it felt as if the coin was scrutinizing him. Anxiety, dread, the thought that something significant was eluding him, something which would alter his life forevermore, haunted his mind. The murmur returned and the voice reverberated from the speaker. We're in a gray area because the record is changing as we speak. I don't know why. I haven't seen this before. But from what I can see right now, your soulmate didn't have an ending point to her human lifespan. What does that mean? Well, she becomes something other than human. But that's not relevant anymore because it seems as if an ending point is now appearing. What exactly do you see? Blinking data points. They keep changing, but they will stabilize. And that means she was meant to turn non-human before, but now she will definitely remain human and will have a natural life-ending event. It's coming. She's alive now? Yes, but it's looking as if the ending point is coming real soon, and it's happening as we speak. Once the data appear, there will be nothing you can do about it. What's her name? I can't tell you that. I've done enough. If I stretch any further, I'll put my own fate in jeopardy. What if I challenge you to death in your own game, which you know you'll lose? What does that do to your fate? Don't try to intimidate me, Ciaran. I will not tell you her name. Period. Please. How about just giving me a yes or no? Is her name Juliet? Yes. Or no? You're asking for a lot, Ciaran. Please. No. Feeling his knees weaken, Ciaran sat down. He stared at the silver coin in his hand. Juliet was not his soulmate. He closed his eyes, remembering the feeling he still had when he awoke in Oxfordshire. Where did his mind wander after Zeths had taken him? The only person Zeths wouldn't talk about was Madeline. Madeline had thrown the coin away in New York by mistake. How had it ended up in his hands right now? Joe told him that Madeline had come down to the street during a strange storm. Had she managed to find her coin? That meant she had given it back to him in a place Zeths had taken him to. That was the only time slot that fit the narrative. Story. Omar mentioned meeting with a storyteller who must have been Madeline. The Lord of Chaos was manipulating the fairy tale world at that moment, and every aspect of Madeline's life was involved. Ciaran raked his hands through his hair and thought for a beat before calling Joe again. The doctor said she is slipping at the moment. They don't know what's going on, and there is nothing they can do about it, Joe said between wiping tears from her face. A spark lit up in Ciaran's mind. Can you get hold of Zeths, Joe? I think I can. Tell him to stay near Madeline. He doesn't need to interfere with her soul status, but he can prevent other soul reapers from getting close to her. And if you have a chance, tell Madeline to wait for me. I think she will be able to hear you. He hung up and called for his private jet. The journey to the private hospital wing felt like an eternity for Ciaran, his feet heavy and his mind racing with worry. But finally, he trudged through the doors. Joe, who had been anxiously awaiting his arrival, rushed over as soon as she saw him. Ciaran's heart drops into his stomach at the sight, pain lancing through his chest as he fights back emotions. But he can't let himself break down. Not now. Madeline needed him to be strong. He doesn't even care if her story is true or not. All that matters is getting her back. It's absurd and insane, but it's all he has left, this last-ditch, desperate attempt straight out of a fairy tale. The tale of Sleeping Beauty come to life in front of him. He approaches her bedside, overwhelmed by her ethereal beauty even in this state. He reaches out trembling fingers to brush away a stray strand of hair before they trace the soft curve of her lips, willing her to wake up with every fiber of his being. He leaned in, his heart racing with anticipation, and pressed his lips to hers. The taste of sweet honey and rich chocolate danced across his tongue, familiar yet somehow different this time. As their kiss deepened, he could feel the intensity building between them, a connection that transcended mere physical attraction. Around them, the world seemed to pause, as if holding its breath in awe of the powerful moment unfolding. Every touch of her lips against his sent electric currents through his body, igniting a warmth that spread from his core to every inch of his being. In this moment, everything felt magical, a dream come true. But it was more than that. It was something deeper and stronger, a connection of soulmates. This was magic, the kind he never thought was possible until now. Her eyes snapped open with a wild flutter, locked onto his. They were once filled with warmth and love, now they held nothing but fear and confusion. His heart twisted in agony at the sight of her trembling, her body betraying the terror that filled her gaze. Reaching out, he brushed his thumb over the dimple on her left cheek, trying to calm her with his touch. "Welcome back," he whispered, trying to hide the desperation in his voice. "Ciaran." The sound of her sultry voice sent shivers down his spine. "I'm sorry, I don't know what happened with the article. I promise you I will fix it. Never write a word that is untrue about your company. Please don't destroy our paper. I'm begging you." "Control," he reminded himself sternly, clenching his jaw in an attempt to rein in his emotions. Control was the only thing that kept him sane, the unspoken rule that governed every aspect of his life. He couldn't afford to lose control, not when there were people counting on him to stay strong. But as she pleaded with him, begging for him to withdraw the lawsuit and promising to never write about him again, he felt something crack inside of him. The pain in her words cut deep, reminding him of all the things he had done to get where he was today. Did she see him as a monster? A cold-hearted man who used human suffering for personal gain? Was that how she saw him now? Her tension increased as if she sensed his inner turmoil, bracing herself for an attack that never came. His hand dropped from her face, defeated. They hadn't gone far yet, but her words had wounded him more than any physical blow ever could. How could one person have such power over him? Taking a step back, he looked down at her and knew that everything between them was shattered beyond repair.
This has been Once Upon a Soulmate, Book 1 in Mirror and Realms series. Written by D.N. Leo, narrated by Laura Keane and Brian Good, produced by DN Media and Narrative Land Publishing. For more information about the series, or to listen to the next book in the series, please go to dnleo.com. Navigate toward the Mirror and Realms series. We hope you enjoyed the story, and thank you for listening.